This man bled from wounds that weren't even his, got his whole body ripped open mid-fight, smiled through all of it. They called him broken. He called them subjects. This zero-filter emperor tamed the Nine Tails, humiliated every god who tried him, and built an empire in a ninja world.
The blood on the alley floor did not belong to him. That was the first thing the villagers noticed. It was the last thing they understood. A 6-year-old boy sat at the end of the alley with his back straight, his legs folded under him, his hands resting open on his knees. A crimson cloth wrapped around his eyes. Gold thread ran through it in old patterns no one in Konoha could read. Wounds opened across his arms and his chest in a slow rhythm that matched no fight. Because no fight had happened. Half a street away, a butcher's son was being beaten by his drunk uncle. The boy in the alley felt every blow as if it were landing on him, because to his eyes, even closed, even covered, he did not flinch, he smiled. It was the smile of a man who had seen empires fall. The smile of a man who had buried more friends than this village had streets. The smile of someone who knew, with the certainty of a sword settling into its sheath, that he had been here before. A villager passed the alley mouth. He spat in the boy's direction. The spit landed near the boy's knee. The boy did not move. The villager waited for the cry, the flinch, the begging little face he had come to enjoy. He got nothing, just the smile. Just the boy sitting like a statue in a temple he had built himself. "Demon brat," the villager muttered, and walked on faster than before. The boy waited until the footsteps were gone. Then he lifted one finger, index only, no other fingers raised, and pointed at the empty mouth of the alley as if marking it on a map only he could see. "One day," he said in a voice too old for the body it came from, "Zhen will remember the names of every man who walked past this alley, and Zhen will decide what kind of mercy each of them earns." This is the story of Naruto Uzumaki. That name is the smaller name. The older name is Zhen, the first emperor, the king where it all began, the man who united the warring states of an ancient land, who built a wall to hold back the dark, who fought a demon god for 6 days with bare hands and walked off the battlefield with a new style of combat carved into his bones. He had died once. He had slept a long sleep in the river that has no name. And then a baby with whisker marks on his cheeks had opened his eyes inside a sealing chamber while his father bled out a soul into his stomach. And Qin Shi Huang had simply said to himself, with the patience of a man who has woken up in a strange room before, "How? So this is the next dynasty." He had been awake the entire time. Most reincarnated souls forget. He did not. The Yellow Springs had not taken his memory because he had never agreed to give it up. An emperor does not surrender what is his. By the age of 2, he had stopped crying. By the age of 3, he had stopped speaking the way the orphanage matrons wanted him to speak. By the age of 4, he had stitched his first blindfold from a torn bedsheet because the mirror touch was killing him slowly. Every wound he saw, his body wrote. Every fracture he witnessed, his bones echoed. The shinobi world ran red beneath the surface, and a boy with eyes that bled for everyone could not survive in it without a wall. So he made the wall. He made it with thread he stole from a tailor's bin, and dye he made from crushed berries. And when it was done, it was a child's clumsy work, and he wore it like a crown anyway. By 6, he had remade it 3 times, each version finer than the last, until the one he wore now bore the patterns of an empire that did not exist on any map of this world. The villagers thought it was a costume, a weird trick from the demon child. A handicap. It was a throne, a small one, the first piece of the throne he was building back, one careful stitch at a time. He sat in the alley until his wounds closed on their own, because the 9-tailed fox sealed in his stomach was generous about that one thing if nothing else, and then he stood up. He brushed the dust from his red robe, the one he had also made himself, because nothing in the orphanage closet was acceptable. And he walked out of the alley with his hands folded behind his back and his small chin lifted high. A king, Zhen had decided long ago, walks where a king wishes. The streets of Konoha were a battlefield with no banners. He felt every wound on every drunk and every starving genin, and every grieving mother. And he wore the blindfold because a man who feels everything cannot lead anything, and a man who leads nothing is not yet finished. He had a long road ahead of him. He smiled again beneath the cloth and walked on. The nine-tailed fox was waiting for him in the dark. Naruto had felt the seal since the day he had been pulled out of his mother. He had felt the immense thing pressing against the bars of an inner cage, and he had, with the patience of a man who has held court across decades, let it wait. It was time now. He went into his own mind the way a king enters a long-disused palace. He did not stumble through. He simply opened a door that had always been there for him to open, and he walked. Water on stone, pillars rising up out of the dark, a single torch line leading toward an iron gate at the end of a corridor that should not exist inside the body of a child. Behind the gate was a mountain of teeth. The nine tails roared. The roar should have flattened a forest. It moved Naruto's hair. So, the fox snarled, and its voice came from every direction at once. The little meat puppet finally drops in. "Stand there, brat! Stand there and let me see what flavor you are." Naruto kept walking. He walked through the iron bars as if they were threads of mist. The seal on the gate flared. He flicked one finger at it the way an old scholar might flick a paper that bored him. The flare faded. He did not stop walking until he stood inside the cage, blindfold on, hands folded behind his back, 3 steps away from a pair of eyes the size of houses. "You enter the cage," Kurama said. His voice changed. It had a cold edge now. The performance was over. No host has ever walked in. "A demon," said Naruto in the voice of a man who has raided demons before. "In a cage. Gen has seen worse cages. Gen has built better cages. Boy, you will listen." The fox snarled. A single claw longer than a roof came down where Naruto stood. Naruto raised both arms. He met the claw with crossed forearms in an open stance. The claw weighed more than mountains. The arms of a 6-year-old should have folded. The arms of a 6-year-old folded around the strike instead, took its weight and turned it. Chiyu, defense form, Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. The claw was redirected back along its own arc. Kurama's strike rebounded to Kurama's own shoulder. The fox staggered. He had been alive for thousands of years, and he had never staggered from his own swing. What? The boy was already moving. He did not run. He flowed. His feet barely touched the water. He came up under Kurama's jaw with a crisp open palm strike and tagged a pressure point along the underside of the throat. Chiyu, claw form, Mount Tai dragon claw, 5 fingers driving into a single point with the force of a warhammer. Kurama's head snapped to the side. The fox tried to rise. Naruto exhaled. A small, sharp puff of air left his lips. It was invisible. It was silent. It crossed the distance between them faster than thought, and it struck the base of Kurama's first tail at the exact spot where the chakra of that tail joined the body. Chiyu, crossbow form, tortoise ripple. The tail went limp. Kurama looked at his own tail. It lay on the water like a dead thing. "What did you do to me?" Naruto did not answer. He fired 6 more puffs. 6 tails went limp. 2 whips of red chakra still tried to lash. He caught one with a redirection and slammed it into the pillar beside him. He absorbed the other into the soles of his feet and pushed it down through the water until the water rippled. He walked up Kurama's lowered nose like a man climbing a small slope. He sat down on the bridge of the fox's snout, folded his legs, rested his hands on his knees, and tilted his head down so the blindfold was a few inches from one massive red eye. He spoke without raising his voice. "A demon. Gen once fought the demon god Chiyu for 6 days with bare hands. Fingernails cracked, bones broke. Blood ran in such a river that the soldiers below thought the heavens were weeping. On the 7th morning, Gen took his throne. You are smaller than Chiyo, and Chiyu lost." Kurama's eye did not blink. "You will serve the emperor?" Naruto said. For the first time in 9,000 years, the nine-tailed fox felt something that was not rage and not hate and not contempt. He felt awe. It was a small awe, and it lived right next to a much larger irritation, and it did not make him kind. But it was there, and Kurama, who was old enough to know what he was looking at when he saw it, recognized that he had just been claimed by something older than him. "Get off my face, brat!" "How?" said Naruto, and stood and stepped off and walked back across the water with his hands folded again. Kurama watched him go. "What is your name?" "You know it already." The other one. The boy stopped. He turned his head a fraction over his shoulder. The blindfold caught a glimmer of torchlight. Jin. That's a title. How? So is Kurama. The fox bared his teeth, but there was no force behind it. He was, against every instinct he had ever owned, smiling. Tightly. Mostly inside. He would not have admitted it under torture. Walk well, Emperor. How? He walked out of the cage. From that day forward, the Nine-Tails spoke to his host with something he had never given any host. Respect, mostly, and mild sarcasm. They settled into the dynamic of a king and his old advisor who pretends he has somewhere better to be and absolutely does not. The academy thought he was a failure. Naruto allowed it. He sat at the back of the classroom, blindfold on, and let Iruka Umino and the chalk and the tedious chakra theory wash over him as if it were rain on a roof. He had ruled an empire that had built canals across mountains. He had stood across a war table from generals who had never known peace. The notion that he should be impressed by a lesson on hand-seal sequences was, in his quiet view, comical. He failed the graduation exam. He failed it 3 times. The Bunshin no Jutsu was, as a technique, beneath him. He had refused, at the age of 4, to bend his enormous Uzumaki chakra into the absurd small shape of a single textbook clone. The chakra he carried, even before Kurama, was an ocean. The Bunshin asked for a thimble. He had, at 4, looked at the thimble with the same expression he had once given to a Wu emissary who asked for a bowing ceremony from the emperor. He had said no and meant it forever. When he wished to graduate, he would graduate. The day he wished to graduate was the day Mizuki tried to use him. Mizuki had been watching him for months. He had decided that the strange child with the blindfold and the imperial way of walking was, beneath the act, still a lonely orphan who would do anything for approval. He cornered Naruto in the corridor after the 3rd failure. "Listen, Naruto," he whispered, all friendly teeth. "There's a secret way to graduate. A scroll. You take it from the Hokage's vault and learn one technique from it, and you'll pass instantly. Iruka doesn't want me to tell you, but I'm rooting for you." The blindfold tilted. The boy's head turned a small angle, the way a hawk's head turns when it has decided to look at a mouse. "How?" said Naruto. Mizuki blinked. "So you'll do it?" "Jin accepts your invitation." "My, what?" "Continue." Mizuki, off balance, told him where the vault was when the guards rotated what the scroll looked like. Naruto listened to every word, filed each one in his head where the ledgers of an empire still lived, and when Mizuki was finished, Naruto turned and walked away. He did not say goodbye. He did not need to. The conversation was done. That night, he took the scroll. He took it because he wanted to. He could have walked into the Hokage's vault in his sleep. The building was a child's puzzle box compared to the imperial treasuries he had raided in his first life. But he wanted Mizuki to commit. He wanted the trap to spring with the rabbit inside it. He sat in the forest in moonlight, the scroll unrolled across his knees. He read by the feel of the paper through his fingers because his eyes were still bound. The first technique on the scroll was the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Solid clones, mass production. A forbidden technique for those whose chakra reserves were too small to survive its use. Naruto read the seals. He set the scroll down. He laced his fingers in the cross sign. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The forest filled with him. 500 Narutos, all blindfolded, all sitting cross-legged on the forest floor, all rising at the same moment. They moved like a single body. They turned their heads together. They folded their hands behind their backs together. He looked, with 500 faces, at the technique he had just performed. How? It would do. Iruka found him first. Iruka was breathing hard and bleeding from a kunai strike to the leg. He was shouting Naruto's name as he came into the clearing. He was, at that moment, the one teacher in the entire academy who had treated the boy like a person and not a curse, and Naruto had taken note of this and filed it. Then Mizuki dropped from the trees, Fuma shuriken in hand, smile sharpened. "Give me the scroll, Naruto. The truth is, that scroll, the Hokage's been keeping it from you. There's a reason the village hates you. There's a reason you have no parents. You're the nine-tailed fox." "How?" said Naruto, with the easy patience of a man who had heard worse secrets at sunrise. "Jin knows." Mizuki's smile slipped. "What?" "Jin has known since Jin was a year old. Jin has spoken with the fox. The fox is Jin's now. Continue." Iruka stared at him. Mizuki, off the script he had rehearsed for weeks, did the only thing left. He threw the Fuma Shuriken at Iruka. Naruto stepped between them. He did not speak. He did not seal. He raised one open hand. The Fuma Shuriken hit his palm, and it stopped. The spinning blade, which weighed as much as a small child, simply stopped against the flat of his hand. He had absorbed the kinetic energy along the line of his wrist, redirected it through his elbow, and dumped it into the ground beneath his feet. A small crack opened in the dirt where the energy went down. He flicked his wrist. The Fuma Shuriken left his hand at greater speed than Mizuki had thrown it. It punched a hole through the trunk behind Mizuki, 3 inches from his ear, and embedded itself in the next tree over. "You speak too long, traitor," said Naruto. He moved. Mizuki saw nothing. Iruka, who had spent his career watching the most talented children in Konoha grow up, saw a blur. The blur ended with Naruto standing behind Mizuki, one finger pressed against Mizuki's spine. Mizuki's body went rigid, his arms locked at his sides. His breath came short. A single tortoise ripple, fired at point blank along the chakra channel at the base of his neck, had switched off his strength like a man flicking off a lamp. "How?" said Naruto. He turned and looked toward Iruka. "Is this man worth alive?" Iruka, in the moment, could only nod. "Then he lives." Naruto stepped over Mizuki's collapsed form. "Take him. Tell the Hokage Gen we'll see him in the morning." Iruka stared. His leg was bleeding. The night was cold. The boy he had been failing for 3 years stood in the moonlight with 500 clones behind him in the trees, blindfolded, hands folded, a faint smile on a child's face. "Naruto." The boy reached up, untied his forehead protector, Iruka's own, taken in the blur, sliding off Iruka's hair too fast for the man to feel, and tied it neatly around his own forehead, above the blindfold. The metal plate caught the moon. "How?" he said. "Now Jin has graduated." Iruka started to laugh. He could not stop. He laughed until tears were on his face, and he did not entirely know why. Naruto adjusted the blindfold under the headband and walked away into the trees. The team assignments were read in a classroom that smelled of pencil shavings and other people's nerves. Naruto sat in the back with his arms folded. "Team 7, said Iruka. "Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Jonin instructor, Kakashi Hatake." Sakura groaned. Sasuke did not move. He simply continued staring at the desk with the dim hatred of a boy who had been staring at desks for years now. Naruto raised one finger. "How?" he said. "2 subjects. Acceptable." Sakura turned around in her seat. "What did you call us?" "Subjects." "Of what?" "Of Gen." She stared. He did not look at her. The blindfold pointed at the wall. After a long moment of silence, she decided he was being weird again and turned back. Sasuke's eyes flicked once toward Naruto. He had been hearing the word Gen for years now and dismissing it. He was beginning to admit, in a small dark room at the back of his head, that something about the word fit the boy. The other Jonin came for their teams. Kakashi did not. Kakashi was 3 hours late. Sakura paced. Sasuke brooded. Naruto reached into his sleeve, produced a small bundle of red cloth, untied it, and unrolled a length of carpet 2 meters long. He set it down in the middle of the classroom. He took a small folding chair from another sleeve. Sakura's eyes went round, and set it on the carpet. He took a teapot from a third pocket of robes that had no business holding teapots, set it on a 4th folded warmer, and from a 5th pocket retrieved a small porcelain cup. He sat down in the chair. He poured the tea. He drank. When Kakashi finally slid open the door with that single visible eye crinkled in apology, his apology died in his throat. There was a 6-year-old emperor sitting on a red carpet in the middle of his new Genin's classroom, drinking tea, and the other 2 Genin had given up trying to make sense of him an hour ago. "So," said Kakashi after a moment, "meet me on the roof." He vanished in a swirl of leaves. Naruto poured another cup. Sakura made a strangled sound. "He said the roof." "How?" said Naruto. He finished the cup, packed up the carpet, the chair, the teapot, the warmer, all back into sleeves that should have been impossible. He stood, brushed his front, and walked out of the classroom. When he arrived on the roof 1 minute later, and he did arrive on the roof, on time, ahead of Sakura and just behind Sasuke, he was holding a fresh teacup he had not been holding when he opened the door. Kakashi watched him over a copy of Ika Icha Paradise and decided, with the cold instinct of a man who had survived 3 wars, that this child needed a much closer eye than he had been planning. Introductions, said Kakashi. Likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams. Sakura, a long monologue with 1 name in it. Sasuke, a short monologue with 1 name in it. Naruto sipped his tea. Jin's name is Naruto Uzumaki. Jin's other name does not concern you yet. Jin likes order. Jin dislikes waste. Jin's hobby is the practice of the Chiyu arts. Jin's dream is the same dream Jin has always had. Kakashi waited. Kakashi was a man who knew how to wait, which is the unification of everything. Kakashi closed his book. He looked at the strange child with the strange blindfold and the carpet that fit in a sleeve, and he made a note on the inside of his own skull that read, in small hard letters, "Watch this one. He is either going to save the world or he is going to break it, possibly both." "Tomorrow," said Kakashi. "Training ground 3, 5 a.m. Don't eat breakfast or you'll throw up." He vanished. Naruto finished his tea. "Jin will eat breakfast," he announced to the wind. "Jin does not throw up." He arrived at training ground 3 at 4 a.m. He had unrolled the red carpets. He had set up the folding chair. He had poured a fresh pot. He had laid out a small embroidered cushion across his knees. He had taken the blindfold off only long enough to inspect the sun rising over the trees, and then he had tied it back on. The mirror touch had eased a moment for that, because the sun has no wounds. By 5 a.m., Sakura and Sasuke had arrived, and the look on their faces had become a permanent feature of the morning. By 8 a.m., Kakashi had not arrived. By 9 a.m., Sakura was lying on her stomach in the grass moaning about hunger. By 10 a.m., Sasuke was sharpening kunai he had already sharpened and trying not to look at the carpet. By 11 a.m., Kakashi appeared in a swirl of leaves, late, a single hand raised in apology, and stopped mid-step. There was, again, a small imperial court set up in his training ground. "You know what?" said Kakashi. "I'm not going to ask." "How?" said Naruto. "Your bells. Show them." Kakashi blinked. He had been about to say that himself. 2 silver bells dangled from his belt. The rules of the test had been ready in his mouth. "There are 2 bells, 3 subjects. The one who fails returns to the academy. How?" Naruto sipped. "Jin has decided. Sakura takes 1. Sasuke takes the other. Jin takes neither. Jin will continue with Team 7 anyway, because Jin wishes it." Sakura sat up. "What?" Sasuke turned his head. "What?" Kakashi said nothing for a long moment. Then he closed his eye and, in a tone that was equal parts amusement and bone-cold curiosity, he said, "You think you can decide that, Naruto?" "How?" said Naruto and stood. He set his cup down on the small table. He stepped off the carpet. He folded his hands behind his back. He pointed once with his right index finger at Kakashi, and that single finger contained more authority than the entire roof scene the day before. "Come, Sensei, take the bells from Jin." Kakashi smiled with his eye. He moved. He came in fast. A low approach with a kunai underhand, sweeping for the boy's wrist. It was a feint. The real strike was a knee aimed at the ribs of the small body. He was not going to harm the child. He was going to teach him. Naruto did not move his feet. He turned at the waist. The kunai missed his wrist by a finger. The knee came in. He raised one open palm, the entire body weight of an adult jonin riding behind it, and caught the knee with the flat of his hand. The knee stopped. Kakashi felt his entire body's momentum return up into his own thigh. Chiyu, defense form, Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. He had time to think what before the redirection came back through him. He had to twist midair to keep from hurling himself backward across the field. He landed 3 meters away, both feet skidding through the grass. He stared at his own knee. Naruto was already exhaling. A small, sharp puff of air left his lips. Kakashi saw nothing in the air between them. There was nothing to see, but he felt it. It hit him in the right wrist, at the chakra crux where the meridian under the thumb joins the larger flow up the forearm. His grip vanished. The kunai dropped from his fingers and stuck point down in the grass. Kakashi looked at his hand. His hand was fine. His hand was also, for a span of about 3 seconds, a useless lump of meat at the end of his arm. In those 3 seconds, Naruto had crossed the distance between them. He came in low, blindfold tilted up, hands folded behind his back. He did not throw a punch. He did not draw a weapon. He simply reached out, almost an absent motion, and tapped the bells on Kakashi's belt with a single finger. The bells came off. They came off because the string had been cut by a fingernail Naruto wore over his finger. An ornate guard of polished steel, etched with patterns from a forge no smith in Konoha would recognize. A jijatao, a nail guard, 1 of 5. The string fell. The bells fell. Naruto caught them in his other hand on the way down, and he turned and he walked back to his chair. Kakashi stood in the grass, his right hand still numb, the rest of his body a long second behind. What? Naruto sat down. He held the bells up. He turned to Sasuke. You, subject. Sasuke twitched. Catch! The bell flew. Sasuke caught it on instinct. You, subject. Sakura twitched. Catch! The other bell flew. Sakura caught it because Naruto's throw had landed it in her open hand. Naruto folded his hands again on his knees. A king does not rely on deception, sensei. He rules through absolute strength. The bells were a test of your genin. Jin has decided their grade. They pass. Jin passes because Jin wishes to. Take this back to your Hokage. He picked up his teacup and finished it. Kakashi did not move for a full minute. When he did, it was to slowly, with the only remaining hand that still worked the way it should, reach up and rub the back of his neck. The thoughts going through Kakashi Hatake's head at that moment were many, and none of them were about the test. The first thought was, I have been a jonin for half my life, and I just lost a fight in 3 exchanges. The second thought was, that was not Bunshin. That was not Hinge. That was not any technique I have seen. That was a martial art older than the hidden villages. The third thought was, the wrist hit. The grip. There was no chakra surge before that strike. He used air, a puff of air. The chakra flow in my hand stopped because the air stopped it. That should not be possible. The fourth thought, which arrived softer than the others and which Kakashi did not examine in the moment because he was a man who knew how to file away terror until later, was, he is 6 years old. The fifth thought was, Minato, Kushina, what did you leave us? He cleared his throat. His visible eye crinkled. Well, looks like Team 7 passes. Same time tomorrow. He vanished and leaves. Sakura, holding her bell, looked at Naruto. Sasuke, holding his bell, looked at Naruto. Naruto poured a third cup and offered it to Sakura without turning his head. She took it. She drank it. She did not understand why. Sasuke watched the tea. He did not take a cup. He did not need to. He had, for the first time in years, looked at another person with something other than dismissal. He had looked at Naruto with attention. It was the first crack in a wall that would take a long time to fall. The boat ride to the land of waves was long and gray. Tazuna sat hunched at the rear with a sake bottle. The boatman rowed with the silence of a man who knew when to be silent. Kakashi watched the mist with his single eye. Sakura was queasy. Sasuke was Sasuke. And Naruto stood at the bow with his hands folded behind his back, the wind pulling at the edge of his red robe, the blindfold catching salt. The horizon became a faint shape. He pointed. One finger. That land. Kakashi looked up from his book. That land is now under Jin's protection. Tazuna lifted his head from the bottle. What? Which means, said Naruto, with the easy weight of a man who had drawn many borders in his time, it is now a province of Jin's empire. The boatman almost stopped rowing. Kakashi made a sound that might have been a laugh if Kakashi laughed. Naruto, the mission is to escort the bridge builder home. How? Said Naruto. Jin has decided to escort the bridge builder home, and Jin has decided what to do with the home once it is reached. Tazuna stared. Sakura groaned and asked nobody in particular when this had become her life. The boat drifted on. The mist swallowed them. Somewhere ahead, in the gray, 2 killers were already waiting. But the air in the boat had changed, and they did not know it yet. And every other person on board felt a small, steady pressure that they could not name. A king was coming to the land of waves. He was 6 years old, and he had decided. The demon brothers came out of a puddle on a road that had not seen rain in 3 weeks. Kakashi clocked the puddle at 20 paces. He did not break stride. He let them strike because he had a lesson to teach, and Genin who needed teaching. The brothers came up out of nothing, chains spinning between them. A coordinated rap aimed at Tazuna in the middle of the formation. Sakura screamed. Sasuke moved for a kunai. Naruto did not break stride. He raised his right hand without turning his head. Both demon brothers' chains hit his palm. The chains were forged steel. They had been spinning. They had momentum. They wrapped around the boy's small wrist twice and stopped. Both brothers were yanked off their feet by their own weapon. They came flying toward Naruto, mouths still open from the war cry. He stepped between them as they passed. He folded his hands behind his back as they hit each other, full speed, head on. The clack of two skulls colliding sounded across the road. Both brothers dropped at his feet. "How?" said Naruto and walked on. Kakashi exhaled slowly. Tazuna stared at the unconscious demon brothers. He looked at the boy who had not even bothered to look at them. He looked at his sake bottle. He took a long pull. "What kind of village did you people send me?" Kakashi did not answer. Sasuke was watching the back of Naruto's head with an intensity he had not felt in a while. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, stepped out of the trees with the executioner's blade across his back and a smile carved from shark's teeth. Mist rolled over the ground. Kakashi pulled up his headband and exposed the Sharingan. "Sakura, Sasuke, Tazuna, stay close." "Sensei," said Naruto, not turning, "Jin will handle this." Kakashi did not even waste the breath to argue. "All right." Sakura made a noise. Sasuke twitched. Zabuza laughed. "The blindfolded brat is taking me?" The mist thickened. "I'll cut you in half before you find me, kid." Naruto walked forward. The mist closed around him. Inside the hidden mist jutsu, no eye works. Sharingan gets confused by chakra static. The mist is an extension of Zabuza's killing intent woven into cloud, and a man inside it cannot tell up from sideways. Zabuza moved through it like a fish in his own ocean. He came at Naruto from behind. The executioner's blade swung in a horizontal cut that would split a tree in two. Naruto turned without turning. He felt the air move. He felt the chakra of the swing along the line of Zabuza's arm. He felt the weight of the blade in the wind it pushed. He raised both arms. He braced his feet. He took the swing across his crossed forearms like a man closing a heavy door. Chi-Yu, defense form. Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. The executioner's blade hit a wall of redirection. The wall bent. The wall held. The wall pushed back. Zabuza's swing, every kilogram of his arms, every gram of momentum he had loaded into the cut, every ounce of chakra he had layered over the steel to make it cut faster, all of it returned along the path it had come. Through the blade, into Zabuza's wrists. The executioner's blade snapped. Not cracked, not chipped, snapped. The legendary sword of Kirigakure broke in two pieces on the backswing of its own owner. The bigger piece of the blade went spinning into the mist. The smaller piece, still attached to the handle, continued the swing right into Zabuza's own forearms. Zabuza's wrist shattered. His shoulders dislocated. He flew backward with a sound he had never made in his life and hit the dirt with the broken stub of his sword tangled in his ruined hands. The mist faded. Zabuza lay in a small crater. His arms were not arms anymore. He was making short, tight noises through his teeth that were neither curses nor screams. He had been a killer for 20 years. He had felt pain. He had not felt this pain. The pain was not the worst of it. The worst of it was the fact that he had never been hit. He had been the one who hit. A small shadow stepped between him and the sun. Naruto knelt down beside him. He did not draw a weapon. He did not lift a hand. He simply knelt, blindfold tilted toward the ruined man, hands folded over his knees. "A swordsman of your caliber," he said, in a voice that was not soft and was not loud and carried the full weight of a verdict, "deserves better than Gado's coin. Kneel, serve the emperor, or Jin will leave you here." Zabuza tried to speak. He could not. He tried to laugh. He could not. He looked up at the small face with the gold thread blindfold, and somewhere behind his fading vision he saw, for the first time in his life, a man worth following. He did not say the word out loud. He did not have to. He nodded once. The smallest nod he had ever made. It was a kneel. Naruto reached down. He laid one open palm against Zabuza's chest. A pulse of his chakra, Uzumaki blood, Kurama fed, threaded through the channels Naruto had known since before this body, went into the broken man. The chakra found bones and reset them, found tendons and tightened them, found pain and turned the volume down. Zabuza took the first full breath he had taken in 2 minutes. "Boy," he rasped. "Jin," said Naruto. "Jin," said Zabuza, in the voice of a man practicing a new word he intended to use forever. "How?" A senbon flew out of the trees. It was thrown to kill Zabuza. It did not arrive. Naruto's fingers came up, left hand, casual angle, and caught the senbon between two knuckles 3 inches from Zabuza's throat. He did not look at the trees. He did not need to. The chakra signature of the thrower was already mapped in his mind. "Boy in the mask," he said to the trees, "step out, or Jin will come and get you." The boy in the mask stepped out. He was perhaps 15. He was very still. He held himself the way an animal holds itself when it has been raised by a single keeper and the keeper is in danger. "Master Zabuza," he began. "Stand down, Haku," Zabuza grated. He was looking up at the small emperor with eyes that had no fight left in them. "Stand down." Haku's mask tilted. He looked at his master. He looked at the strange child kneeling beside his master. He looked, for one of the few times in his short life, lost. Naruto stood. He pointed at Haku. "You, with your master, tend to him. Jin has business in town." Haku did not move at first. Naruto's blindfold stayed pointed at him. After a moment, Haku stepped forward, knelt beside Zabuza, and began a healing technique with hands that knew exactly what they were doing. Naruto turned to Kakashi. "Sensei, Tazuna. We continue. The sword Jin has met today was named the Executioner's Blade. It is finished. The man holding it is now Jin's. The boy with him is also Jin's. Konoha will not interfere." Kakashi closed his book very slowly. "Naruto. How? Are you going to do this every mission?" Naruto considered. "Yes." Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose under the headband. He could not tell at that moment whether he was the teacher of a boy or the witness to the founding of a dynasty. He suspected, with the small quiet of a man who had been right about things he did not want to be right about, that it was the second one. 3 days passed in Tazuna's small house. Naruto did not train. Naruto did not need to train. He sat on the porch in the mornings with the blindfold on, and he listened. He listened to the small village by the bridge. He listened to a hungry mother across the street. He listened to a fisherman 3 blocks over who had not been paid in 2 months. He listened to Inari, the small grandson, who cried at night for a father who had been hung from a tree by Gado's men. He listened and he wrote. He wrote in a scroll he had brought from Konoha. He wrote names, he wrote prices, he wrote crimes. The mirror touch, when a man chooses to leave it on, becomes a kind of map. Naruto had drawn the map of every wound in the land of waves in 3 days. On the 4th morning, he stood up. He walked into the kitchen where Tazuna was eating rice. "Tazuna," the old man looked up. "This bridge," said Naruto. "Yeah. It will be finished by the end of the week. Jin will see to it." Tazuna stared. "My men work as fast as they can." "Jin will see to it," Naruto said again and laid one finger on the table. "After the bridge, Jin will see Gado." Tazuna's face went a color it had not been since his son-in-law's death. He set the bowl down. "Boy, Gado has an army. How? You have your team. Jin has Jin." He turned and walked out of the kitchen. Tazuna stared at the door for a long time. In the corner of the kitchen, Inari, who had been watching with the silent, pinched face he had worn for a year, said for the first time in months, "Grandpa, he talks like a hero." Tazuna swallowed. "Yeah, kid." His voice was rough. "He talks like a hero." Naruto met Haku in the forest on the 5th day. Haku was alone. Zabuza was healing, slow, quiet in the safe house Gado did not yet know was lost. Haku had come to the forest to gather herbs because that was what Haku had been doing for years, and he did it when his head was loud. His head was loud today. Naruto was sitting on a log by the stream, blindfold on, hands folded. "How?" he said before Haku had stepped out of the trees. "Jin knew you would come." Haku stepped into the clearing. He kept the herbs. He kept his hands open at his sides. "You are a strange child," said Haku. "Jin is older than you. You are 6. Jin is older than you." Haku looked at him for a long, slow moment. He sat down on the other end of the log. "What are you?" he asked in a voice that was not afraid. "A king." "Of what?" Naruto turned his blindfolded face toward him. "Of whatever Jin stands on." Haku breathed out a small, surprised laugh. He had not laughed in a long time. "My master kneels to you." "How?" "He has knelt to no one in his life." "How? What did you do to him?" "Jin broke his sword. Jin broke his arms. Jin offered him a place worth standing in. He chose." Haku looked at the stream for a while. "I am loyal to him," he said at last. "How?" "Wherever he goes, I go." "How?" Naruto stood. He folded his hands behind his back. He looked across the stream and not at Haku. "Your loyalty is admirable, but you have given it to a man whose path was a small one. Jin is offering you a path that goes farther. Your master has accepted. He kneels because he saw what most men do not see. You have not kneeled yet because you have not seen it. So Jin will show you. He turned. He pointed at Haku, one finger. Strike Jin. Haku stared. What? Strike Jin with your full ability. Jin will show you why your master kneeled, after you decide. Haku rose slowly. He shifted his stance. I do not wish to harm you. How? You will not. Haku was a kind person at his core. He was also a killer. He had made peace with that contradiction by serving a man whose orders excused both halves of him. He stepped forward and made one hand sign, and the temperature of the clearing dropped. The demonic mirroring ice crystals rose around Naruto. 21 mirrors of ice in a dome. Each mirror reflected Haku from a different angle. Haku stepped into the nearest mirror and was, for the next several heartbeats, in all 21 at once. Senbon flew from every mirror at every angle. Naruto stood in the middle of the dome. His blindfold caught a faint blue glow. He exhaled once. A small, sharp puff. The tortoise ripple traveled across the dome, hit the chakra crux at the base of the nearest mirror, the spot where Haku's chakra fed the ice, and the mirror cracked. Naruto turned a fraction. Another exhale. Another mirror cracked. He moved through the dome the way a man walks through a field of tall grass that he is harvesting. Senbon hit him. Senbon bounced off his sleeves. One hit his cheek. He did not flinch. The wound was small and not from another human, and the mirror touch was easy on him for that 1 second. Haku, inside his own mirrors, watched the dome come apart from the inside. The last mirror cracked. Haku stumbled out of it, off balance. His ice control gone for a moment. Naruto was already in front of him. He did not strike. He raised one hand and laid 2 fingers on Haku's forehead, the way an old uncle would touch the head of a small child. Your loyalty is admirable, he said, very even. But you are loyal to the wrong man. Haku's eyes filled. Come, Naruto said. Serve someone worth dying for. Your master has. Haku stood there for a long time. The senbon in his hand fell into the grass. He knelt. He did not say a word. He simply knelt on the wet ground and bowed his forehead to the dirt, the way men in older lands had bowed. Naruto looked at him. How? Rise. You are the Emperor's first royal guard. Tend to your master. Tomorrow we go to Gato. Haku rose. When he walked back to Zabuza that night, he was a different man. Zabuza, who had been watching for changes in the boy he had raised, saw it the moment Haku walked through the door. He saw a peace in Haku's face that Zabuza had never put there. So you saw it too, Zabuza said, low. Haku did not even need to answer. The bridge was finished on the 6th day. Gato came the next morning. He came across his finished bridge with a small army of mercenaries, 200, maybe more, axes and katanas and crossbows and the worst sort of men money could rent. He came because his hired killer Zabuza had vanished, because his hired killer had not delivered, because his investors were nervous, because a small village by the sea had somehow finished a bridge he had spent a year forbidding. He came expecting a slaughter to end his problem. He did not find a slaughter. He found a boy. The boy was standing at the far end of the bridge. He stood alone. His hands were folded behind his back. A red robe, gold trim, a blindfold over his eyes. The morning sun lit him from behind. Behind the boy, at the village end of the bridge, stood Tazuna and his son's widow, and Inari and a small crowd of villagers who had come not to fight but to witness. They did not know why they had come. They had simply come. Behind them stood Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, Zabuza, bandaged but standing, and Haku. In front of the boy, on the bridge, 200 men and one Gato. Gato laughed. Where's the army, little lord? How? Said Naruto. You have addressed Jin properly. That is more than most do at this distance. Gato's smile slipped. He waved one hand. Kill the kid. Kill them all. Bonus to the man who brings me the head of the bridge builder. The mercenaries roared. They charged. Naruto raised one finger. He pointed at the lead man. He stepped onto the bridge. What followed has been told differently by every villager who watched it. Some say the boy moved so fast that he was in 3 places at once. Some say the boy did not move at all, and the men simply ran past him and fell down. Some say the boy danced, and his dance was the kind of dance that had been forgotten in this world long ago. They are all right. They were all looking at a martial art that was, at its heart, the ultimate martial art. and it cannot be fully described in any one telling. He used the Mount Tai Dragon Claw, 5 fingers driving in spear points to throats and joints. Mercenaries dropped where they stood, alive but folded. He used the White Tiger Crescent Moon, a single curving kick that scattered the front rank like pins. He used the Heavenly Phoenix's Power Embrace. A man swung an axe at his head. He took the axe across one forearm. The axe came back through the man's own ribs. He used the Tortoise Ripple. A line of 3 crossbowmen at the back loaded their bolts. He exhaled 3 times. 3 crossbowmen lost the strength in their fingers and dropped their bolts before they fired. He moved through the army the way a tide moves through a field of wheat. He did not kill. He had not yet decided whether killing was correct on this day. He left 200 men in heaps. It took 38 seconds. When the last mercenary dropped, the bridge was very still. Gato stood at the far end with his bodyguards. There were 3 of them. They looked at the heap of 200. They looked at the boy. They looked at each other. They put down their weapons. They turned. They walked away. Gato shrieked at them. The boy walked toward Gato. He did not run. He did not hurry. He walked with his hands folded behind his back and his blindfold catching the sun, and the entire bridge fell silent except for the click of his small boots on the stone. Gato grabbed the nearest mercenary off the ground. He pushed the man at Naruto. The man did not get up. Naruto stopped 2 paces from Gato. Gato had a small dagger out. Gato was sweating. Gato had built an empire of fear over 20 years, and 20 years was being undone in front of him by a child. "You little," Naruto pointed, 1 finger. "A tyrant uses people," he said. "Well, a king leads them." Gato's dagger dropped. He had not meant to drop it. His fingers had simply hurt for 1 moment, stopped knowing how to hold a thing. This ends now. Naruto looked at the villagers behind him at the far end of the bridge. He looked at Tazuna's daughter. He looked at Inari. He looked at the small woman who had lost a son. He looked at the man who had not been paid in 2 months. He looked at every one of them through the blindfold, and he saw their wounds in the way only he could see wounds. He stepped aside. He gestured Gato forward, palm up, fingers loose, a motion older than this world, and he said with the small mercy of a man giving a verdict that was not his to keep, "Your subjects will decide." The villagers came forward. They came one by one, and then more than one, and they took Gato to the railing of his own finished bridge, and the Land of Waves wrote its own ending to a story it had been writing in blood for too long. Naruto did not watch. He had turned away. He walked back to the village end of the bridge with his hands folded behind his back, and the villagers behind him made a sound that was not a cheer and was not a wail, and was the sound of a country breathing for the first time in a year. Inari ran to him. He wrapped his small arms around the small emperor and cried into his red robe. Naruto raised one hand. He laid it on the boy's hair. He did not speak. He did not have to. Tazuna, weeping, stumbled up. What do we owe you? What is this? What was that?" Naruto looked up through the blindfold. "How?" he said. "You owe Gen 1 bridge. The bridge is built. The debt is finished." He paused. "Name it well." Tazuna swallowed. "The Great Naruto Bridge? Acceptable." Naruto turned. He walked back toward Konoha with Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, Zabuza, and Haku trailing behind him in a line that anyone who saw it from a distance looked very much like a small court following its king home. In the dust of the bridge, a few of the villagers were already kneeling. In the days that followed, every report sent from Wave Country to anyone who paid for reports said the same thing in different words. A blindfolded boy from Konoha walks the Land of Waves. The land calls him Emperor. He came back to Konoha with 2 missing nin in tow, a country that had begun to write his name into its songs, and a bell from the bell test that he had kept after all and tied to his belt. He marched Zabuza and Haku straight through the village gates. The Chunin on duty raised an eyebrow at the procession. They did not stop it. There was a quality to the small boy at the front of the line that suggested stopping him would, in the long run, be a poor decision. He marched past the academy. He marched past the orphanage where he had once stitched his first blindfold. He marched up the stairs of the Hokage Tower and did not knock on the door. He pushed the door open with one finger. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from a stack of paperwork. The third Hokage was an old man, and he had seen many things. He had seen the death of his predecessor. He had buried his own students. He had survived 2 great wars. He had watched the Nine Tails tear his village apart and watched a young Hokage put his life on the line to seal the beast. He had, since that night, kept a quiet eye on the orphan with the whisker marks because he had loved Minato and because he had loved Kushina and because the boy was, on paper, his to protect. He had not seen, until this moment, the boy walk into his office like the office belonged to him. Naruto stepped in. He did not bow. He did not nod. He glanced once at the Anbu in the corners and dismissed them with a small lift of his chin. He sat down across the desk. He folded his hands. The third Hokage. Hiruzen set down his pen. Naruto. Jin has returned from the land of waves. So I see. Jin has acquired 2 retainers. Naruto pointed without turning. Zabuza stood in the doorway, arms still in slings, head bowed. Haku stood beside him, kneeling now, head down. They will be processed by your administration. Their status in the bingo book will be adjusted. They are now Konoha-aligned auxiliaries under Jin's command. Hiruzen pressed 2 fingers against his temple. He had been the Hokage long enough to have prepared for many things in his long life. He had not, in honesty, prepared for this. Naruto, he said, in the voice of a grandfather who was about to choose between laughing and a stiff drink, I cannot just process 2 missing nin into the village because a genin has decided it. How? Naruto tilted his head. Jin acknowledges the formal complication. Allow Jin to clarify. He leaned forward. He did not raise his voice. The third Hokage, an administrator of some capability. Jin acknowledges your service to this land. You have held this seat through war and through worse. You have done the work of 3 men. Jin sees this. Konoha has stood because you have stood under it. Hiruzen blinked. Thank you? How? Continue listening. Konoha has potential. It is at present mismanaged. The Uchiha clan is dead because of internal failures Jin will revisit. The Hyuga clan is split into branches by a tradition that is older than its purpose. The council operates with civilian authority over military matters in a way that no functioning state has ever survived for long. The treatment of Jin, an Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage, has been an ongoing administrative embarrassment that you have been unable to fully address because you are one man. Hiruzen's pen had stopped moving. The Anbu in the corners of the room were no longer breathing in any way that could be heard. Jin will fix all of this, said Naruto, in time. You have Jin's permission to continue your administration until Jin chooses otherwise. In the interim, 2 retainers are added to your roster. Process them. Jin will collect them when needed. He stood, he folded his hands behind his back. He turned, he walked toward the door. At the door, he stopped. He turned his head a fraction over his shoulder. And Hokage. Yes, said Hiruzen faintly. How on the file you have been keeping on Jin since the night Jin was sealed. Continue keeping it. It is good record keeping. Jin will read it one day. He walked out. Zabuza and Haku followed him. The door closed. In the corner of his office, the third Hokage sat with his pipe forgotten, with his pen still suspended over a half-signed form, with his Anbu around him as still as statues. After a long, long moment, the old man let out a sound that was half laugh and half something else. Minato, he said to the empty room, your boy is something else, my friend. He picked up the pen. He wrote in a hand that was not entirely steady, approved on Zabuza Momochi's pending file. He wrote approved on Hakuyuki's pending file. He set the pen down. He stared at the wall. And I am a regional administrator now, am I? He laughed harder. He laughed until the Anbu in the corner allowed himself, behind the porcelain mask, to smile. The age of the emperor in Konoha had begun, and an old man had, half by amusement, half by the long instinct of a man who knew when a tide had come in, made room for it. The Chunin exams came with the heat of summer. 3 teams from the sand, a team from the sound, a team from the mist, teams from the grass, the rain, the waterfall, and several from Konoha. The arena would fill up with hundreds of foreign nin, every one of them measuring the leaf and looking for cracks. Konoha had cracks. Konoha had also, that summer, an emperor walking its streets. Its enemies had not yet adjusted their notes for that fact. They would. The first exam, a written test, was a joke. Naruto had read every book in the Konoha Public Library by the age of 5, including the ones that were locked, because locks were a small problem to a man who had once managed the Imperial Archives. He sat in the test room with the blindfold on. He wrote with a brush in the perfect calligraphy of an ancient land. He did not glance at his neighbor. He did not need to. He turned in his paper 20 minutes early. Ibiki Morino, the proctor, took the paper. He looked at the calligraphy. He had been an interrogation specialist his entire career. He had a reputation. He was a man who did not flinch. He flinched. The calligraphy on the paper was older than any calligraphy currently used in any hidden village. The strokes were the strokes of a master who had brushed them 10,000 times. The hand was a child's hand. The work was not. Ibiki set the paper down. He looked at the small boy walking back to his seat. He filed the moment, the way a good interrogator files moments for later study. The 10th question came and went. Naruto was, of course, already past it. The forest of death came next. Anko Mitarashi stood at the gates with that wild grin and her trench coat and her senbon. She gave her speech. She threw a kunai at Naruto's cheek to cut a small line for theater. Naruto did not move. The kunai stopped 2 inches from his cheek. He had raised one finger as it flew. The kunai had caught itself on the small ridge of a Jijatao nail guard he had not, until that moment, appeared to be wearing. The kunai dropped to the ground. Anko's grin froze. Naruto turned his head a small fraction. "How?" he said. "Try harder, or do not try at all. Jin has business in your forest." Anko stared. She let them in. The Forest of Death was a cathedral of green and bones. Team 7 moved through it the way an honor guard moves through a known hall. Sakura had her kunai out. Sasuke had his eyes everywhere. Naruto walked at the front, hands folded, blindfold on. Then the wind changed. A killing intent unrolled across the clearing they had stepped into. It was a killing intent shaped like a snake, and it was, in scale, nearly equal to the killing intent Kakashi had felt the first time he had stood across from Zabuza. It froze Sakura where she stood. It made Sasuke's knees almost buckle. Naruto felt it. He rolled his neck. His shoulders cracked. He raised his head. He smiled. A figure rose from the underbrush. A grass-nin face. But the chakra under the face was wrong, was older, was a snake wrapped in skin. Eyes too long. Tongue too long. Smile too long. My, said Orochimaru of the Sannin. What a strange little leaf you are. How? Said Naruto, with the small interest of a man who has just been served an unfamiliar wine. An old face wearing a younger one. Orochimaru's smile flickered. You can see me through this skin? How? Interesting. He bit his thumb. He sealed. He summoned. The snake was 20 meters long. It rose out of the trees with the weight of a building falling sideways. It had fangs the length of a man and eyes the size of plates, and its first strike came down at Naruto with the speed of a falling pillar. Naruto stepped to one side. Half a step. He turned at the waist. He raised his right leg. Chiyu, halberd form, white tiger crescent moon. A crescent kick, curving, heel led, pivot at the hip. The arc cut across the air faster than the snake had been able to come down. The kick met the snake at the joint of the throat and the lower jaw, exactly along the chakra crux that held the summon's bound shape together. The snake's head left its body. It did not hit the ground first. The body hit the ground first because the body was bigger and slower. The head, separated, dead before it landed, came down in the trees 50 meters away with a sound like the felling of an oak. Sakura made a noise. Sasuke had stopped breathing. Orochimaru, for the first time in many years, did not smile. Who are you, child? Jin. That is a title, not a name. You will learn it as a title before Jin permits you the name, Orochimaru exhaled. The exhale was a fire jutsu. A pillar of flame the size of a small house roared toward Naruto. Sakura dropped flat. Sasuke threw himself behind a tree. Naruto stood his ground. He inhaled, and as he inhaled, his blindfold caught a faint glow from beneath. The mirror touch was on. He could see, even with the cloth between him and the world, the line of chakra running from Orochimaru's lungs to his throat to his lips. He exhaled. A small puff of air left his mouth. A single tortoise ripple. It crossed the distance between them inside the wave of fire, riding the wind of it. It struck the chakra crux at the base of Orochimaru's throat. The fire choked. It did not so much go out as fold inward and back into Orochimaru's mouth. A small backdraft of his own flame burned the inside of his cheek. He coughed. He coughed up smoke. He coughed up the tail end of the jutsu he had not finished sending. Naruto walked through the dying fire. Orochimaru came out of his coughing fit with a kunai already in his hand. He moved, and Orochimaru, when he chose to move, was one of the fastest beings in this world, a man who had outrun Anbu squads and outpaced his own seal masters. He moved with everything he had. Naruto met him. He met him with the Mount Tai Dragon Claw, 5 fingers driven into the chakra point at Orochimaru's wrist as the kunai came in. The grip vanished. The kunai dropped. He met the follow-up. Orochimaru's other hand, full snake style, fingers tipped with poison senbon, with the Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. The wrist came in. The wrist redirected. Orochimaru's own senbon hand came around and down and stuck 2 senbon into Orochimaru's own thigh. He met the third strike. Orochimaru's tongue, suddenly long, suddenly a whip with a blade at the end of it, with a sidestep, and a single open palm to Orochimaru's chest. Tortoise ripple, point blank, into the chakra crux at the sternum. Orochimaru's chakra flow went black for a heartbeat. He could not pull his own tongue back. He could not finish his own technique. He could not hold his own form. Naruto took him by the throat with one hand. The hand of a 6-year-old should not have closed around the throat of a grown man. The hand closed. Orochimaru of the Sannin, shedder of bodies, tamer of Manda, dweller in the dark, was lifted off his feet and held against the trunk of a tree by a child whose other hand was folded behind his back. The boy's blindfold was a finger's width from Orochimaru's face. "You shed your skin to cheat death," Naruto said, in the long, even voice that had ordered the deaths of generals and the building of cities. Jin finds that pathetic. A true king accepts death and lives on through his people. Orochimaru gargled. He had been in this position before, with elders who had thought they had him. He had always escaped. He would escape now. He could not get his tongue to obey him. The ripple had cut the connection. "You are a cancer in this world," Naruto said. "Jin has a long memory and a longer patience. Run today. Run to your hole. When Jin is older, when Jin's empire is built, Jin will come for you. Make the journey worth Jin's time." He let go. He stepped back. Orochimaru fell to his knees, gasping. His tongue snapped back into his mouth. His chakra came back online slow and ragged. He looked up at the small emperor with eyes that had never, in this body or any of the dozen before it, looked at any creature with more than amusement. He looked, now, with fear. It was small. It was not yet large. But it was there, and Orochimaru, who knew himself, knew he had not been made to feel that since his master Hiruzen's prime, he lunged. One last move. He had spotted with the corner of his attention the boy he had come for in the first place. The Uchiha. Sasuke. Behind a tree, eyes wide, sweat on his face. Orochimaru had come into this forest to mark Sasuke, to plant the curse seal, to put a leash on the next prodigy. He lunged towards Sasuke. His hand came up, his fangs lengthened. 3 quick steps and he would have the bite delivered. He did not get 3 steps. He got 1. The boy in the red robe had moved. Naruto crossed the clearing the way he had crossed the bridge, the way he crossed any space where one of his subjects was in danger, and he caught Orochimaru's hand at the wrist before the bite could land. Then he did something he had not, until that moment, done in his second life. He used the Mount Tai Dragon Claw at full force. 5 fingers punched into the bones of Orochimaru's wrist, with the weight of a man who had once split granite slabs with his hand for practice. The bones in Orochimaru's right hand crushed. 3 fingers broke at once. The wrist itself splintered. The hand became, for the next several minutes, a useless purple mass. Orochimaru screamed. It was a small scream. It was sharp. It was the scream of a man whose ace had just been ripped from him at the moment he tried to play it. Naruto let him go. "You will not touch what is Jin's." Orochimaru fell back. He stumbled. He half melted into the ground in his old escape jutsu, earth and shadow and panic, and was gone in 3 seconds. The forest was very still. Sakura was still flat on the ground. Sasuke was still behind the tree. He was breathing as if he had run a long way. Naruto turned to him. He pointed once, with one finger. "You are Jin's subject. Jin protects what is his. The bite was meant to enslave you. Jin did not allow it." Sasuke stared. He did not say thank you. He could not have said thank you. He had been raised to consider thank you a weakness. He was a 13-year-old boy with the death of his entire clan around his neck and a brother on the horizon, and he had no language left for gratitude. but he nodded. It was a small nod. It was also the largest nod Sasuke Uchiha had given a peer in his short, hard life. Naruto saw it. "How?" he said. He turned. He folded his hands behind his back. He continued through the forest. Sakura got off the ground. Sasuke stepped out from behind the tree. They followed. The preliminary rounds came after the forest. Naruto's match was over in 3 exchanges. Kiba Inuzuka made jokes about the blindfold for the first 10 seconds and was on the ground for the next 2. Akamaru did not even attack. Akamaru, who could smell things humans could not smell, took one look at the small boy in the red robe and lay down and put his paws over his head. Naruto leaned down to Akamaru and put one hand on the dog's head. "How?" he told the dog. Akamaru thumped his tail. It was, for Naruto, the most satisfying interaction of the preliminaries. In the stands, watching, was a boy with red hair the color of dried blood and the kanji for love carved into his forehead. He was a sand genie. His name was Gaara. He had not slept in almost a decade. The sand around him moved in small spirals and waited for any excuse to bite. He had watched Naruto fight Kiba. He had not blinked once. The Kazakage's son had killed many. He had felt many things kill. He had not, until this afternoon, looked at a person and felt as if he were looking at something old. Something that did not quite belong in the same time as everyone else. Looking at Naruto was like looking at a statue in a ruined empire. The statue still standing, still holding the stance the empire had wanted. While the empire around it had fallen down centuries ago, it made Gaara feel, very softly, afraid. It made him want to look more. After the matches, the genin moved through the corridor. Gaara, by some old instinct of bad luck and small space, stepped into the corridor at the exact moment Naruto stepped out of the arena. They almost collided. Naruto stopped first. He raised his head. The blindfold tilted. The 2 boys faced each other. In the stands, Temari and Kankuro had gone tight. Their brother did not stop for anyone. Their brother killed people who stopped for him. Naruto looked at Gaara through the cloth. Gaara stared back. "How?" Naruto said, soft, almost amused. "You remind Jin of himself at that age. Except Jin's prison was an entire enemy country, not a gourd." Gaara's sand shifted around his ankles. "Mother says you have a beast," Gaara said in his small, flat voice. "A very large beast." "How? My beast is loud. How? You silence yours. How? Will you silence mine?" It was the most words Gaara had said to a stranger in a year. Temari's mouth fell open behind him. Naruto considered. "In time," he said. "If you ask, not before." Gaara was quiet. The sand at his ankles drifted back into the gourd. "What is your name?" "Naruto Uzumaki." That is the smaller name. It was the second person in this life to know that without being told. Naruto's blindfold tilted. "How?" he said. He pointed with one finger. "The bigger name is Jin. You have learned to listen, brother. That is rare." Gaara breathed out, very small. A soft sound. He had not made that sound in years. "I am Gaara." "How?" They stood there for a long moment in the corridor. 2 boys, 2 prisons, 2 beasts. One of them had silenced his beast. The other one was beginning to think, for the first time in his short red life, that perhaps the beast was not the only voice in his head, and perhaps he was allowed to choose which one he listened to. Naruto folded his hands behind his back. "In the finals, perhaps Jin will see you." "Perhaps," said Gaara. He stepped aside. He let the emperor pass. Behind him, Temari and Kankuro were staring at Gaara like he had grown a second head. Their brother, who had killed 11 men by his last count, had stepped aside for someone. The world very softly began to change. The month between the preliminaries and the finals went fast. Naruto did not train with Jiraiya. He met Jiraiya. He found the man peeking through a hole in a women's bathhouse. He gave the Toad Sage 1 full minute of his time, in which he laid out, in 5 sentences, Jiraiya's literary career, Jiraiya's spy network, Jiraiya's failure to take a son he had been godfather to, and Jiraiya's coming role in the larger war. Jiraiya, who had been laughing into his beard about being caught, stopped laughing in the middle. "Boy," said the Toad Sage in a voice that was, for the first time in years, not joking, "what are you?" "Jin will explain when Jin has time," said Naruto. "For now, train Sasuke. Jin will train Jin. Send word when Tsunade is needed. The old man's heart will give out before the year is over, and Jin wishes his replacement to be in place." Jiraiya stared. "How do you know about Tsunade?" "How do you not?" The boy turned and walked away. Jiraiya, who had learned long ago to know when he was outmatched, sat down on the wall above the bathhouse and watched the small red robe disappear into the trees. "Minato," he said to no one in particular, "your kid is something else." Hiruzen, the Hokage, would say the same thing 4 months later. Many people in this story would say it in different words. They would all be correct. The finals arena was full, a tall white stone bowl with rows of seats stacked toward the sky. The daimyo's box on one side, the Hokage's box on another. The Kazekage's box beside the Hokage's. Banners of every hidden village snapping in the late summer wind. In the box of the daimyo, the man who paid for the village stuffed his face with grapes and looked for entertainment. He would receive entertainment. He would also receive something he had not paid for. The first match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. They walked out of the tunnels at opposite ends. Neji had the long hair, the white robes, the calm eyes that had seen the chakra of every man in the stadium and decided which one he could kill faster. He was a prodigy. He was the pride of the branch family and the silent rebuke of the main family. He was, if you asked him, a man who had read the script of the world and decided to act it out as written. He stepped into the arena. Naruto stepped in from the other side. Red robe, gold trim, hands folded behind his back. Blindfold on. The crowd hushed. Neji studied him. Genma the proctor raised his arm. "Begin." Neji did not move yet. He spoke first. "Hyuga were like that. You come into this arena with a blindfold on," he said. "You are a genin who graduated by accident. You are an orphan who was given a forehead protector by a kindly teacher. You are a man pretending. This is not your hour, Naruto Uzumaki. This is your defeat. Fate wrote it before you were born." The stand stirred. Naruto stood very still. Then he laughed. It was a small laugh. It was not loud. It was not bitter. It was the laugh of a man who had watched fate eat its own words across 1,000 years and was still, after all of it, amused by the courage of small men to use the word. Neji's eye twitched. "Fate," said Naruto. "How?" He pointed at Neji. "Jin erased that concept from his kingdom before you were a thought, Hyuga. Come, show Jin what your branded forehead can do." Neji's calm cracked. He moved 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He came in at full speed. A flurry of hands, each strike aimed at a chakra point, each strike timed to seal a point and shut down the opponent's chakra system one tap at a time. 2 strikes, 4 strikes, 8 strikes, 16, 32, 64. Each strike landed on Naruto. Each strike landed on a body that was, to Neji's growing astonishment, just there. The blindfolded boy did not dodge. He did not block. He simply stood and absorbed, and as he absorbed, his stance shifted, and the chakra Neji was driving into him went somewhere it should not have gone. It went back. Chi-Yu, defense form, Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. Neji hit the 64th palm. He felt it hit. He felt it bounce. He felt his own chakra, 64 points of it, threaded into his strikes, weaponized, his to control, turn around and run back along his own arms. His coils flooded, his hands locked. He stumbled back. The arena saw a thing it had not expected to see. The prodigy of the Hyuga, who had not lost a sparring match in 3 years, staggered after his own attack. Neji set his teeth. He launched the 8 trigrams heavenly spin, rotation. Chakra pushed out of every tenketsu on his body, a spinning dome of energy, the ultimate Hyuga defense. No one passed through it. No technique survived contact with it. The arena saw a small storm of chakra erupt where Naruto had stood. Naruto did not step back from the rotation. He stepped into it. He walked toward the spinning dome with his hands folded behind his back. The audience held its breath. Naruto reached out with both arms. He laid his palms against the rotation. The rotation, on contact with his redirection, did not stop. It absorbed his touch and tried to push him out. He tightened his stance. He fed the spin's force back along its own axis. Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace, at scale, at full chakra contact, with all his weight and all his understanding behind it, the rotation began to wobble. Inside it, Neji felt his own technique start to fight him. The chakra that was his, that he was pouring out at every angle, was being told by something on the outside to come back. The dome hesitated, the dome buckled, the spin reversed. For one terrible moment, Neji's rotation was spinning against him. His own chakra crashed back into his coils. The dome collapsed. He fell to one knee, gasping. Every chakra point in his body lit up like a small fire. He was not finished. He still had techniques. He had pride. He had fate. He launched himself off the ground in a final lunge. 8 trigrams empty palm, a chakra pulse strike at range, the move he had used to break a man's heart from across a room. Naruto turned at the waist. He raised his right leg. Chiyu, halberd form, white tiger crescent moon, a single curving kick, heel led. The arc cut across the empty palm in mid-flight. The crescent split the chakra pulse in half, scattered the 2 halves harmlessly past Naruto's shoulders, and continued through into Neiji's defensive stance. Neiji's guard broke. Neji went airborne. He flew across the arena. He hit the wall. He slid down. He landed on his side in the dust. The arena was very still. Naruto walked toward him. He stopped 2 paces from where Neji lay. He looked down. He pointed once. "A king chooses his own path," he said. "So does every person who decides to stand up. Remember that, Hyuga. Fate is a cage built by men who lost the courage to climb out. Yours is no different. Climb." Neji breathed. He had air. He could stand. He did not stand. He looked up at the small boy through the blindfold, and something inside him, a small thing that had been wedged at the back of his throat since he was 4 years old, since the day his uncle's seal had been put on his forehead, since the day his father had been sent to die in his uncle's place. Something inside Neji Hyuga came loose. He had been told all his life that fate had locked him in a branch family. A boy blindfold had just told him the lock could be picked. He did not know yet whether to believe it, but he would think about it for the rest of his life. Genma raised his arm. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. The arena did not at first react. The arena did not know how. The arena had come to see a Hyuga prodigy fight a blindfolded clown, and the arena had instead watched a small emperor unmake a prodigy with a martial art none of them had ever seen. Then the applause came. It came slow and built fast. It became loud. It became, by the end, the loudest applause of the day. Naruto did not bow. A king does not bow. He folded his hands behind his back. He turned. He walked back to the tunnel. In the Hokage's box, Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed into his sleeve. Beside him, the Kazekage, who was not, the boy had already noticed days ago. Actually, the Kazekage at all, watched the small emperor walk off the field and tightened his hand on the arm of his chair. The plan was about to begin. It would not survive contact with what was walking off the arena floor. The invasion came halfway through Sasuke's match. Feathers fell from the ceiling. A genjutsu meant to put the entire stadium to sleep at once, so that the forces of sound and sand could move on a sleeping Konoha. The genjutsu rolled across the audience like a soft wind. Civilians began to nod. Genin fought it off. Jonin shrugged it off. In the stand, Sakura raised a hand to dispel. In the box, the false Kazekage rose and put a kunai to the Hokage's throat. In the arena, Sasuke and Gaara had been about to clash. In the tunnel, Naruto opened his eyes. He had been resting against the wall, blindfold on, hands folded behind his back. He had been waiting because he had felt the thing coming for 2 days and chosen not to stop it. An empire that does not let its enemies show their hand learns nothing. Better to let the snake strike. Better to see who held the knife. He stood. He walked out into the arena. He pointed at the sky. How? A barrier of chakra slammed up around the Hokage's box. Orochimaru's barrier, a 4-walled prison meant to keep the Hokage trapped with him. Sound Nin began to move. Sand Nine began to move. The Sand Daimyo, who knew nothing about any of it, began to scream. In the arena, Gaara dropped to his knees. Gaara was transforming. The seal on his tanuki was breaking. The chakra of Shukaku Ichibi, the one tail, was pouring out of his small body. Sand was rising around him in a shape with claws, a shape with a long tail, a shape with hollow eyes. Sasuke moved toward him with a Chidori half-formed. "Sasuke," said Naruto, without raising his voice. "Stop!" Sasuke stopped. The Chidori sputtered and went out. Naruto stepped past him. He stepped past Gaara's growing form. He stepped through the rising sand without slowing. The sand parted in front of him because the sand had a small old animal mind, and that mind, even buried under Shukaku, knew when to make room. He came to the center of the arena. He turned slowly. He looked at the Hokage's box, where Orochimaru held Hiruzen. He looked at the rooftops, where Sound Jonin were dropping in. He looked at the sand around Gaara, now nearly 20 meters high. He breathed in. He raised his hands. He laid them, palms in, against his chest. He bowed his head. He spoke. Subjects. The word carried. It carried through the stadium. It carried through the genjutsu. It carried through the chakra static of two armies trying to break a city. Konoha is Jin's province. The men in the air today are foreign. Defend yourselves. Jin will handle the leadership. He raised his head. He pointed, one finger, at Gaara. You first. Then he pointed at the Hokage box. You second. He moved. The first move went toward Gaara. The second move would go toward Orochimaru. The sound jonin on the rooftops, the four who held the corners of the barrier around Hiruzen, were dead within 60 seconds. But that part of the story is not being told here because it was not Naruto who killed them. Hiruzen and his Anbu did, and they did it because the small emperor in the arena had given them the second they needed to remember they were the hidden leaf. That part of the story belongs to the old man. The first move went toward Gaara. Shukaku had emerged, the full form. 20 meters of sand and madness. Yellow stars for eyes. A grin of 100 teeth. A laugh that shook the stadium walls. Gaara was inside it, sealed in the chest of his own demon, screaming into the chakra of the tanuki he had carried his whole life. The thing roared. Naruto walked toward it. He did not bring out a clone. He did not call out a summon. He did not take off the blindfold yet. He stopped 20 paces from the tanuki's foot. He pointed up at its eyes. Brother, he said. Inside the tanuki, Gaara heard, brother, listen. Shukaku's tail lashed. The tail came down at Naruto. The tail was the size of a small house. Naruto raised both arms. Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. The tail hit. The redirection took it. The tail was sent back along its own arc and came back into Shukaku's own ribs. The tanuki staggered. Brother, said Naruto, your beast is loud. You have heard nothing else for 10 years. Today, hear Jin. Shukaku roared. The roar tore the genjutsu out of the stadium walls. The civilians who had been asleep woke up. They sat up in confusion. They saw the tanuki. They began to scream. Naruto lifted his head. He spoke louder. Gaara of the sand, you asked Jin to silence your beast. Did you mean it? Inside the tanuki, Gaara stopped screaming. A small voice answered. It was a voice that had not been a child's voice in many years. It was a child's voice now for the first time. Yes, how? Naruto reached up. He touched the edge of his blindfold. He did not take it off. He pushed it up slightly, just enough that one eye was uncovered. One eye, brilliant blue, older than the body. The chi sight active. He saw Shukaku's chakra. He saw the seal on Gaara's chest as a bright knot in the dark. He saw the place to strike. He moved. He was on the tanuki's foot before the foot could lift. He was on the tanuki's leg before the leg could shake him off. He was on the tanuki's chest before the tanuki had finished its next roar. He laid his hand on the spot above the bright knot of seal. He used the Mount Tai Dragon Claw. 5 fingers driven into the chakra point that ran the seal. The seal flared. Gaara spilled out of the chest of the tanuki onto the sand. The tanuki, with its host on the outside, lost its shape. The sand collapsed in on itself in a slow rolling thunder, falling back into a mountain of nothing. Naruto rode the collapsing sand down to the arena floor. He landed on his feet. He walked over to where Gaara lay gasping. He knelt. He put one hand on Gaara's forehead. He did not seal Shukaku away. He did not have the seal craft to do that yet, in this body. He simply pushed back at the tanuki's chakra with the ancient pressure of his own presence. He told Shukaku, with no words, that Gaara was Jin's now. Shukaku, who had ridden the sand prince like a horse for 10 years, recognized the same pressure that had made Kurama bow. Shukaku, in the new dark of Gaara's mind, stopped laughing. Shukaku, for the first time in centuries, sat down inside his cage. Gaara opened his eyes. He stared up at Naruto. He did not cry. Gaara had not cried in many years, and he would not start today. But his face changed. The hollow look went out of his eyes. Something behind his eyes, a small thing, a child's thing, looked out into the world and saw, perhaps for the first time, a face that was not asking him to kill. Naruto pulled the blindfold back down. How? He said. Rest, brother. Jin has more work. Gaara closed his eyes. He slept. He had not slept in nearly a decade. He slept now, on the sand of an arena floor, while a small emperor stood up off his chest and turned to the Hokage's box. Naruto pointed. Now! He moved. He crossed the stadium in 3 jumps. He did not need to break the barrier around the Hokage's box. The barrier had been broken by the time he got there. Hiruzen had broken it, broken the 4 sound jonin, broken Orochimaru's right hand on his own sword. The old man was bleeding. The old man was on his knees. The old man had used the Reaper Death Seal halfway and then stopped. He had stopped because the boy he had been keeping a file on was on the roof. Naruto landed beside the Hokage. He did not look at him. He looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who had bitten through his own forearm to drop his own sword. Kusanagi, in a desperation move, stood across the rooftop with his snake-pale skin slick with sweat. His right arm hung at his side, the wrist broken yet again. Hiruzen's last good blow. He saw the blindfolded boy and his face went a color it had never been. You. How? Said Naruto. You. You said run. Jin said run. You did not run. You cannot kill me, Uzumaki. Jin told you. When Jin is older, when Jin's empire is built, Jin will come for you. You have made the journey early. Jin will adjust the schedule. He stepped forward. Hiruzen reached out and touched his sleeve. Wait, Naruto. Naruto turned his head. The old Hokage was on his knees. His face was gray. His chest was a wreck. He had used too much of himself. How, Hokage? Speak. Don't kill him here, Hiruzen said. He was breathing hard. If he dies, his network, we lose intelligence we will need. Cripple him. Send him home. We will use him later. Naruto considered the old man. He considered the wisdom in the bleeding eyes. The old man, even on his knees, was thinking 3 moves ahead. He was thinking like a Hokage. Naruto inclined his head a fraction. How? The Hokage has spoken. Jin will defer. He turned back to Orochimaru. He inhaled. He exhaled. A single tortoise ripple, tighter than any he had ever fired. He aimed it not at Orochimaru's throat or hand or chest, but at the curse mark source, the chakra crux on the back of Orochimaru's neck, where the man's sealcraft had fed 1,000 marks into his disciples. The ripple struck. Orochimaru's shoulders went limp. He could not cast a curse mark for a full year after that day. Every disciple he tried to mark in that year would have a mark that did not take. Anko Midarashi's old curse seal would, that night, fade 2 shades. It was a small thing. It mattered. Run, said Naruto. Orochimaru ran. He fled along the rooftops. He fled through his own escape jutsu. He fled for the 3rd time in his life from the same boy. Naruto turned back to Hiruzen. He knelt. He put one hand under the old Hokage's elbow and helped him sit. You have done enough, old man. You called me old man. How? Better than regional administrator, I suppose. How? Hiruzen laughed weakly. He coughed. There was blood in the cough. Naruto put one hand on his chest. A small pulse of chakra. The cough eased. The chests inside knit a fraction. You will live, said Naruto. You will not lead much longer. Begin the search for the 5th. Hiruzen looked at him for a long time. Tsunade, he said. How? Jin will send Jiraiya. The succession will be in order. Hiruzen's eyes filled. Just a little. He was a man who had sat in this office for many years. He had seen many young soldiers. He had buried many of them. He had not, until this afternoon, been sat down on his own roof by one of them. He laid his hand on Naruto's wrist. Thank you, Naruto. How? Naruto stood. He walked to the edge of the roof. He looked out at the stadium. The invasion was breaking. With Shikaku gone, the sand had no spearhead. With the Sound Jonin dead, Orochimaru had no command. With the Hokage alive, Konoha had no panic. The tide was going back out as fast as it had come in. He pointed once at the horizon, where the last of the Sound were retreating. This was their warning, he said. To no one in particular, the wind moved his red robe. Below him, in the arena floor, Gaara of the Sand slept on the warm sand and dreamed, perhaps, of a sky that was not full of teeth. The first siege of Konoha during Naruto's lifetime ended at sunset. He went home and slept for 10 hours. He slept very well. The Sannin retrieval mission came 2 months later. Hiruzen had stepped down from his post. Not died, the boy had seen to that, but stepped down to let the new Hokage take the chair. Tsunade was found in a casino in Tanzaku town, in the company of debt and bad decisions, and she was brought home by a toad sage and a small boy in a red robe. Tsunade had laughed at the small boy the first time she saw him. This is the kid? She had said to Jiraiya. The one you keep writing me about? How? Naruto had said before Jiraiya could answer. Tsunade had looked at him. She had stopped laughing. She had not believed in much in many years. She had stopped believing in the will of fire when her brother died. She had stopped believing in the Hokage seat when her lover died. She had been drinking for a decade. because the world was a place that took things and gave nothing back. The boy in front of her was, in some way she could not place, a thing the world had given back. She drank less in his presence. She did not know why. She came home with him to take the hat. She took the hat. Konoha had a fifth Hokage by autumn. Then Sasuke ran. He ran at night. He left a single note on a bench outside the village gate. Sakura found him at the bench, because Sakura was, for all her flaws and all the work she still had ahead of her, the kind of girl who, when she suspected the boy she loved was about to do something terrible, sat at the bench by the road he would have to walk. She begged him. He thanked her. He laid her down on the bench softly. He walked out the gate. He met the sound four in the trees. The curse mark was no longer a curse he carried, because Naruto had broken Orochimaru's marking hand at the Forest of Death. But Sasuke did not know that the path he was running down had a wall at the end of it. Sasuke had been running toward Itachi for so long that he could not see the wall. He could only see the man he wanted to kill. He took the pill the Sound Four offered him. He did not need a curse mark to feel the rage. He had carried that rage since he was 8 years old. He let it rise. He let it eat. He went with them into the night. Sakura ran to the Hokage Tower in tears. Tsunade, who had only had the hat for 6 weeks, swore. Naruto was already at the gate. He had felt it. He had felt Sasuke walk past the gate. Because Sasuke was Jin's subject, and a king feels it when one of his subjects walks the wrong way, he did not call a retrieval team. He did not gather the Konoha 11. He did not tell anyone where he was going. He walked out the gate. He pointed once down the road. "How?" he said soft. "Subject, come back with Jin or come back over Jin." Then he ran without hurrying. A man does not hurry to catch his subject. A man arrives. He was a small red flame on the forest road, blindfolded, hands folded behind his back, moving in long, even strides that ate distance the way a tide eats sand. He passed the Sound Four in the second hour. He did not engage them. He let the Konoha 11 catch them up later. Shikamaru, Kiba, Neji, Choji, Lee, Tenten, the rest. They would handle the four. They would have hard fights. They would survive. Some of those fights would be told about in their own stories. That was their work, and a king does not steal his subjects' line story. His work was further down the road. His work was a boy in black clothing with hatred for a brother in his throat, running toward a snake that had already lost its hand. His work was at the Valley of the End. He came over the rise of trees in the early morning. The valley spread below him. A long ravine cut by an old river. 2 giant statues facing each other across the falls, Madara Uchiha on one side, Hashirama Senju on the other. The great rivalry of the founders of the Hidden Leaf, carved into stone, watching the water move forever between them. It was a place where 2 men had decided history. It was the right place. A king understood symmetry. Naruto walked down the cliff path. Sasuke was already on the river. He stood on the surface of the water at the foot of the falls. Mist rose around him from the spray. His Sharingan was active. The curse mark, quiet for months now, was alive on his neck. Not Orochimaru's mark, broken in the forest, but a smaller residual thing, a darkness the boy had cultivated himself, fed on grief and obsession. He turned slowly. He had felt Naruto come. "You should not be here, Naruto." "How?" said Naruto. He stepped onto the water. "You should not be here either. Yet here we are. Move." Jin does not move for subjects. Subjects move for Jin. You know this. Sasuke laughed. The laugh was hollow and flat and did not reach his eyes. "I am not your subject. You have been Jin's subject since the bell test. Jin claimed you the day Jin took the bells off your sensei. You did not have to accept. Jin did not require it. The claim was made. I am going to my brother. How? Jin knows. You are going to stop me. How? Jin is going to stop you. Why? The single word came out of Sasuke half shouted, and there was, under it, all the 13-year-old boy carries when he has been carrying his clan's death since he was 8. Naruto stood on the water across from him. The mist rose between them. Because you seek power in the dark, Sasuke. Jin has walked the dark. Jin built his throne at the end of it, and Jin will tell you what is waiting for you there. Tell me then, tell me what's waiting. More dark. A man eating his own children. A brother who will not give you what you want even when you take his life. Years of running. A grave dug for one. Jin has seen the path. Jin will not allow a subject of his to walk it alone. Get out of my way. No. Sasuke moved. He was fast. He had been training with Kakashi, with Jiraiya for 3 nights, with himself in the dark. He came across the water at the speed of a Chidori loaded behind him, and he came intending to kill. Naruto met him. The first exchange was fast. Sasuke's strikes hit air. Naruto turned at the waist, took a kick along the line of one forearm, redirected it down through the water. He did not attack. He waited. Sasuke leaped back, panting. He drew through hand seals, his hand filled with lightning, Chidori. He came in for the heart shot. Naruto stepped sideways. He took the Chidori past his ribs by half an inch. He raised one hand and laid 2 fingers on Sasuke's wrist. Mount-Tai Dragon Claw. Light. Half force. The wrist did not break. The grip went out. The Chidori in Sasuke's palm shorted, fizzed, and went out. Sasuke staggered back. Naruto lowered his hand. Stop, Sasuke. Walk back with Jin. Itachi will not move while Jin is alive. The end of your hate will come at a time of Jin's choosing, and it will be cleaner than this. No. The curse mark surged. It moved across Sasuke's skin in a black tide. It crossed his neck, his shoulder, his arm, his chest. It reached his face. He gritted his teeth. He fought it. He fought it the wrong way. He fought it by feeding it. The mark broke its first level and reached its second. Curse mark level 2. The boy's skin went slate gray. Black star patterns crawled across his face. His Sharingan deepened to 3 Toma with red blood at the edges. His hair grew. Wings, black, leathery, folded once, sprouted and unfurled from his back. The water under him rippled out in a wide wave. The 2 stone founders of Konoha shed dust from their faces. He was, in this moment, a child wearing a demon over a wound. He raised his hand. A black Chidori formed. It was longer than the white one. It crackled wrong. It hummed with an octave the human ear is not meant to hear. He charged. You're just a blind fool. I'll kill you. Naruto stood very still on the water. He breathed in. He breathed out. Slowly, with the small care of a man who has decided to do a hard thing, he reached up. His fingers touched the edge of the blindfold. He paused. He spoke. His voice was soft. It carried over the water as if the water had lifted it. Jin wears this, he said, because the pain of others is Jin's curse. Every wound Jin sees, Jin feels. Every injury on your body will open itself on Jin's. To look at you in a real fight is to bleed for every hit you take. Sasuke was running. Naruto did not move. But to guide Jin's people, Jin must see their pain. He untied the blindfold. It fell. The cloth dropped from his face, slid down his shoulder, and floated down to the water at his feet. The gold thread embroidery caught the morning sun for one moment and was gone. The eyes underneath were brilliant blue. They were ancient. They were a child's eyes set in a child's face, and they were also the eyes of a man who had stood on a parapet 1,000 years ago and watched a war end. The chi sight came online. The valley of the end filled, in his vision, with stars. Every chakra point in Sasuke's body lit up. Every channel running through the curse mark shape glowed. The mark itself was a black knot, a crux, at the joint of Sasuke's neck and shoulder. Naruto saw the place to strike. He moved. Sasuke's black Chidori met Naruto's open palm above the water. The lightning crashed against Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. The redirection caught it. The redirection did not this time send it back. It absorbed it. It stored it. Naruto took the dark electricity into his arm, into his shoulder, into his chest, and he held it there. He let his coils carry the current. He let Kurama, in the back of his mind, take some of it. Brat, Kurama growled. Warn me before you do that. How? Said Naruto between his teeth. Warning. He took the rest of the Chidori in. His arm, where the lightning had hit, opened up in a long dark line of burned skin. Sasuke's arm, at the same instant, opened up in the same line. The mirror touch ran the other way too. Naruto's wounds matched Sasuke's, but Sasuke had bled, because the Chidori had reflected back along the connection of an unfinished move, and Naruto was now bleeding because he had absorbed it. Sasuke landed on the water and stared. Why? He hissed. Are you bleeding? Naruto looked at him through the open eyes for the first time. Because your pain is Jin's pain. He stepped forward. Sasuke screamed and threw himself at him. Punch. Naruto turned the punch. The skin on the back of Naruto's hand split as Sasuke's knuckles split on Naruto's redirection. Both bled. Kick. Naruto took the kick along his thigh. The bruise on Naruto's thigh purpled at the same instant the bruise on Sasuke's shin came up. A volley of fire jutsu, great fireball. Naruto exhaled a tortoise ripple and choked it half dead, but the heat reached him. His cheek blistered. Sasuke's cheek blistered. Sasuke fell back, panting, eyes wild. He had never seen a fight like this. He had never been in a fight like this. He had been told all his life that strength was the thing that lasted, and pain was the thing strong men inflicted on weaker men. He had been told that being a strong shinobi meant you did not feel the pain you gave. Across the water from him, a boy with brilliant blue eyes was bleeding for every hit. The thing that broke in Sasuke at that moment was not a thing he could name. It was a small thing. He did not understand it. It would take him a long time to understand it, but he could not stop. He was inside the curse mark level 2 now. The mark ate his thinking. It told him to win, and it told him to win the wrong way, and the part of him that knew it was the wrong way was small and afraid. He charged again, a second Chidori, bigger. Naruto held both arms forward. He absorbed, he stored, he bled. His own forearms tore open in 3 places. Sasuke's forearms tore open in 3 places. Both of them were on the water now, in a spreading red. Sasuke screamed and threw a kick at Naruto's head. Naruto tilted under it. Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace redirected the kick down through the water, sent the wave skipping out across the falls. Sasuke's ankle twisted from his own redirected force. Naruto's ankle twisted at the same moment. Both of them limped now. Sasuke's wing came around, the right one, sweeping for Naruto's face. Naruto raised one arm. The wing's edge cut across his forearm. Both of them bled along the same line. Naruto's vision was beginning to gray at the edges. He did not slow. In the back of his mind, in the long cathedral where Kurama lived behind the gate that had not been closed in years, the fox watched. Kurama had watched many Jinchuriki die. He had watched many of them lose to themselves before they ever lost to an enemy. He had watched Mito and Kushina struggle. He had watched Naruto's mother bleed out on a rock with him roaring above her and the little boy who would carry him weeping in the cold. He had not watched, until this morning, his host fight while bleeding for his enemy. Mirror touch, the old curse the boy had carried since birth, the thing that made him wear the cloth. The thing Kurama had, for a long time, written off as a weakness. He saw it now for what it was. It was the price the boy had decided, 10 lifetimes ago and again in this one, to pay for the kind of king he was. Kurama, against every instinct he had ever owned, felt his chakra warm. He fed it. He fed Naruto's chakra he had never given a host. He gave it without being asked. He gave it without making a deal. He gave it because the small emperor in the red robe had taken his 8th wound and was still standing, and Kurama, who was old enough to know all when he saw it, would not have his emperor fall on a river while a fox watched from a cage. Take it, brat. Take all of it. And win. How? The chakra rose. Naruto raised both arms. A red light bloomed at his shoulders. It crawled out from beneath his skin and over his shoulders. It hardened along his upper arms. It set in the open air, in plates and spikes and shapes that no one in the Valley of the End had ever seen. Golden, crimson, imperial, the almighty spalders of the first emperor. The chakra armor extended down both arms in patterns older than the hidden villages. Dragon claw etchings on the forearm. Phoenix feathers along the shoulder. Tiger stripes across the chest plate. Tortoise shell at the back. The 5 forms of the Chiyu arts written into the armor as if the armor itself were a proof. A long curve of red and gold light formed in his open right hand. It elongated, it set, it became a sword. The Shi Huang Gujian. The emperor's sword, the blade he had carried in the first life, made now from the chakra of a fox who was, at this moment, choosing to be a forge. Naruto stood on the water of the Valley of the End in armor of fire and a sword of light. His body was streaked with blood. His face was streaked with blood. His shoulders still wept where Sasuke's wing had cut him. The mirror touch was still on. He was bleeding from wounds that were not his, and he was bleeding from wounds that were his, and he was bleeding because that was what he had chosen to do. He looked at Sasuke. His blue eyes burned. "A king bears the suffering of his kingdom," he roared, and his voice carried across the falls and up the cliffs and shook the dust off the stone faces of Madara and Hashirama. He charged. He moved at a speed the curse mark level 2 could not match. The water under his feet did not even ripple. He came in low. His sword came up. Sasuke loaded everything into a final black chidori, a monstrous one, bigger than his arm. He ran to meet Naruto. They closed. Naruto did not strike with the sword. He raised his right leg. He pivoted. He used the sword as a focus, a banner, a thing held up to draw the eye of the world to where the strike was about to come from. Then he kicked. Chi-Yu, halberd form, white tiger crescent moon amplified. Kurama's chakra ran from his hip down his thigh into his shin and out through his heel. The kick came around with the curve of a moon and the speed of a falling sky. The crescent was no longer the size of a kick. The crescent was the size of the river. It split the air. It split the mist. It split the black chidori in half on its way through. It cut into the curse mark level 2 at the chakra crux on Sasuke's neck where the second level mark fed the wings. The mark flared. It cracked. It came apart. The black star patterns on Sasuke's body fractured at the edges and lifted off his skin like ash. The wings sloughed off in pieces. The Sharingan dimmed from the bloody 3 Tomoe to the standard 3. The slate gray skin of the second level peeled off and left. Beneath it, the small 13-year-old boy. The kick had not been aimed to kill. It had been aimed at the mark. The mark was gone. Sasuke went flying. He skipped across the water once, twice, 3 times. He struck the cliff at the foot of Madara Uchiha's stone face. He slid down the cliff into the shallow water at the base. He lay there. He was unconscious. He was breathing. He was, after a long time, free of 2 curses. The almighty spalders flickered. The Shi Huang Gojan dimmed. The chakra armor sloughed off Naruto's shoulders in slow petals of red light. The sword in his hand became smoke and was gone. He was a small boy in a torn red robe again. He was streaked in blood from his face to his ankles. He stood for one long moment on the water. Then he walked to where his blindfold floated. He bent down. He picked it up. The water had not soaked it through. Old fabric, old thread. He squeezed the water out of it. He raised it to his eyes. He tied it back on. He turned. He walked, limping, to where Sasuke lay. He knelt down beside him. He looked at the boy who was now, for the first time since the night his clan had died, sleeping without a weight on his shoulder. The mirror touch had been on the entire fight. The wounds that were not his would, for a few hours, still ache as if they were. He set Sasuke's head on his own knee. He breathed in. He breathed out. He closed his eyes under the blindfold for one moment. He spoke. Friend. That was all. He did not say it loudly. He did not say it for an audience. There was no audience. The cliffs of the Valley of the End did not need an audience. It was a verdict. It was a name. It was the highest thing Jin had ever given Sasuke Uchiha, and Sasuke, asleep on his knee, did not know yet that it had been given. He would learn later. Then Naruto fell forward, slow, very slow, and lay on the wet stone beside the unconscious Uchiha, and his blood mixed with Sasuke's blood on the rocks of the Valley of the End. And the sun came up over the falls and lit the 2 of them like a painting. Far above, on the rim of the valley, the silver hair of a jonin appeared. Kakashi Hatake stood at the cliff's edge. He had been running for 2 days. He had made up the time as best he could. He had arrived too late for the fight and exactly on time for the picture. He saw the 2 boys at the foot of the falls. He saw the blood. He saw the blindfold tied back on. He saw the small figure curled around his teammate. He stood on the cliff for a long time. He did not move. He pressed one hand to the headband over his Sharingan. He took a long breath. He let it out. "What is this, kid?" he said to no one, in a voice he had used 100 times when he had been in his own heart, and now used only for one student. The wind did not answer him. He went down to retrieve them. The story of the Valley of the End spread fast. Not all at once. The villages do not move that fast, but it spread. A Jonin had come back carrying 2 Genin who looked like they had crawled out of a war. One of them was the Uchiha last son, alive, breathing, the curse mark on his neck visibly cracked and dead. The other was the orphan in the red robe, whose blood loss was, by any standard, fatal, and who was somehow still alive, because Tsunade Senju, the new Hokage, had set her hand on his chest the moment he came through the gate and had not lifted it for 16 straight hours. She had wept while she healed him. She had not wept since her brother died. She had not wept since her lover died. She wept now, over a small emperor with whisker marks and a torn red robe, because the boy in front of her had come back from a fight he had walked into for the sake of a teammate who did not deserve him yet, and because she had begun, in her 2 months as Hokage, to understand what was sitting in her village. When he opened his eyes, 3 days later, in the hospital, blindfold removed in sleep, she met those brilliant blue eyes for the first time, and her hand on his shoulder tightened. "Tsunade," he said. "Yes." "How long?" "3 days." "How?" He closed his eyes for a moment. He opened them. "Sasuke." "He woke up yesterday. He has not spoken." Naruto turned his head. The blindfold was on the table beside his bed. He reached for it without looking. His fingers found it. He raised it. He tied it on with hands that knew the knot. "Bring him to Jin." "Naruto." "How?" "Please." Tsunade swallowed. "Okay." She brought Sasuke in. He stood in the doorway in a hospital gown. His arm was in a sling. His neck was bandaged where the curse mark had been. His Sharingan was off. His eyes were the eyes of a 13-year-old boy. He looked at Naruto. He did not speak. He came to the side of the bed. He sat down on the chair. He was silent for a long time. Then his shoulders began to shake. Sasuke Uchiha had not cried since the night his clan died. Sasuke Uchiha had decided that night that he would not cry until he stood over his brother's body. Sasuke Uchiha was, at this moment, breaking that decision because he had seen his own injuries appear on the body of the boy who had refused to let him walk into the dark. "You bled for me," he said low. "How?" "You," his throat caught. "You let me hit you. You let your own body get torn open to save me from a curse you had already broken once." "You." "How?" "Why?" Naruto's blindfold turned a small fraction toward him. "Because Jin is your king, and because Jin owes a friend more than a king owes a subject. Both debts ran on the same blood. The blood was paid. The debt is closed." Sasuke put his face in his good hand. He cried. He cried in a hospital room while a small boy in a bandage and a blindfold sat very still beside him and listened to a boy his own age cry for the first time in 5 years. After a long time, Sasuke lowered his hand. "I am not running again." "How?" "Itachi will wait." "How?" "He will. Jin has decided when he meets your hand. It is not yet." Sasuke nodded. He did not say anything else. He sat in the chair until Naruto fell asleep. He did not leave until the sun set. When he walked out of the hospital that night, Sasuke Uchiha was a boy who had finally, for the first time since he was 8, let someone stand between him and the dark. Across the village, in his small one-room office in the Hokage Tower, a retired old man named Hiruzen Sarutobi sat with a cup of tea and a thin smile. He had heard the rumors of the Valley of the End. He had heard, in greater detail, what the boy had done. He had heard about the armor of fire and the sword of light and the kick that had cracked a curse mark. He set down his tea. He looked at the photo on his desk, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, on their wedding day, laughing. "You see this, Minato?" The photo did not answer. "Of course you do," he sipped. "Your boy is something else, my friend." He let himself laugh, alone in his small office, until his shoulders shook. Outside his window, the sun went down on the village of the Hidden Leaf, on Konoha, on the small province of an empire that had begun to rebuild itself in a new world, on the boy who had come back to it, bandaged and bloody and alive. Far above the village, a fox in a cage rolled onto his back, stretched, and made a sound that, for the first time in 9,000 years, could almost have been called a purr. "How, brat?" Kurama said into the dark. In the hospital bed, the small emperor smiled in his sleep. The first part of his second reign was finished. The throne was wherever Jin stood, and Jin, for now, stood here. Far above the village, a fox in a cage rolled onto his back, stretched, and made a sound that, for the first time in 9,000 years, could almost have been called a purr. "How, brat?" Kurama said into the dark. In the hospital bed, the small emperor smiled in his sleep. The first part of his second reign was finished. The throne was wherever Jin stood, and Jin, for now, stood here. 2 years later, in a stone room 2 countries away, a man with orange hair and rings on his fingers was reading a list of names. He had been reading the same list for 2 years. He read it the way a stonemason reads a wall before he agrees to break it. The names were short. There were 9 of them. 9-tailed beasts. 9 targets. 9 extractions to complete the long plan. A man in an orange spiral mask had laid out at the founding of the Akatsuki, 8 of the names had marks beside them. 8 men were already on assignment for 8 of the names. Some of those men had set out. Some of them were still preparing. 2 of them, the Toad Sage's old students Kakuzu and Hidan, were arguing in the next room about who got to take the 2 tails first. The 9th name had no mark beside it. The 9th name had been the first one written. Before the others. Before the Akatsuki was even called the Akatsuki, the man with the rings remembered writing it. He had written it in his own hand. He had then drawn a single line under it and waited. He had been waiting for 2 years. The 9th name was Naruto Uzumaki. Below the name, in a column titled Disposition, the ledger said, pending, no volunteers. See note, the note attached to the back of the page was 3 sentences. Hoshigaki Kasame, on observation in Wave Country 2 years ago, reported the following. A child in a red robe broke an executioner's blade with a single counter swing. He claimed an entire country in the same afternoon. He is 6 years old. Recommendation, do not approach until further data is acquired. The man with the rings had read this note 10,000 times. He had also seen the more recent reports. The boy had grown. The boy had cracked an Uchiha curse seal at the bottom of a famous waterfall. The boy was, by the count of 3 different intelligence networks, the most well-defended target in any village in the known world. And the defense was not the village. The defense was the boy. A second figure entered the stone room. He was thin. He coughed into one fist. He moved with the slow care of a man whose lungs were filling up with the disease that would, in time, take him. Leader, said Itachi Uchiha. Itachi. You have been looking at that page again. How? Said the man with the rings, and then he stopped. He had heard a word he had not meant to use. He had read the boy's reports for 2 years. The word had crawled out of the page and into his mouth. He did not know yet that this was what the boy did to people who studied him. The studying was not one-sided. The boy did not have to be in the room to leave a mark on it. Send Hidan and Kakuzu to the 2 tails, Pain said. Send Deidara and Sasori to the 1 tail. Hold the others. Hold them all. We do not move on the 9 until we have the 8 in hand. And the 9. The man with the rings, Yahiko's body, Nagato's eyes, the 6 paths waiting at his back, looked up from the ledger. The Rinnegan in his eyes flickered. The 9, he said, comes last, or the 9 comes for us first. I am not yet sure which. Itachi was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, Leader? Yes, I have met him. The man with the rings turned his head a fraction. When? 3 weeks ago. He found me. I did not find him. And Itachi coughed once into his fist. He folded his fist down. He looked at the wall for a long second. He let me live, he said. That is not an answer. It is the answer, said Itachi. He let me live because killing me did not serve him yet. He told me when it would. He told me what he wanted from me before that day. He turned and he walked. Leader, he is not a Jinchuriki. He is the Jinchuriki, and the beast inside him is not the largest thing in the cage. The man with the rings closed the ledger. He did not write a mark beside the 9th name. He did not that day write any mark at all. Far away, in a hospital in the Hidden Leaf, a boy in a blindfold had finished a cup of tea and was, with a hand that still bore the faint scar of a black Chidori, pouring himself another. The first part of his second reign was finished. The second part had already begun. The hospital sheets had been changed 3 times the morning he opened his eyes. Tsunade had not left. She had not left for 16 hours and then for 16 more, and then for 2 solid weeks. She had healed soldiers in 3 wars. She had pulled men out of pyres where their lower halves were already gone. She had rebuilt an arm from a forearm in a prayer once in a tent outside Iwa, while the medic next to her was screaming at her to stop wasting chakra on a dead man. She had never, in all her years, set her hands on a body that bore another person's wounds. The mirror touch wrote in odd patterns on his skin. There was a long burn line across his right forearm where the black Chidori had gone in. There was a matching burn on his left forearm where the black Chidori had come out. There was a cut across his shoulder that mirrored a cut across Sasuke Uchiha's shoulder, almost to the millimeter. There were 3 small punctures along his ribs that should not have been there because no senbon had touched him on the river. There was a bruise on his right thigh in the shape of a heel strike no one had landed on him. There were others. There were many others. She cataloged them as she healed, and she stopped cataloging them by the third hour, and she just worked. Shizune came in twice with food. She took it away both times. She came in a third time with sake, and Tsunade looked at the sake for a long moment and shook her head once and went back to work. On the morning of the 15th day, a small voice said, "Tsunade." Her hand stopped. She had not heard him speak in 15 days. She had heard a great many voices in 15 days. Sakura crying in the corridor, Kakashi reading the entry log over a chair, Jiraiya saying nothing for an hour at a time, and then a sentence so short it could fit on a coin. But the boy himself had been silent. "Yes," she said. Her voice cracked. "How long?" 3 days. It was a lie. It had been 15. She did not know why she lied. He did not correct her. The blindfold was on the small bedside table. He raised one hand, the one she was not holding. His fingers found the cloth without looking. He drew it up. He tied it on with hands that knew the knot. Under, over, twice, settled. "Tea," he said. "Tea? How?" She sent Shizune for tea. When the cup came, he drank it slowly. His left hand shook. He did not seem to notice. He drank to the bottom and held the cup out, and Shizune refilled it, and he drank that one too, and on the third cup he set it down on the bedside table beside the blindfold. "Sasuke, he's down the hall. Bring him." Tsunade hesitated. She had been the Hokage for less than a year. She had been a grandmother in heart for longer than that. She wanted to say rest first. She wanted to say, "Let me hold your hand for 10 more minutes before you start governing again." She knew what would happen if she said it. He would say how in the voice he used when he was acknowledging that he had heard a request and would not be acting on it. And she would have to send for Sasuke anyway, and she would have lost 5 minutes of the only quiet she had been allowed with him. She sent for Sasuke. He came in standing. It was the first thing she noticed. He came in on his own feet, in a hospital gown that had been freshly changed, with his arm in a sling and a long bandage along the line of his neck where the curse seal had cracked apart. His eyes were dark. They were not the angry dark she had seen in his file. They were the dark of a boy who had not slept badly the night before for the first time he could remember. He sat down in the chair by Naruto's bed. He sat there for a long time without speaking. Tsunade left. She closed the door behind her. She stood in the corridor for 10 seconds, listening for nothing in particular, and then she walked down to her office and signed 3 forms she had been putting off and started signing more before she noticed she was crying onto the paperwork. She set the pen down. She got up. She walked to the window. She looked out at the village. In Naruto's room, Sasuke finally said, "I dreamed last night." "How?" "I have not dreamed in a year. The curse mark, when it was active, I did not dream. I just slept and woke up and something else slept inside me. Last night I dreamed about my mother." "How?" "I do not know what to do with this." The blindfold turned half a degree. "You sleep again, Uchiha. Then you wake. Then you breathe. Then you do the next thing. Jin has done this many mornings. It does not end. The next thing." "How?" "What is the next thing?" "You stay." Sasuke's good hand closed on the arm of the chair. "You can't decide that, Naruto." "How?" "Watch Jin." For a long moment, Sasuke just looked at him. Then he laughed. It was a small laugh, and it was the first laugh of his 13th year. And it sounded very strange coming out of his mouth because his mouth had not made that shape since he was 8. "Watch you," he said. "Fine, I'll stay. For now." "How? Itachi will wait?" "Itachi will meet Jin before he meets you. When Jin is finished with him, you will understand. Until then, you are staying." Sasuke looked at the cup on the bedside table. "You and that tea." "How?" "Pour me one." The blindfold tilted. It might have been a smile. It was hard to tell with the cloth on. The boy in the bed picked up the porcelain pot with his uninjured hand and poured a cup with the steady patience of a man who had poured tea in many courts. He held it out. Sasuke took it. He drank. In the corridor, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, who had been standing very still for the last 40 minutes with one hand pressed against the wall near the door, walked away on legs that did not entirely feel like his. He went up to the roof of the hospital. He sat on the edge. He took a flask from inside his vest. He did not drink from it. He held it. He was 60 years old. He had been the godfather of a boy whose father he had loved for a long time, and he had not been a godfather to that boy, because being a godfather had felt like being a man who would lose the boy too, and Jiraiya was not certain his heart had room for that loss after the others. He had read the wound map on Naruto's chart that morning. He had asked Tsunade 3 times if those wounds were really matched to Sasuke's wounds. She had told him 3 times that they were. He had stopped asking because asking again was a form of wishing it were not true. The boy had bled for someone else's fight. The boy had walked into the Valley of the End alone and had stood under a Chidori he could have dodged, because dodging would have meant his teammate ran on alone, and he had let his own arm open up to keep someone he had decided to keep. Jiraiya put the flask back in his vest. He looked up at the sky. "Minato, you absolute idiot!" The wind moved his hair. "Why?" he said more softly. "Did you make him better than you?" He sat there a long time. When he came down off the roof, he went straight to the records office and pulled every file the village kept on Naruto Uzumaki. He read them in his apartment that night with a single lamp on. He read the orphanage reports. He read the academy reports. He read Iruka Umino's neat shaky note from a long ago night in a forest. He read a transcript of a conversation between a 6-year-old and the 3rd Hokage that began with the words, "the 3rd Hokage." An administrator of some capability. He laughed twice. He cried once. In the morning, he walked to the hospital with a small, plain-bound book under his arm, a book he had been writing for 20 years and had never been able to finish, and a fresh notebook. He sat down in the chair Sasuke had vacated. He did not say anything for a moment. Then he said, "Brat, how? You're going to need a teacher, a real one, not Kakashi. He's good. He's not enough for what's coming. How? I'm going to be that teacher." The blindfold tilted toward him. Naruto considered this for a long second. He raised his cup. "How?" he said. "Acceptable." Jiraiya, who had been afraid for 2 days that the answer would be a polite "well, Jen has decided otherwise," exhaled through his nose. He did not show that he was relieved. He had not survived 3 wars by showing what he was feeling at a sickbed. 2.5 years, he said. "We start when you're cleared. We'll travel. I'll show you everything I know. And kid, when we're done, you're going to know everything I know." "How? You're not going to argue? You are the Toad Sage. Jin's father trusted you. Jin will not waste the inheritance." Jiraiya stared at him. He had not been called a father's trust to anyone's face in a very long time. He said, "Okay." He sat there for another minute. Then he said, "What was it like? Down at the valley?" The blindfold turned to the window. "Loud," said Naruto, then very quiet. "Jin would prefer the next one is shorter." "There won't be a next one if I do my job." "How? Try." He spent 2 more weeks in that hospital bed. By the end of the 2nd week, he was walking. By the end of the 3rd, he was on the training ground, blindfold on, performing the slow forms of the Chiyu arts on a body whose ribs had not entirely reknit. He performed the forms anyway. The arts had been built, in his first life, by men whose bodies had not entirely reknit. They had not waited then. In that same week, a villager, middle-aged, a butcher by trade, the same man who had spat at the foot of an alley wall when Naruto was 6, was crossing the market with 2 crates of meat on a hand cart. The boy in the red robe was walking the other way. The villager stopped. He stepped to the side. He moved his cart out of the way. He did not say anything. He did not look up. He stood at the side of the street with both hands on the cart handle and his eyes on the cobblestones. Naruto walked past him without slowing. The villager waited a long minute after the small footsteps had gone before he started moving the cart again. His hands were not entirely steady on the handle. He never spat in the boy's path again. Many men in that village would, over the next 2 years, perform their own private versions of that small step aside. None of them would speak about it. They did not need to. The village had begun, very softly, to be ashamed of 12 years of itself. The 3rd Hokage signed one final document the day he formally stepped down. It was a property deed. The Uchiha district, which had been empty since the night Itachi had emptied it, was reassigned. The deed said to Naruto Uzumaki, "In care, for use as he sees fit." There was no special citation. There did not need to be. Hiruzen Sarutobi was an old man making room, the only way he still could, for what was coming. When Naruto went to inspect the district 2 weeks later, He walked through it for an hour with his hands folded behind his back. He stopped in the central square. He stood there for a long time. Then he pointed once at a low building near the western wall and said to the small clerk attending him, "Begin there, a library. Build it deep. Jin will fill it." The clerk wrote it down. The library was built. It was filled. By the time Naruto Uzumaki left for his training trip with Jiraiya the Toad Sage, the central library of the Uchiha district held 3,000 scrolls of imperial writing in a hand that did not match anything currently in any village's archive, because the hand was a child's, and the writing was older than the village it sat inside. It would, in time, be one of the largest libraries in the world. For now, it was a beginning. A throne, after all, is built one stone at a time. The 2.5 years moved fast. The narrator of this account will not waste them. They were not training in the way most stories use the word. They were the slow construction of a man. The first month, Jiraiya tried to teach the boy the Rasengan. He tried in the way he had taught Minato, in the way Minato had been worth teaching. Water balloons, rubber balls, a long progression of failure with corrections. Naruto held the first water balloon. He felt the spin of the water inside it through the rubber. He felt the chakra he was supposed to mold the way a man feels the weight of something he is being asked to lift. He turned his hand over once. He let the water inside the balloon spiral the way he wanted it to spiral. The balloon burst. It was the first day. Jiraiya, who had given Minato 3 weeks for that step, said, "Try a rubber ball." The rubber ball burst on the second day. The shell formation step took an afternoon. By the end of the first month, Naruto had a complete, controlled Rasengan. He performed it in front of Jiraiya in the courtyard of the inn they were staying at in the land of hot water. He held it for 12 seconds. He let it fade. He looked at Jiraiya. "How?" he said. "It is a good knife. A knife." "How?" "Boy, that is the technique that ended a war." "How?" "So is a good knife. It is a tool. Jin will carry it. Jin will use it when Jin wants to put a hole in someone whose hole would not be put there by Chiyo. It will not be Jin's first reach. It will be on the wall. Do not be offended, Sage." Jiraiya considered being offended for a moment. He decided in the end not to be. The boy was right. That was what bothered him. The boy was always right. Jiraiya started writing more in his notebook after that. He had begun bringing a notebook to every training session, because the boy said things that he wanted to remember later, and that he was reasonably certain were going to be quoted in textbooks if anyone in the world had any idea what they were watching. In the 7th month, Jiraiya tried to teach him Sage Mode. He took him to Mount Myoboku. He introduced him to Fukasaku and Shima. The 2 old toads looked at the boy with the blindfold for a long second. Fukasaku said, "In the way old toads have, he has the chakra for it." "He has the chakra for a great deal," Shima said, "in the way old wives have. Boy, sit down on that rock and let me feed you." He sat down on the rock. He let her feed him. He ate everything she put in front of him without comment, including bugs that Jiraiya had specifically warned him about. Shima decided, on the spot, that she liked him. When Fukasaku began to explain the gathering of nature chakra, Naruto listened all the way through. He did not interrupt. He did not ask a single question. He sat with his hands folded on his knees and let the old toad finish. When Fukasaku was done, Naruto said, "Jin does not take power from the world, Sage. The world takes power from Jin." There was a long silence. Fukasaku looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who had been waiting for this, sighed and uncapped his notebook. "That is not how Sage Mode works, boy," said Fukasaku. "How? Jin is aware. Jin is saying that Jin will not learn it. It would multiply your strength by an order of magnitude." "How? Jin's strength does not require multiplying. Why not?" Naruto turned the blindfold toward the Toad Sage. "Because Jin has not yet found the bottom of it. Until Jin does not need outside reservoirs. When Jin finds the bottom, perhaps Jin will return to your mountain. Until then, Jin thanks you for the meal." He bowed his head an inch to Shima. He stood up. He walked off the mountain. Fukasaku stared after him. Then he turned to Jiraiya, who was still writing. "Jiraiya boy." "Yes." "What is that?" "I have been keeping a list. A list of things I have decided not to ask follow-up questions about." Fukasaku considered the small red figure walking down the mountain path. "Add this," he said. Already on it. The Biju was the next teacher. This was unexpected. Jiraiya did not know about it for some time. Naruto did not announce it. He did not announce things. He simply did them. In the quiet of certain nights, when Jiraiya was doing his own training or his own research at one bathhouse or another, the boy in the red robe sat in lotus on a flat rock by a stream, and his consciousness slid into the cathedral inside him. And he sat down across from a fox the size of a mountain. You wish to talk, Kurama said. How? Jin wishes to spar. You wish to spar with Jin. You will resist Jin. Jin will refine technique. You are aware that I am inside you. How? You are aware that any technique you use on me here is a technique you are using on your own seal. How? How then? They sparred in the inner cathedral for 2.5 years, most nights of the journey. They sparred without holding back, because Kurama had stopped holding back the morning after the valley, and because Naruto had never started. They fought through every form of Chi-Yu. Mount Tide Dragon Claw against tails the size of buildings. White Tiger Crescent Moon against jaws that could split mountains. Tortoise Ripple, and this was the great innovation of those years. Fired at a Biju's own chakra cruxes, finding the points where Kurama's strength bottlenecked, learning to hit those points with the kind of accuracy that, in the outside world, would let a man take a Biju down with a single exhale at the right angle. By the end of the second year, Naruto had identified the 11 primary cruxes of Kurama's body. By the end of the second year and a half, he had found the master crux, the one node from which all 11 derived their flow. It sat behind Kurama's heart. It was, in the language of the Chi-Yu arts, the imperial seat. He could put a tortoise ripple into it from 40 meters away, with his blindfold on, and stop Kurama in his tracks. The night he did it for the first time, Kurama actually staggered. He had not staggered since Madara's Sharingan in the Founding Age. He stood there in the cathedral with one paw raised and his breath caught in his throat, and he looked at the boy who had folded his hands behind his back like nothing had happened. And he made a sound that no one else in the world would ever hear, and that no record of him would ever describe. He laughed. It was a single hard chuckle. It came up out of his chest, and it was the laugh of an old creature who had finally, after a great long lifetime, been given a partner worth taking seriously. Brat, how? If you ever fire that into me in a real fight, I will bite your soul. How? Use it on someone who deserves it. How? I have a list. Add to it. Jin has Jin's own. Kurama added to the list. They compared lists. The lists overlapped substantially. The two of them sat in the cathedral by torchlight that did not need a torch, and reviewed names of men who would, in the next several years, have very bad days. It was the most satisfying training period of Naruto Uzumaki's second life. Outside the inner cathedral, in the actual world, Jiraiya taught him every seal he knew. Naruto absorbed sealcraft the way dry stone absorbs rain. The Uzumaki blood in him knew the work already. Jiraiya was, in many ways, simply showing him where his own ancestors had left their notes. He taught him the reverse summoning. He taught him the 8 trigram seal his father had used. He taught him barrier seals, suppression seals, the long quiet art of the explosive tag. And finally, on a night in a small fishing village in the land of Tea, he taught him the framework of the Reaper Death Seal. Naruto read the framework once. He set it aside. He did not perform it. He did not memorize it the way Jiraiya had memorized it. He absorbed the structure and did not draw it on paper. Jiraiya asked him why. It calls a god sage. Jin will not call a god to do work Jin can do. Jiraiya wrote it down. The boy grew. He grew a little anyway. He had never been going to be tall. The blood of the Uzumaki was not a tall blood, and the ancient soul inside him remembered being short in a body that men had still bowed to. By 15, he was the height of a small but serious adult man, and his shoulders had broadened, and his arms had taken on the carriage of someone who had been carrying weight for many years. His face had not changed. His face was still the face that had been pulled out of his mother's body. Round cheeks, whisker marks, the full mouth that almost smiled. The blindfold remained. The red robe remained. Karen Uzumaki, when she eventually saw him for the first time, would say he looks like a painting that decided to walk around, and she would not be wrong. In the second year of the trip, Konoha's letters reached Jiraiya at every checkpoint they passed. Tsunade wrote. Iruka wrote. Sakura wrote weekly, and her letters grew steadily more confident in tone. Because Sakura, who had been the third member of Team 7 and had been the weakest of them, had taken Tsunade as her teacher and had begun to be exceptional. Kakashi wrote every 2 months in a tight board hand. Sasuke is well. Sasuke is better than well. Sasuke is, against my expectations, becoming the kind of man one would actually want to know. Whatever you said in that hospital, the new Hokage owes you for it. Once, Sasuke himself wrote. The letter was 3 sentences. The curse mark has not returned. I have not dreamed badly in a year. Your district is being maintained. He signed it SU. Not Sasuke, not Uchiha Sasuke. Just the 2 letters of a name he was still in the process of choosing again. Naruto read the letter once. He folded it. He put it in the inside pocket of his red robe, the one over his heart. The same pocket where the original blindfold he had stitched at age 4 was carried in a small wax paper packet. He did not write back. He did not need to. The letter had been a report. The report had been received. Twice, Gaara of the Sand wrote. The first letter was a single line. I am Kazekage. The sand is quiet. Naruto wrote back, how? Sleep well, brother. The second letter, a year later, was 2 lines. They have begun calling me a good Kazekage. I do not know what to do with this. Naruto wrote back, do the work. The names will sort themselves. The 2 letters from Gaara and the 2 replies were placed by Gaara into a small lacquered box and kept by his bedside for the rest of his life. He did not display them. He did not show them to anyone. He simply looked at them, sometimes, on nights when the wind was loud over the desert, and he slept. Akatsuki moved during the trip, slowly, carefully. They moved on every biju but the 8 and the 9, which is to say they moved on the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, the 6, and the 7. They did not move on the 8, because the 8 was the brother of the Raikage, and the Raikage's village was not a village that lost easily. They did not move on the 9 because of the line at the bottom of every intelligence report that crossed the Akatsuki desk. Container of the 9, Naruto Uzumaki. Status, traveling with Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Whereabouts, intermittent. Do not engage. The line was almost 2 years old by the end of the trip. It had been written by a man who would, in time, be known by a different name and would, in another time, kneel. The trip ended in summer. Naruto Uzumaki walked back through the gate of Konoha with his blindfold on, his hands folded behind his back, and a teapot in his sleeve. Jiraiya walked behind him with a notebook full of things he intended one day to publish. The Chunin on duty took one look at the small procession and waved them through. Tsunade was waiting at the tower. She looked at the boy in front of her. 15, taller than she had left him by a hand, the blindfold a finer weave now, embroidery so dense that the gold ran like gold leaf, and she said, "You came back." "How?" "For a moment there I thought you might just keep walking." "How?" Jin considered it. Jin had business here. "What business?" The blindfold tilted. "A war, Hokage." She closed her eyes. She had been afraid he would say that. "Tell me there's tea." He produced a teapot. She laughed in spite of herself. She had not laughed in a month. "Yes," she said. "Sit down." They sat down, they drank tea. He told her, in 12 sentences, what he expected of the next year. She wrote down every word. By the end of the day, the strategic posture of Konoha had been adjusted on 3 levels. She would not entirely understand for another 6 months. The Emperor had come home. Akatsuki struck the sand a week after Naruto returned. It struck because the Akatsuki had decided, after 2 years of waiting, that whatever the Nine Tails container had become, it could not become more than what they were prepared for if they simply moved on the easier targets first and made him chase them. The man with the rings had at last drawn a line on the ledger. The line said, "Begin elsewhere." Force him to react. So they moved on sand. They moved on Gaara. Naruto was sitting on the wall of the new Uchiha District Library reading a scroll about an ancient civil engineering technique when Tsunade's runner found him. He stood up before the runner had finished speaking. "Where?" he said. "Sand, Akatsuki. 2 of them. Gaara's bin." The runner did not finish the sentence. Naruto was already walking down the wall. The blindfold was straight. The red robe was clean. The ledger inside his head, the one in which he had been keeping the names of every man on the Akatsuki roster since he had been 10 years old, opened on cue. 2 names. Deidara. Sasori, he reached the gate of Konoha in 9 minutes. Tsunade reached him there. She had run. I'm putting together a team. Jin will go first, send whoever can keep up. Naruto, he pointed at the gate. One finger. Hokage, Jin is going. The questions you have are reasonable. The answers will be the same in an hour as they are now. Save them. Send Kakashi. Send Sakura. Send Zabuza. They will catch up. He walked through the gate. Kakashi caught up at the second way station. Sakura caught up at the third. Zabuza, who had been on a mission near the border and had pivoted the moment word reached him, caught up at the fourth, sword across his back, headband across his throat where it had always been, and now bore the leaf instead of the mist. Emperor, said Zabuza. How? 2 of them? How? Deidara, clay artist, Sasori, puppet master. Sasori is the dangerous one. Deidara is loud. Strategy? Jin takes Deidara. The rest of you slow Sasori. Sakura will do most of the work on Sasori. Jin has read her training reports. Sakura, who had been about to ask who was taking which target, swallowed her question. She had grown a great deal in 2.5 years. She had been Tsunade's apprentice. She knew her own hands. She nodded once. Kakashi said, "Speed?" Naruto looked at him. All of it. They ran the rest of the way at a pace that would have killed a normal genin. Sakura kept up because Sakura was no longer normal. Kakashi kept up because Kakashi was Kakashi. Zabuza kept up because Zabuza had. And this was a thing Naruto had noticed 2 years ago and had factored into every plan he had made since. Been training every morning for 2.5 years to keep up with a man he had decided to follow. They reached the ruins of the meeting place above the sand outskirts at sunset. The ruins were already ruins. Half the stone had been blasted apart by a clay charge. The other half was scarred with thin, fine wires. A clay bird was rising into the sky. On the back of the clay bird stood a tall blond man with one visible eye and a mouth on each palm, and in his arms hung the body of Gaara of the Sand. Naruto stopped. He looked up. He raised one finger. He said, almost gently, almost to himself, "How? There you are." Deidara, looking down, saw the small red figure for the first time. He had been told. He had read the reports. He had, like every member of the Akatsuki for 2 years, looked at the line that said, "Do not engage," and felt the small dark thrill of being the one who would. He was, on a long list of personality traits, vain. He laughed. "So this is the Nine-Tails brat? My art will be." He never finished. Naruto exhaled. A single small and sharp puff of air left his lips. The tortoise ripple, in the form Naruto had refined for 2 years of inter-cathedral sparring against a Biju, traveled upward at a speed and angle that no eye on the battlefield except Kakashi's Sharingan would even register. It struck the clay bird. It struck it not at the wing or the tail. It struck the chakra crux at the base of Deidara's right arm, the arm with the mouth on the palm, the arm that controlled the clay-shaping chakra that fed every one of his sculptures, that fed the bird itself. Deidara's right arm went dead. The clay bird, deprived in one stroke of half the chakra that held its form together, began to lose altitude. Deidara looked at his arm, then at the boy below, then at his arm again. What did? He did not finish that sentence either, because Naruto was already in the air. He did not jump. The Emperor did not jump. He ascended on a column of compressed Kurama chakra under the soles of his feet, his hands still folded behind his back, and he rose to Deidara's altitude in 2 seconds of clean vertical. At Deidara's altitude, he raised his right leg. Chi-Yu, halberd form, white tiger crescent moon. The kick scythed through the air in a curving silver arc. It cut through both wings of the clay bird at the same moment. The bird, which had been in slow descent, became a plummet. Deidara fell. He fell still holding Gaara. Naruto, in mid-air, fired a second tortoise ripple at Deidara's left arm, the other clay-shaping arm, and that arm went dead too. The hand opened. Gaara fell free of Deidara's grip. Naruto caught Gaara on the way down with one arm. He landed on his feet. He set Gaara on the ground, on the soft grass beside the ruins, on his side so the body's weight would not be pinned wrong. Then he turned back to Deidara. Deidara had landed in the rubble. He had broken his collarbone, possibly other things. He was alive. He was already trying to detonate the clay charge he had palmed in his teeth. The small explosive he kept for emergencies. He spat the clay out. The clay flew at Naruto. Naruto raised one hand. Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. The clay charge detonated. The blast? which was the size of a small house, hit the open palm of an emperor and was, in 3 exchanges of chakra running up Naruto's forearm and shoulder and back into the ground beneath him, completely absorbed. The dirt at his feet cratered 3 meters in a perfect circle. The crater walls were smooth, fused. The energy of the blast had been routed, in the unfair way Chiyu routed energy into the earth itself. Naruto did not have a hair out of place. Deidara stared. "An artist," said Naruto, "who dies for his art is dead. Take him for questioning." He turned. He did not stay to watch. He had said take him. The taking would happen. Zabuza took him. Zabuza took him with both legs broken and both arms unable to summon clay and a mouth gagged with a strip of chakra-suppressant cloth. And Deidara, who had been a man of enormous personal vanity for his entire adult life, was brought into a Konoha holding cell within 24 hours of being shot out of the sky. He died there 3 weeks later of internal bleeding from the impact. He had refused in those 3 weeks to give up a single piece of information. The intelligence corps had not cared. They already had everything they wanted from his body. Deeper inside the ruins, Sasori had heard the explosion. He had not flinched. He had been heard to mutter, behind the tall hunched shape of the Hiruko puppet he wore as a body, "Deidara, you fool." Then he had turned to face the corridor because someone was coming. 3 someones. Sakura led. She came in low. She came in fast. She had been trained by the woman who had broken Hiruko's shell on a battlefield once before in her youth. And she came in with the same opening, chakra-loaded fist, full hip, all the way through the puppet. Hiruko shattered. Sasori, in his core form, the wooden boy puppet he had carved from his own body, stepped out of the wreckage with the same expression he always wore. Then he saw the boy in the red robe behind Sakura. His expression changed. He had heard about the boy. He had read the reports. He had not, in his long-preserved life, considered them seriously. Naruto stepped to the front of the formation. He looked at Sasori. He saw with the chi sight that activated the moment he tilted his blindfold up half an inch, the puppet master's chakra system. Sasori had no chakra system in the human sense. He had a single core, a small pulsing red pearl in his chest, and from that core, 10,000 thin filaments ran out of his body and into 100 dormant puppets stored in scrolls at his hip. 100 puppets. 1 core. "How?" said Naruto, soft. 100 bodies, 1 crux. Sasori opened the scrolls. The 100 came. The 100 puppet theater had been the technique that broke a country once. The 100 puppets surged out of their seals and filled the corridor in 3 layers. Spear puppets, sword puppets, wire puppets, a small clattering wooden army. Naruto raised one hand. He fired 10 consecutive tortoise ripples. He fired them faster than Kakashi, with the Sharingan exposed and the chakra tracking it allowed, could fully process. Each ripple was tuned to a specific chakra filament, the thread that connected Sasori's core to one cluster of 10 puppets. Each ripple severed the thread at the master end. 10 clusters fell. He fired 10 more. 20 clusters fell. He stopped. Sasori, with 2/3 of his theater on the corridor floor, made the small, tight motion of a man who has decided to use the technique he reserved. The Iron Sand technique. The 3rd Kazekage's stolen body, hidden in Sasori's deepest scroll, opened. The Iron Sand poured out, a black river of magnetized metal granules, wave after wave, the technique of a dead Kage, the deadliest technique any puppet master had ever wielded. The wave came at Naruto. Naruto walked into it. He raised both arms. Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. The first wave of Iron Sand hit his crossed forearms. The redirection caught it. The wave bent. The wave reversed. The Iron Sand turned in the corridor and went back along its arc and slammed into Sasori's stored puppet array from behind. And the array, which was already a mass of broken connections, was buried under the weight of the 3rd Kazekage's most feared technique, now wielded against itself. 20 more puppets crushed. Sasori, in his core form, made a small angry sound. He fired his Iron Sand tail directly at Naruto. The 3rd Kazekage's signature finishing strike. The tail was a magnetized whip. It carried more momentum in that single strike than a warhammer. Naruto caught it. He caught it with his right hand. He did not redirect. He did not absorb. He used Mount Tai Dragon Claw on the chakra crux at the base of the tail, where the Iron Sand fed back into Sasori's controlling thread, and he closed his fingers. 5 fingers. 1 point. The crux split. The iron sand tail came apart in his hand, and Sasori's connection to the third Kazakage's body, the technique that had defined his entire post-war career, was severed. Sasori, for the first time in 50 years, was without a major technique. He looked up at Naruto. Naruto stepped into him. The puppet body of Sasori was small. It had been a child's body for 50 years. Naruto's hand and Emperor's hand came up and pressed 2 fingers against the small wooden chest where Sasori's red core was stored. He drove the fingers in. Mount Tai Dragon Claw at point blank. The wooden chest split. The red core was exposed. Sasori looked down at his own heart in the boy's palm. "You," he said in his small flat voice. "You broke 100 puppet matrix in 20 seconds. How? My grandmother was right about you." The eyes behind the puppet's painted face were tired. "Carved yourself into a doll to live forever," said Naruto. "And still you serve someone else's cause. Jin calls that a waste." He closed his fingers over the core. He did not crush. He pressed. The chakra crux at the center of the core resisted for a moment. Then it gave. The core went dark. Sasori of the red sand went still. He did not say anything else. There was nothing left to say. In the corridor behind, Sakura had gone very quiet. Kakashi had been silent through the entire fight. Zabuza, who had watched the Iron Sand return arc, said only, "Emperor." "How?" That was instructive. "How? Continue training. There are bigger ones." In the small grove outside, Chiyo of the Sand, Sasori's grandmother, who had come to do what only she could do, was already kneeling by Gaara. She was an old woman. She was the keeper of the reanimation transfer technique. She had decided before they had even reached the ruins that today she would die for her grandson's village. Naruto walked out of the corridor. He saw what she was preparing. He walked over. He did not stop her. He knelt beside her. He set one hand on her back, between the shoulder blades, where the small bowed shape of an old spine showed through the cloth. He fed her chakra, Uzumaki chakra. Kurama warmed, steady, the kind of chakra that did not run out. She felt it. She turned her head. "Boy." "How?" "Continue, grandmother. Jin will sustain you." "You will keep me alive." "How?" "Jin's empire does not waste its elders." Chiyo breathed out a small, shaky breath. She had been in the middle of a goodbye she had been writing in her head for an hour. The goodbye was no longer needed. She performed the reanimation transfer. It took longer than her chakra alone would have allowed. It cost more than her body alone would have lasted. The chakra Naruto fed into her back was the only thing keeping her alive past the 3rd minute and the 5th and the 7th. Gaara, on the grass, took a breath. He took it slowly. The breath of a man returning. His chest rose. It fell. It rose again. His eyes opened. He looked up at the sky. Then he turned his head a fraction and saw the figure kneeling beside the old woman. "You came," he said. "How?" said Naruto. "Jin told you." Jin decides when enemies meet his subjects. Akatsuki was not on the schedule. Gaara almost smiled. The sand around him, which had been stirring uneasily at the edge of the grass, settled in a way it had never settled in the presence of any other person. Chiyo, beside Naruto, took her own breath. She was alive. She looked at her hands. They were full of chakra that had not been hers an hour ago. She tried to speak. "Boy, Lev, grandmother, Jin's empire does not waste its elders." She knelt in the grass and did not rise for a long time. Tamari and Kankuro arrived at the edge of the grove at a run, 20 minutes too late, with 3 squads of Sand Jonin behind them. They saw the Akatsuki cloak in the corridor wreckage. They saw Sasori's broken puppet. They saw Gaara on the grass, breathing. They saw Chiyo alive, still on her knees. They saw the boy in the red robe, hands folded behind his back, watching the sun finish setting. Kankuro said, very softly, "What?" Tamari did not say anything. She had said what to the same boy 6 years ago in a corridor between matches. She had run out of what a long time ago. Naruto turned his head. "Take your brother home," he said. "Jin will speak with him in the morning." They took him home. The morning conversation was brief. Naruto sat with Gaara on a balcony in the Kazakage's residence, drinking tea. Gaara did not drink tea. He held the cup. He looked at it. "They will come again," he said. "How?" "Will I be ready?" "You are ready. You were ready when you stepped into the corridor without sand on your skin 2 years ago. They came for you while Jin was on the other side of the continent. Jin will not be on the other side again." "You cannot promise that." The blindfold tilted. "Jin does not promise. Jin states. Gaara was quiet for a long time, then he said, Naruto. How? Thank you. How? In a stone room, the man with the rings had received the report by morning. He had read it once. He had set it down. He had not that day written a mark beside the 9th name. He had crossed 2 names off the list. He had stared at the ledger for a very long time. Naruto came back to Konoha through Sand's Gate in the morning and Konoha's Gate by evening, and the next morning he went looking for Itachi Uchiha. He went looking through the channels Jiraiya had built, and the channels Zabuza knew from the days before Konoha, and a third set of channels he had never told anyone about, which were the channels he had built himself in the last 2 years out of children he had passed in the streets of foreign cities, of small old women whose backs he had carried groceries for, of innkeepers whose floors he had paid extra for. The Emperor's old habit of turning every villager into a small node on a long invisible map. The map gave him a position in 11 days. He told Sasuke on the 12th. They were on the porch of Naruto's small house in the Uchiha district. The house was not large. It was where Naruto had chosen to live. Sasuke had a much larger house 3 blocks down, and it was empty most evenings because Sasuke spent most evenings on this porch. Itachi, Naruto said. Sasuke set down his cup. Where? A small monastery on the border with rain. He has been there for 2 months. He is not moving. He is sick. Sasuke was very still. Then I go. How? Jin goes first. You go after. This is my fight. Everything is Jin's fight. Yours happens after Jin decides what Itachi is worth. Sasuke turned his head. The Sharingan was on. He had not meant to activate it. He had been carrying it in his face since the curse mark broke, and it activated sometimes when his chest was tight. He looked at Naruto with 3 tomoe in each eye, and the boy in the blindfold did not flinch, because the boy in the blindfold had been looking with the chi sight at much older eyes than these for years. After a moment, Sasuke's Sharingan eased. I'm following, he said. I will not interfere, but I am following. How? Why are you doing this? Because Sasuke is Jin's subject, and Jin's subjects do not carry false weights. What false weight am I carrying? The one your brother put on you. Jin has read every file Konoha has on the Uchiha massacre. Itachi did not invent it. He carried it. Jin will tell him, in front of you, what Jin knows. He will then tell you in his own words. After that, you will choose. Sasuke breathed out. Fine. They left the next morning. They reached the monastery on the 8th day. It was a low stone house at the end of a long path on the side of a green mountain. There were no monks in it anymore. There was a tall man in a black cloak with red clouds, and a taller man with shark skin and a sword wrapped in bandages, and they were both sitting on a wooden bench in the courtyard like 2 old men taking the air. Itachi looked up when Naruto stepped onto the path. He had been expecting him. He had been expecting him for 2 years. Kasame stood up. Naruto pointed at Kasame. 1 finger. He fired a tortoise ripple before the finger had fully extended. The ripple hit Kasame in the right wrist. Samahada, the great chakra-eating sword wrapped in bandages, fell out of Kasame's hand. The grip was gone. Kasame looked at his own fingers, which were no longer doing what fingers do. Stay, said Naruto. This is not your conversation. He walked past Kasame and stopped 2 paces from Itachi. The blindfold tilted. He saw, with the chi sight, the long, slow death inside Itachi Uchiha. The illness was a dark line of corrupted chakra running along the lung wall. It would not have killed him for another 6 months. It was killing him anyway. It had been written into his body the day he had killed his clan and had been given a body that was carrying too much. You killed your clan on orders, Naruto said. Itachi's expression did not move. A small thing in his eyes did. I see, Itachi said. Jin has read every file. The order to kill the Uchiha was not yours. The decision to spare Sasuke was not the order. That second decision was yours, and you protected it for 12 years against your own Akatsuki cell, against your own dying body, against your own brother. Jin recognizes the work. Itachi closed his eyes for a moment. Behind Naruto, Sasuke had stepped onto the path. He had not made a sound. He had been told he could come no closer. He stopped at the lip of the courtyard. His Sharingan was on. Naruto, he started. How? Listen. He did not turn. Itachi Uchiha, said Naruto. Jin does not need your skin today. Jin needs your voice. Tell Sasuke, now, while Jin stands here. Itachi opened his eyes. He looked past Naruto to his brother. He looked at his brother for a long second. Then he stood up. He stood up slowly. His lungs were not what they had been even a month ago, and he walked the 3 paces across the stone to where Sasuke stood. He raised one hand. He did not poke Sasuke's forehead. He did not perform the old gesture. He set his palm on the side of Sasuke's face, the way a brother does, and he looked at him with the mangekyou dim and the disease pale on his skin, and he said, "Foolish little brother, there is a story I have not told you." He told it. He told it for 40 minutes, in the small voice of a man who had been carrying the words for 12 years and had to put them down somewhere, or he would die with them in his chest. He told Sasuke about the council. He told him about Danzo. He told him about the order. He told him about the night. He told him about the youngest Uchiha he could not bring himself to kill, the one he would build the rest of his life around protecting from a distance. He told him about the Akatsuki, about why he had joined, about why he had let his own brother chase him. Sasuke did not move. His hand was on his katana. His hand stayed on his katana. His fingers tightened on the grip 3 times in the 40 minutes. They never drew. Itachi finished. He stepped back. He looked at his brother. "It is your choice," he said. "You can take my eyes. You can take my life. Now you can leave me here. The mangekyou will be yours, fully, however you want it." Sasuke did not speak. He looked at his brother for a long moment. Then he looked past him at Naruto. The blindfold was still pointed at the path. "You said," Sasuke said slowly to Naruto, "that I would choose after you spoke. How? I have chosen. How? I do not want his eyes. I do not want his life. I want a brother who comes home with me." Itachi's breath caught in his chest. He had not been prepared for that. He had been prepared for many things. He had been prepared for the mangekyou to be torn from him at the end of a katana. He had been prepared for a long, quiet death on this monastery path. He had not been prepared in 12 years of preparation for his brother to look at him and say, "Come home." He coughed once, he coughed twice, he coughed a 3rd time, and there was blood on his hand. "Foolish little brother," he said very softly, "I am dying." "Then die at home," Sasuke said, "not here." Itachi looked at Naruto. Naruto pointed once. "Konoha. Jin will speak to the Hokage. Itachi will receive medical care. He will live as long as Jin's medics can keep him living. If they cannot keep him alive forever, they will keep him alive for now. That is the next thing." Itachi looked at his hand with the blood. He looked at his brother. He nodded once. It was the smallest nod he had made in 12 years. It was also the most weight he had been allowed to set down in 12 years. Kisame, who had been standing very still through the entire conversation, said, in the voice of a shark who has just realized the water has changed, "So." Naruto turned. "You," he said. "Yeah. You are deciding. Now, Jin will not give you a second moment." "Deciding what?" "Whether the next thing you do is something Jin has to address." Kisame looked at his own hand. He looked at his sword. He looked at Itachi, whose face had a piece on it. Kisame had not seen in years of partnership. He looked at the small figure in the red robe. He thought about saying yes. He thought about it for almost a full second. The instinct was old, and the instinct was strong, and the instinct had served him for 30 years of work in dark water. He raised his sword. Naruto fired the tortoise ripple before the sword had cleared its own bandages. He fired it at Kasame's throat, at the chakra crux below the jaw, where Kasame's signature chakra merger technique was rooted, where the man's strength fed back from Samehada to body to lungs. The crux split. Kasame fell forward. Samehada slid off his back. The sword hit the stone with a sound like a nail in a coffin. "How?" said Naruto. "Pity." He did not finish him in cruelty. He finished him in the next breath, with 2 fingers driven into the chakra crux at the heart. Because Kasame had drawn and Naruto did not take half measures with men who had drawn, Kasame Hoshigaki died on a monastery path with a small surprise still on his face. Itachi was very still. Then he said, "He was, in his own way, my friend." "How?" said Naruto. "Bury him here. Jin will wait." They buried him. Sasuke and Itachi together. The grave was rough. The mountain was quiet. When they walked off the mountain, they walked off together. Itachi between Sasuke and Naruto, the boy in the red robe ahead, the other 2 following in a pace they had not walked at the same time in 12 years. Itachi's coat was off. He had folded it over his arm. He coughed 3 times on the way down. Sasuke kept a hand under his elbow on the steeper sections. He did not say anything about the steady contact. Itachi did not say anything either. The two brothers walked down a mountain path in a silence that, to anyone who had known them at any point in the previous decade, would have looked like a small private miracle. They reached Konoha 6 days later. Tsunade met them at the gate. She had been told. She had been told 4 days ago by a falcon Naruto had sent at speed. She had had 4 days to prepare what she would say. She said when she saw them, "Bring him to the hospital, Sasuke. I have a wing waiting. The cough has been treated before. Not entirely cured. Let me see what we can do." She was the best healer in the world. She kept Itachi Uchiha alive for 9 more years. He never returned to active service. He read books in the Uchiha District Library for most of those 9 years. He attended Sasuke's wedding. He held Sasuke's first child. He died in a bed surrounded by family on a winter morning in his 36th year, with a small smile on a face that had not smiled often in his life and had begun to smile freely in the last decade of it. Naruto attended the funeral. He did not speak. He pointed once with his index finger at the gravestone. "How?" he said, soft. That was all. Sasuke, beside him, set one hand on his shoulder. That was, between them, more than most men exchanged in a lifetime. But that was years away. In the present, on the day Itachi came home, there was still a war coming. Naruto walked from the hospital to his own porch, and on the way he passed the Hokage Tower. And on the steps of the tower he stopped and turned his head and pointed once at the upper window where the office of the Elder Council sat. "Danzo," he said to no one, "Jin has not forgotten you. Jin is not yet ready for you. When Jin is ready, Jin will be." He walked on. Inside the tower, behind a desk in a small dim room, Danzo Shimura felt a chill go up his back for no reason at all and turned his head sharply toward the window. He saw nothing. He shivered anyway. It came on a clear afternoon. Naruto was sitting on the roof of the Hokage Tower drinking tea. He had been drinking tea on that roof for an hour. He had been doing it for an hour because on a clear afternoon 2 years ago, he had sat on that roof with the third Hokage and they had drunk tea together. And the old man had laughed at something he could no longer remember. And Naruto had decided that the roof would be a good place to drink tea on afternoons. He drank tea there once a week. This afternoon, the air pressure changed. It changed in the way air pressure changes before a storm, except there was no storm. The sky was clear. The wind was calm. The change was in the chakra of the world. Naruto did not turn his head. He set the cup down. He said, almost to himself, "How? They finally sent someone." The first body of pain landed at the edge of the village. The second body landed at the south gate. The third on the eastern wall. The fourth in the central market. The fifth on the roof of the academy. The sixth, Yahiko's body, the Deva Path, the speaker, landed in the center of the square outside the Hokage Tower, in full view of everyone who was about to die. He raised his head. He raised one hand. He spoke. The speech was the speech that had been waiting 2 years to be delivered. It was about pain. It was about the cycle of pain. It was about the necessity of one great pain to teach the world a final lesson. Yahiko's mouth said the words. Nagato's eyes saw the village through them. Nagato's grief was old and large and had eaten the man down to a chair of black rods in a tower at the edge of nothing. Halfway through the speech, the Deva Path gave the order. Almighty push. The wave went out. The wave hit Konoha. Buildings came down. A great deal of the village center collapsed in 3 seconds. Stone and wood and tile and the small private contents of houses lifted and crashed and lifted again. Civilians ran. Civilians fell. Civilians did not get back up. The shinobi corps of Konoha under Kakashi's command. Kakashi was on the ground in the village, leading the defense, held the line at the inner ring as best they could. They did not hold it well. The 6 paths had been designed to break a village. On the roof of the tower, Naruto Uzumaki watched the wave hit. He watched it through the cloth. He felt every wound it made. He felt the old woman who had been crushed in her doorway. He felt the boy who had been pushed into a stone wall. He felt the chunin whose ribs had broken on the corner of the bakery. He felt the genin who would not make her 16th birthday. He felt them all at once, every one of them, every cut and crack and burst capillary, and the mirror touch wrote across his body in the long, invisible script of someone else's pain. His hands did not shake. His face did not move. He stood up. He set the teacup on the railing. He raised both hands to the back of his head. He untied the blindfold. The cloth came away. He folded it once. He set it on the railing beside the cup. He looked at it for half a second. The chi sight came on. The village was a map of stars and wounds. Every chakra signature lit. Every life still pulsing in the wreckage glowed like a candle. Every body that had stopped pulsing was a small, dark patch in the light. He saw Konoha, all at once, in a way only one set of eyes in the world could see it. He saw what had been done to it. He looked at the Deva path far below in the square, finishing his speech. He pointed, one finger. He spoke, and his voice carried, because he willed it to. You came to Zhen's province uninvited. You broke what belongs to Zhen. Every wound you see on this village is now a debt you owe the emperor. He stepped off the roof. He did not jump. He stepped. The fall was 9 stories. He fell the entire 9 stories at his own pace, because the village had time and he had time. And at the bottom of the fall, he landed without bending his knees, and the stone of the square cracked in a spreading flower under his feet. And the Deva path of pain, who had been turning to address the next part of his speech, found a small figure with brilliant blue eyes, standing 5 paces away. The path tilted his head. You are the Nine-Tails. How? The Akatsuki has come for you. How? You will come with us, or this village will end. The blue eyes looked at him. Naruto pointed up, one finger. The other 5 paths, who had been distributed across the village, dropped from rooftops and corners and walls and arrived at intervals around the square. Animal path, Preta path, human path, Naraka path, Asura path. The 6 were assembled. How? Said Naruto. 6 bodies, 1 mind. Begin. They began. What followed was not a fight. The narrator of this account refuses to call it a fight. A fight implies that both parties are in the same exchange. A fight implies that some part of the outcome is in question. What happened in the central square of Konoha that afternoon was a dismantling. Animal path summoned first. The menagerie came in the way a flood comes. A great rhinoceros, a king-sized centipede, a multi-headed dog, a giant chameleon, a crested bird the size of a house. They came at Naruto from 5 angles. He moved through them. Mount Tai Dragonclaw drove the rhinoceros's skull into the ground. White Tiger Crescent Moon scythed the centipede in 4 pieces along its segments. The multi-headed dog took a tortoise ripple to the central crux at the base of its neck, and all 3 heads went limp at the same moment. The chameleon's invisibility was a chakra technique with a crux at the eye, and Naruto fired a ripple through the empty air where his chi sight saw the eye, and the chameleon flickered into view dead. The bird tried to take the air. It got 2 meters above the ground before he leapt and came down on its back with a single open palm strike that broke its sternum in 3 places. He stepped off the bird's body before it had finished falling. He turned to Animal Path itself. Animal Path was a woman. Pierced. Tall. She had been a kunoichi once, before she had become a corpse with a man's chakra in her. She raised her hands to summon another wave. Naruto fired a tortoise ripple at her right palm. The summoning crux died. He fired a second at her left palm. The same. He stepped to her. He drove 2 fingers into her chest, the chakra crux at the sternum. She fell. 3 seconds. The animal path was finished. Preta path moved in. Preta absorbed chakra. Preta had been waiting for this. Preta's hand came up, the receiving palm forward, and Preta intended to drink whatever ninjutsu the boy threw next. Naruto did not throw ninjutsu. He threw a tortoise ripple at the absorbing palm. The absorption crux, which existed in Preta's right hand in a shape that the chi sight could read like a printed map, went black. Preta blinked. He raised his other hand. Naruto fired a tortoise ripple at the other palm. Same outcome. Preta took a step back. He had not been in this position before. His entire combat purpose was to absorb. Without the absorption, he was a corpse with red hair. Naruto closed the distance. He drove 2 fingers into the chakra crux at the heart. Preta fell. 6 seconds. Human path was already coming. Human path was the soul extraction body. The body that would take a soul out of a chest by laying its hand on the head. Naruto had read every report Konoha intelligence had on the 6 paths. He knew which body to handle in which order. Human Path came at Kakashi, who was crossing the square at a run to defend a civilian on the ground. Naruto fired a tortoise ripple at Human Path's right arm before the arm reached Kakashi's head. The arm went limp. The technique stalled. Human Path tried the left arm. Naruto fired a second ripple. Both arms dead. Naruto stepped to Human Path. 2 fingers to the heart's chakra crux, Human Path fell. 8 seconds. Naraka Path tried something more interesting. Naraka summoned the King of Hell, the great white-haired skull-faced thing that judged souls, and that, in Nagato's hand, was an interrogation tool of the highest order. The King of Hell rose from the cobblestones. Naruto did not look at it. He looked through it. He saw, with the chi sight, the chakra thread that connected the King of Hell to Nagato's network. A long, shimmering line that ran from the summon up into the air and away across the village, away over the wall, into the trees, out toward a tower in the rain. He fired a tortoise ripple at the thread. He fired it at range. He did not try to reach the tower. He aimed at the part of the thread that hung in the square, at the chakra crux where the summon's anchoring took hold. The thread split. The King of Hell dissolved. Naraka Path looked at the empty air where his summon had been. Naruto crossed to him in 1 step. 2 fingers. Heart. Done. Naraka fell. 12 seconds. Asura Path was the most enjoyable. Asura was the mechanical body, the most combat capable, the body that contained 6 arms and 3 faces and a kit of weaponry inside its torso that no other Akatsuki body carried. Asura fired missiles. Asura fired energy beams. Asura had been built by Nagato as the body that would, if the 6 paths ever met an opponent who could threaten them, hold the line until the others recovered. Asura fired 4 missiles. Naruto raised both hands. Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. 2 missiles he absorbed. 2 he turned around. The 2 turned around missiles tracked back along their own chakra trails and slammed into Asura's launching arms, which exploded with a sound that was much larger than the rest of the square had been doing. Asura's body, missing 2 arms now, advanced anyway. Naruto raised his right leg. White Tiger Crescent Moon. The kick took Asura's chest plate off. The internal weapon system was exposed. He stepped forward and drove Mount Tai Dragon Claw into the chakra crux at the central core. The body went still. 20 seconds. He turned, finally, to the Deva Path. The Deva Path had been watching. The Deva Path had not, in any of his previous deployments, watched 5 of his bodies be removed from a fight in 20 seconds. Impossible, he said. How? Said Naruto, walking. Repeat that if it helps. The Deva Path raised his hands. Almighty push. The repulsion went out at full force. The wave that had taken down half a village. The wave that nothing had ever absorbed. Naruto raised both hands. Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. He took it. He took the entire wave on his crossed forearms and ran the force down his arms, through his shoulders, down his chest, down his hips, down his legs, into the ground. The ground craters around him. A perfect circle, 6 meters wide, dropped 2 meters into the earth. Naruto did not move. He stood in the bottom of the small crater. He looked up at the Deva Path. He did not climb out. The Deva Path was not worth climbing out for. He spoke from inside the crater. Chi-Yu, defense form, Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. Everything has a crux. Yours is gravity. Jin has felt gravity before. It did not impress Jin then. He stepped up out of the crater. He crossed to the Deva Path in 3 strides. The Deva Path tried Almighty Pull. He intended to draw the boy in. The technique fired. Naruto walked through the pull. The mirror touch was on. The chi sight was open. Every chakra crux in the Deva Path's body was visible to him, and he chose the one that ran the gravitational manipulation, and he extended 1 finger as he walked. He pressed the finger to the Deva Path's chest at the crux. He pushed. Mount Tai Dragon Claw, a single finger, surgical. The narrator catches himself. The narrator means exact, at the heart of the technique. The gravity well in the Deva Path collapsed inward. The body's chest folded in around the crushed crux. Yahiko's borrowed face went still. The Deva Path fell. 28 seconds. Total. Naruto stood in the square. The wind moved his hair. The blindfold was on the railing 9 stories up. He could feel every wound in Konoha. The mirror touch was at full strength, and he had not put the cloth back on yet, because the work was not yet done, and the village had not yet been answered. He looked, with the chi sight, at the line of chakra leading away from the dead Deva Path. The one that had connected Yahiko's body to its master. He followed it with his eyes. The line ran out of the square, over the wall, through the trees, over a hill, into a tower at the edge of a small lake, 5 kilometers north of Konoha. Naruto walked. He walked through a village that was beginning to understand what had happened. Civilians stepped out of doorways and looked at him. Some of them had been the ones who, 12 years ago, had spat in front of his feet. They did not spit now. They did not say anything. They watched him walk through the wreckage of their homes with their wounds on his face. He passed Kakashi. Kakashi had a cut along his forehead and a hand pressed to his ribs. "Where are you going?" "To finish the conversation." "Naruto." "How? Hold the village. Jin will return." He kept walking. He went through the gate. He went into the trees. He did not run. 5 kilometers later, he came out of the trees in front of a small black tower at the edge of a small clear lake. There was a woman in front of the tower. She was tall. Her hair was blue. There was an origami flower in her hair. Her eyes were the eyes of someone who had been in the world of violence for her entire adult life and who had begun in the last 4 hours to understand that the world had changed. "Conan," said Naruto before she had spoken. "You know my name." "How?" "And his." "How?" She did not move. She had been told by Nagato, who was in the chair behind her in the tower, who had been speaking to her on the chakra channel since the first body had fallen, to delay the boy if she could. To buy time, she looked at the boy in the red robe with no blindfold on. She looked at his eyes. She had seen many eyes. She stepped aside. She did not say anything to Nagato as she did. She did not need to. Nagato had seen through the bond he kept with her what she had just seen. The argument was over. Naruto walked past her. He walked into the tower. He climbed the long spiral staircase to the room at the top. He stopped at the door. He pushed it open with one finger. Nagato was in the chair. The chair was the chair of black rods that had eaten his body. He was thin. He was very thin. His hair was the red of the Uzumaki blood, of Naruto's mother's clan, of the boy himself. His eyes, the Rinnegan, were brilliant, and they had been brilliant for many years over a body that had not been able to walk. He was, in the moment Naruto stepped through the door, the most powerful living shinobi of his generation. That was not Naruto Uzumaki himself. He was dying. Naruto saw it with the chi sight. The man had spent most of his chakra on the bodies. The 7th body, the one Naruto would have had to handle, the Tendo Path's hidden body, had not yet been deployed because Nagato's chakra had not held out long enough. Naruto stopped 4 paces from the chair. He looked at Nagato. He spoke. "The man who became this," he said, "was a student of Jiraiya the Toad Sage, who was a student of Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was Naruto's predecessor in this province. The grief of this world has made you a weapon, not a cure. Jin recognizes the wound. Jin has felt it." Nagato breathed out. The breath was thin. "What do you know about pain?" Naruto stepped forward. He raised one hand. He did not point to himself. He pointed at the village in the distance through the tower's open window. Jin knows every wound in that village by name. Jin felt the first child who fell today before she even screamed. The boy in the eastern street with the broken leg is named Kenta. The old woman by the bakery who will not see tomorrow is named Yui. The Chunin whose ribs you crushed in the second wave is named Hayate's apprentice, who will recover. The Genin who died on the wall is named Mei, who was 16 yesterday. Pain is not your monopoly, Nagato. It is Jin's empire. Jin carries every wound a king's people carry. Jin has been doing this since before you ate your first meal in the rain. Nagato did not speak for a long second. Conan, who had followed Naruto up the stair and stopped in the doorway, was looking at the floor. "You had a vision of peace through fear," Naruto said. "That vision was wrong from the start. Fear is not peace. Peace is what happens when a kingdom is strong enough that its enemies do not dare to break it. Jin is building that kingdom. You have no place in it as you are." Nagato's hand, the one he could still raise, moved an inch. "And if I refuse, then Jin ends the mission here. The vision ends with you. Your body is not a body any longer. Your soul has been chained to a chair for 6 years. Jin would not have to use the Chi-Yu arts. Jin would simply have to walk forward and place a hand on your forehead, and you would be done." He paused. Or you revive the citizens of this village who died today. Every one of them. By the technique your Naraka path stored, the outer path Rinna rebirth. Jin knows of it. Jin has read the same files you read, Son of the Rain. Nagato closed his eyes. It was a long close. When he opened them, he said, "It will kill me." How? Jin knows. You will let me die. How? Jin will not stop you. And Conan. She walks free. Jin has no use for her as a captive. She will choose her own path. Conan, in the doorway, turned her head a fraction. She had not been spoken about in the third person by another human being in many years. Yahiko had stopped doing it before he died. Nagato had stopped after. The boy in the red robe was speaking about her as a woman with a future, not as a soldier in a cause. She did not say anything. She did not have to. Nagato looked at Naruto for a long time. Then he said, "You are an Uzumaki." How? My mother's name was Uzumaki before the rain took her. Then you are family. How? Carry it. How? He performed the technique. He performed it with the last of the chakra in his body. The outer path Rinna rebirth, the great revival, the technique that had been carved into him from the time he had taken the eyes. It poured out of him in a wave of pale light. It went out across the hills. It crossed the wall of Konoha. It ran through the streets and the wreckage and the small twisted shapes of bodies that had stopped breathing. Every body it touched began to breathe. In a small house on the eastern street, a boy named Kenta sat up with a confused look. In a doorway near the bakery, an old woman named Yui blinked. On the wall of the village, a 16-year-old Jinin named Mei sucked in a long breath and started to cry because she had felt herself going somewhere and now she was back. The villagers of Konoha came back one by one. In the tower, Nagato's chair was empty. His body had crumbled into the chair. The Rinnegan was gone. Sealed inside him or expelled, the records would never be entirely sure. The man was gone. Conan stepped past Naruto. She knelt by the chair. She did not cry. She had cried a long time ago for Yahiko, and she had not had any tears left for many years. She set one hand on Nagato's empty robe. He was the second one, she said, almost to herself. How? You will not bury him. How? You will. Take him home. Jin will come in time and pay respects to the rain. Conan looked up. She looked at the boy. She said, "Why are you not killing me?" Because Jin does not need to. I have done many things you would not approve of. How? So have many men. Some of them sit in Jin's empire now and serve. Jin does not require purity. Jin requires choice. Choose, live, build something. The world needs builders more than it needs corpses. She breathed out. She said softly, "The rain will be a province. In time. Yours. In time." She bowed her head. It was the smallest bow. It was in the language of someone who had been a leader of an organization that did not bow. A signal. Naruto turned. He walked down the stair. He walked back through the trees. He walked back through the gate of Konoha. He retrieved the blindfold from the railing of the Hokage Tower. He tied it on with the same hands that knew the knot. He picked up the teacup, which had gone cold. He poured out the cold tea on the railing. He poured himself a fresh cup from the pot. He stood on the roof for 10 minutes drinking it. Then he came down and he organized the reconstruction of the village, and the village got rebuilt in 3 weeks because the man directing the rebuild had been planning a capital city since he was 6 years old and had had a long time to think about it. Tsunade came up to the roof on the 3rd day of reconstruction. She sat down beside him. She said, "How are you?" He did not answer for a moment. Then he said, "Tired, Hokage." She put her hand on his shoulder. He let her keep it there. He did not move it off. She did not say anything else. She had been a senju. She had known many men who had been tired, and she had learned over a long life that the kindness for a tired man was simply to sit with him. They sat together until the sun went down. In a tower at the edge of a small lake, a tall woman with blue hair and an origami flower in it was preparing to leave the rain forever. She would take with her when she went a small lacquered box containing 2 people's bodies. She would build a grave for them. She would, 3 years later, build a small school in the same place. And the school would in time be the rain district of an empire that would not call itself an empire until very late, because the man at its center was patient about names. The Akatsuki ledger, in a different room, in a different hand, had 2 more lines crossed off it. The remaining lines were Hiden, Kakuzu, and Tobi. Hiden and Kakuzu would not last long. Toby was the problem. Toby, in the night following the pain invasion, looked at his ledger in the dark, and he wrote a single sentence at the bottom of the page in his own hand. The plan accelerates. He did not sign it. He did not need to. The 5 Kaji Summit was called 4 months later. It was called because the events at Konoha had told the world's most powerful leaders in plain language that the Akatsuki had moved, that one Akatsuki organization had effectively been broken by one boy and one village, and that the broken organization had been replaced by something larger, run by a man in an orange spiral mask who had begun calling himself Madara Uchiha. The Tsuchikage called the summit. The Land of Iron hosted it. Snow on the ground, stone walls, samurai at every door. The 5 Kaji came. Naruto Uzumaki was not invited. He came anyway. He walked into the chamber on the morning the summit opened. He did not knock. He pushed the door open with one finger. He walked to the round table at the center of the room. He looked at the chairs. There were 6 chairs. The 5 Kaji were already seated. Meiterumi of mist, Onoki of stone, A of cloud, Gara of sand, Tsunade of leaf. A 6th chair sat empty at the corner of the table, set there for an Naruto walked to it. He pulled it out. He sat down. He produced a teapot from a sleeve. He produced a cup. He poured. The room was very still. The Mizukage said, "Who let the boy in?" Naruto pointed at himself, one finger. "How?" The Tsuchikage opened his mouth. The Raikage stood up. He stood up the way a mountain stands up. He was a tall man. He was a wide man. He had 2 lightning whiskers running off his temples. He had the body of someone who had spent the last 20 years training every morning so that when something like this happened, he would be the one standing. "You are not a Kage," he said. "How? You do not sit at this table." "How?" "Get up." "No." The Raikage looked at his own hand. He had reached for the front of his desk. The desk had cracked under his fingers without him meaning to crack it. He moved the hand away. "Boy," he said, "I will throw you through that wall." "You will not." "I will." "How?" "Try." He moved fast. The lightning armor came on as he moved. The Raikage A was, by every measurement that existed, the fastest body in the 4 hidden villages, and he came around the table at a speed that had outrun the bodies of S-rank shinobi. Naruto, sitting in his chair, set the cup down. He raised one hand without rising. The Raikage's right cross, the one that had broken a man named Kirabi's collarbone in sparring twice and was a soft punch by the Raikage standards, met an open palm. Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. The Raikage's punch hit the redirection. The lightning, the body weight, the velocity, all of it ran back along the Raikage's arm. His own bicep tore, not all the way. A small line down the inside of the arm. The lightning armor, which had been protecting him from outside force, did nothing for a force that had come through the armor and was running back in reverse along the very arm that had thrown the punch. The Raikage's left hand came up reflexively to the right arm. He stepped back. He looked at the boy in the chair, who had not stood, who had not changed his posture, who had absorbed and returned a strike from the man who had once knocked the 8 tails out of his own brother in a sparring exhibition. He sat down. He sat down because he was a man who knew when he saw it that a certain category of conversation was over. He looked at his arm. He looked at Naruto. He did not say anything for a moment. Then he said, "What is that kid?" Gara, beside Naruto in the next chair, said, "A friend of mine." The Raikage said, "That is not an answer." Gara said, "It is. You are simply unaccustomed to that level of answer." A looked at his brother, at the empty chair beside him where Killer B was supposed to be sitting and where B had said, "Bro, just let the kid talk. You really want to fight him," and walked out, and decided he would deal with B later. Naruto poured a second cup of tea. He pushed it across the table to A. Looked at the cup for a long second. He picked it up. He drank it. He had not intended to drink it. The drinking happened because the cup had been pushed and the room was watching and refusing. The cup would have, in some way he could not put words to, made the moment worse. He set the cup down. "Speak," he said. "If you came here to speak." Naruto spoke. He spoke for 40 minutes. He laid out the Akatsuki situation. He laid out what he knew about Toby, about the spiral mask, about the man's claim of being Madara, about the Eye of the Moon plan, and the genjutsu the man intended to cast on every living person. He laid out the timeline of the Biju extractions. He laid out the fact that the man with the rings, Pain, had been broken at Konoha, and that the new Akatsuki under Toby was less coordinated but more dangerous. Because Toby was operating from desperation now, and a desperate planner with an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and a Rinnegan of his own to come was not a small problem. He laid out his proposed alliance. He did not call himself a Kage. He did not present himself as a Konoha representative. He referred to the Kage at the table as the regional governors of their respective districts. He used the word district. He used it without flourish. He used it the way a man states a fact. The Mizukage opened her mouth twice. She closed it twice. She had not been Kage for long. She decided on the second close that this was not her hill. The Tsuchikage, who had been Kage for a very long time and who had survived the Second War by recognizing power when he saw it, said, "And what of you, Uzumaki? What do you call yourself in this arrangement?" "Jin calls Jin Jin," said Naruto. "Other names will sort themselves." "You are 17. How? That is young for the kind of arrangement you are describing. How has been older." The Tsuchikage looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "I knew your father." "How? He was a courageous man." "So Jin has been told, you are not him. How? Jin is older." The Tsuchikage stared at him for a long time. He laughed. It was a dry, surprised laugh. "I'll tell you what, Uzumaki. Stone will sign. We will fight the war you are telling us about. We will see how it goes. Afterward, we will see what we call this arrangement of yours." He extended a small old hand across the table. Naruto took it. "How?" he said. The Mizukage signed because the Tsuchikage signed. The Sand had already signed in private with Gaara months ago. The Leaf signed because Tsunade was at the table. The Raikage took longer. The Raikage said, "My brother, the Eight Tails. The Akatsuki has tried for him 3 times. They will try again. You promise his safety." "How?" "Promise it." Jin does not promise. Jin states, "The Eight Tails will not be taken. Jin will not allow it." I looked at him. The man who had reached across a table and tried to throw a 17-year-old through a wall and had ended up with his own bicep tearing, said, "I believe you." He signed. The summit ended on the 4th day. The allied shinobi forces were declared. The 5 villages would mobilize. The war was on paper, set in motion. On the 3rd day of the summit, during a recess, a small detail had not yet been resolved. Danzo Shimura had attended as part of the Konoha delegation. Tsunade had been ill in the morning. A small thing, a passing thing, but enough that Danzo had positioned himself in the second seat, and Danzo had sat with the Kage for most of the second day. He had spoken twice on Konoha's behalf. He had not spoken well. He had spoken in the way of a man whose voice was itself a maneuver, who used phrases like the long view and the unfortunate necessity, the way other men use filler words. Naruto had, all day, ignored him. He had sat beside him. He had not pointed. He had not glanced. He had not acknowledged him with so much as a tilt of the blindfold. The pretense was a verdict in itself. The Kage in the room understood it before Danzo did. The Kazekage's sand stayed flat on the floor in front of Danzo's chair. The Tsuchikage's eyes did not rest on Danzo's face. The Raikage, who had grown calmer about the boy in the red robe over 2 days, looked at Danzo's seat and recognized, with the instinct of a man who had survived many rooms, that something was about to happen in this one. In the evening of the 3rd day, the recess for tea, Naruto stood up. He walked the long way around the table. He stopped in front of Danzo's chair. Danzo looked up. He had a small smile of practice on his face. "Naruto-kun," he said, "if you wanted a moment, Danzo Shimura." The smile faltered. The Kage at the table who had been about to leave for tea sat back down. The aides who had been gathering papers stopped gathering. The room went still in the way rooms go still when an old hour finally comes due. "Itachi Uchiha," said Naruto, in the flat voice of an emperor reading a charge sheet, "carried your orders in his chest for 12 years. The Uchiha clan died wearing your signature. You used Konoha's resources for 40 years to build a private army on the back of children stolen from the academy and kept in a basement called Root. You ordered the assassination of Hiruzen Sarutobi's intended successor in the year of his predecessor's death. You stole the Sharingan of dead Uchiha and grafted them into your own arm against the laws of your own village. You implanted Shisui Uchiha's eye in the socket where your right eye had been after orchestrating his death. You have been, and here Naruto's voice did not rise, did not slow, did not change, the cancer of this village since before Jin was sealed. Danzo's hand moved. It moved by instinct. The bandaged arm. The arm that was not his arm. The arm that contained the Izanagi reset technique, fed by 10 Sharingan grafted in a row. The seal under the bandages moved. Naruto saw it move with the chi sight before the bandages had finished shifting. He raised one hand. He drove Mount Tai Dragon Claw into the chakra crux at the base of Danzo's neck. 5 fingers, 1 point, half force, a strike that did not break the spine and did not need to. Danzo's body locked. The Izanagi technique on the arm activated in panic. All 10 Sharingan, all at once, every reality reset firing simultaneously to undo the strike that had just landed. Naruto fired 10 tortoise ripples. He fired them in sequence. He fired them so fast that the air in the small space between his open palm and Danzo's bandaged arm cracked. Each ripple was tuned to the chakra crux of a specific Sharingan in the implanted arm. 10 cruxes, 10 Sharingan. Each one went out as the corresponding ripple struck. The Izanagi technique, deprived of its 10 parallel Sharingan, failed at the seal. Reality did not reset. Danzo, who had spent 40 years being the man who reset, stood frozen in his chair while his greatest secret was unmade in front of 5 Kage. He had one technique left. He had Shisui Uchiha's eye. The eye that allowed the Koto Amatsukami, the genjutsu that no shinobi could resist, that no genjutsu seal could undo, the technique that could rewrite a man's loyalties in a glance. He raised his face. The eye opened. Naruto caught his wrist before the eye had finished opening. He pressed 2 fingers lightly to the chakra crux at the eye's optic nerve. A single tortoise ripple, the smallest one he had fired in years, traveled 3 centimeters from his finger to the optic crux and stopped Shishui's eye in mid-activation. The eye flickered. The eye closed. Danzo collapsed in the chair. He was alive. His arm was a useless cluster of broken Sharingan in a sleeve. His chakra was disrupted at the neck and would take a month of rest to come back. His Koto Matsukami eye was, in the small functional sense, blind. He would not raise another technique in his life. The room had gone very quiet. Naruto looked at the Raikage. The Raikage looked at Naruto. Then the Raikage said, very slowly, Konoha will deal with him under your law. How? Will he be tried? How? Briefly. Will he be sentenced? How? You are very direct, Uzumaki. How? Jin has been waiting 11 years to have this man at a table. Jin does not draw out conclusions. The Raikage exhaled, slow. He picked up his cup of tea, which had gone cold. He drank it anyway. He set the cup down. He said, I take back what I almost said about you. I would have been wrong. How? He returned to his seat. The Tsuchikage was the only one who said anything more about it. He pulled out a small wooden pipe. He filled it. He lit it. He took a slow puff. He said mostly to himself, I told the council in Iwa that the next big change in this world would not be a Kage. Meiterumi said, and? It is not a Kage. He nodded once at the small figure in the red robe. The summit ended that evening. Danzo Shimura was tried in Konoha within the month. The trial was 3 days long. The evidence was extensive. The verdict was guilty on every count. The execution was performed at dawn on a field outside the village by Konoha's chief executioner in front of 3 witnesses, the Hokage Tsunade, the 6th Hokage designate Kakashi, and Sasuke Uchiha, who had asked to be there and whose request had been granted. Naruto did not attend. He had said at the table what he had needed to say. The page in his ledger closed itself. A woman in sand who had been 10 years old in the night of the Uchiha massacre and whose family had been ordered into the operation by Danzo and whose family had not all come home, sent a small white flower to the Konoha Tower on the morning of the execution with a note that said only, Thank you, Emperor. Naruto received the note. He did not respond. He did not need to. He pinned the note to a small board in his office between 2 others that had come in over the years from villages he had passed through. The board, by the end of his life, would carry many such notes, for now it held 3. It was, in its small way, the beginning of an empire's archive. The 4th Shinobi World War began on a clear morning. The Allied shinobi forces had assembled 80,000 shinobi from 4 villages, plus sand, plus the small land of iron contingent under the samurai Mifune. They had been organized into divisions. They had been briefed. They had been given the small, grim speeches that men give to other men before battles that will not be small. Naruto had been assigned to the Hidden Division. The Hidden Division was a strategic decision made by the Joint Command Staff, which had decided, with a great deal of arguing, in which the Raikage had said, "Put him on the front line, you idiots," and Gaara had said the front line is wherever he is standing. That the safest and most useful posture was to keep him hidden, to feed him into engagements as needed, to use him as a strategic reserve. Naruto, when informed of this, had blinked once under the blindfold. He had said, "How?" He had then walked off the briefing platform and into the 4th Division's encampment, where he had taken up a position at Gaara's right hand and where he had remained for the duration of the war. The 4th Division was Gaara's. It was the spearhead. It was the unit assigned to engage Kabuto's Edo Tensei reanimation army on the front lines. The Raikage had said, "Then I want him on the 4th." Gaara had said, "Yes." The Joint Command Staff had said the plan was to keep him hidden. Gaara had said, in the small, flat voice of a man who had learned, in the years since the desert, that he could afford to be polite, "Build your formations around him." The plan was wrong. The plan was rebuilt. Day 1 of the war, Kabuto's Edo Tensei army emerged out of the morning fog. They came in waves. Reanimated Jonin. Reanimated shinobi from every dead generation. The Akatsuki dead. Sasori again, freshly summoned because Kabuto had retrieved the body. Deidara again. Kakuzu, Hidan, Nagato, the 6 paths bodies. And behind them the Kage. The 1st and 2nd Hokage. The 3rd Raikage, the 2nd Mizukage, the 4th Kazekage, and behind them, in the deep formation, a single tall figure with long black hair and an Akatsuki cloak that had not been an Akatsuki cloak in life. Madara Uchiha, reanimated, whole. Naruto stood on the cliff above the 4th Division's lines. He saw the army through the chi sight, with the blindfold still on. He had refined the trick over 2 years, and could flicker the chi sight on through the cloth, at a small fractional cost, and he saw the long lines of chakra running from each reanimated body to a single distant point, deep in a cave in a mountain range 200 miles away, where Kabuto Yakushi was sitting in lotus with the seal scrolls of the Edo Tensei laid out in a wheel around him. He saw the cruxes. Each reanimated shinobi's body was bound to the Edo Tensei seal that sat inside the body's chest cavity. The seal was, in turn, fed by Kabuto's chakra at range, 2 cruxes per body. He looked at the 3rd Raikage, the most defensively powerful body in the world, the man whose body had been impervious to almost every form of attack in his lifetime, and was now, in death, still impervious. He saw the seal at the 3rd Raikage's sternum. "How?" Naruto said. "The trick is the seal." He stepped off the cliff. He landed in front of the 4th Division's lines. He pointed at the 3rd Raikage. Jin takes him. Hold the rest. He moved. The 3rd Raikage advanced. He was, in life, the only man who had survived a fight with the 8 Tails. He could harden his body until kunai bounced off. He could harden it until lightning was an inconvenience. He came at Naruto with the Hell Stab, his finger held forward like a spear, the deadliest single-finger strike in the known world. Naruto did not block the Hell Stab. He stepped past it. He stepped past it and drove a tortoise ripple straight into the Edo Tensei seal at the 3rd Raikage's chest. The seal cracked. The 3rd Raikage stopped. He did not crumble. He did not return to dust. The Edo Tensei was unbroken. Only Kabuto could fully cancel it, or a sealing technique designed for the purpose. But the control thread between Kabuto and the body had been severed by the ripple. The body, deprived of its puppeteer, simply stood in place, like a statue. Like a man who had fought his way to victory in life and had been brought back as a weapon and was now, by some strange small mercy, just standing. Naruto looked at the next body. He moved. He did the same to the 2nd Hokage. Tortoise ripple to the Edo Tensei seal at the chest. The body went still. He did the same to the 1st. He did the same to the 4th Kazekage. Gaara, who had been preparing to engage his own father, stopped his sand mid-motion. He looked at his father's still body. His eyes did not change. His sand returned to him. Naruto did the same to the 2nd Mizukage. He did the same to every Kaji on the field within 10 minutes. He moved through the Akatsuki dead. He paused at Sasori's body, old work finished, and did the same. He paused at Nagato's body. Nagato, reanimated, looked at him for one small moment from behind the dead Rinnegan eyes, and Naruto saw the man behind them, and Naruto fired the ripple into the seal, and Nagato's body, too, went still. It was, Nagato would have said if he had been there in his own body, a courtesy. The reanimated army was, within an hour, 3/4 statues. Kabuto, in his cave, 200 miles away, was screaming at his scrolls. He did not understand what was happening. He had built the Edo Tensei to be uncancelable except by his own hand. He had not, in his planning, accounted for someone reaching the Edo Tensei seal directly without breaking the body around it. He poured more chakra into the active control threads, the threads that still connected him to the bodies that were still reanimated, in the rear of the formation, where he had held back his elite. He had 2 threads still functional. One was Itachi Uchiha, but he had been reanimated and then dispelled by the real Itachi a month earlier, when Itachi had been on retreat in a mountain monastery, and Kabuto had been trying to use him remotely, and Itachi, even dying, even in his own body, had broken the technique with a single Susanoo gesture. So that was not available. The other was Madara Uchiha. Madara had not been deployed yet. Madara had been held in reserve. Madara had been Kabuto's ace. Kabuto deployed Madara. On the field, the long, tall figure of Madara Uchiha, eternally Mangekyo'd, perfectly preserved in the chakra glow of the Edo Tensei, stepped forward through the front rank of his own dispelled comrades. The wind picked up. The allied shinobi forces, who had been watching 3/4 of their enemies turn to statues over an hour, now watched a different problem walk forward. Madara raised one hand. He formed a single seal. He pulled. The sky darkened. 2 meteors descended from orbit. The narrator of this account will not underwrite this moment. They were not stones. They were not boulders. They were 2 mountains, stripped from the upper sky and dragged by gravity manipulating Sharingan into a path of descent that would, on impact, vaporize the entire 4th Division and most of the 3rd. The ground cracked under the pressure of the descent before they had even arrived. Allied shinobi began to scatter. Officers began to shout. Gaara raised his sand into a great dome the size of a small mountain in front of the division. The first meteor hit the dome. The dome broke. The meteor did not stop. Gaara raised a second dome, a larger one. The combined sand of the entire sand contingent, plus 3,000 Earth-style users in the stone contingent, who had been pulled up at his order, pushed the dome up. The second meteor was 300 meters from the ground. Naruto, standing at the front of the line beside Gaara, looked up. He said very quietly, almost to himself, "How? Now it begins." He unfolded his hands from behind his back. Kurama, in the cathedral inside him, said, "You are aware of the size of those." "How?" "You are going to try to redirect them." "How?" "Give me a moment." Kurama gave him a moment. The almighty spalders erupted from Naruto's shoulders, and this time they did not stop at his shoulders. The chakra armor poured down both arms. It poured down his chest. It poured down his back and his hips and his thighs and his shins. It set in plates and patterns. Dragon claw etchings on the forearms, phoenix feathers along the shoulders, tiger stripes across the chest plate, tortoise shell at the back. The 5 forms of Chi-Yu, written in gold and red across every plate of an armor that no smith in this world could have forged. Behind him, 9 long extensions of chakra unfurled. They were not tails in the way Kurama's were tails. They were longer. They were straight. They hung in the air behind him like the banners of a dynasty. The Emperor's war regalia. The Sand Division saw it. The Stone Division saw it. 80,000 shinobi of the Allied forces across a battlefield that stretched 10 kilometers saw the small figure of Naruto Uzumaki stand under a meteor in armor that looked like the embodied weight of an empire, and they stopped what they were doing. The Raikage on the high command rise said, "Well, there he is." The Tsuchikage beside him said, "I did not expect the banners." Naruto raised his right arm. He took the first meteor on his forearm. The impact came down. The shockwave went through his armor, through his bones, through his hips, through his planted feet, and into the ground. The crater under Naruto's feet went down 20 meters. The earth shook for 10 kilometers. The plates of the war regalia along his right side blackened along the edges. Inside the armor, his bones did not break. The mirror touch, on at full force, wrote a long crack along his right collarbone in chakra. but the chakra absorbed it back into the armor. He did not redirect the meteor straight back. He bent it, Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace at a scale the form had never been used at. He took the meteor's downward force and arced it sideways. The mountain of stone, in mid-impact, slid off his forearm along a curving trajectory and went off across the battlefield. It cleared the heads of the 4th Division. It crashed into the empty mountainside 3 kilometers north and broke into 100 pieces. The pieces took a section of the mountain with them. A long curving avalanche followed. No allied shinobi died. Naruto raised his left arm for the second meteor. He did not bend this one. He destroyed it. Shiyu, sword form. Shi Huang cut. The Shi Huang Gujin manifested from his arm, red and gold, Kurama's full chakra as the blade. He swung in a long upward arc. The arc reached the descending meteor. The meteor split in half on the diagonal. Both halves separated and burned past either side of the battlefield, missing the army by margins that would later be estimated at 50 meters and 40 meters respectively. They crashed in the wilderness behind the lines, in places no army was standing. The battlefield was, for the second time that hour, silent. Naruto lowered his arm. The sword dimmed. The war regalia stayed. Madara Uchiha was looking at him. The reanimated body had not, before this moment, registered any emotion. It was preserved. It was a corpse made of will. It had not been programmed by Kabuto to surprise. It was surprised now. "You?" said Madara in a voice that came up out of an old chest. "You are interesting." "How?" said Naruto. "You are inconvenient. Let Jin fix that." He moved. Madara summoned his Susanoo. The Susanoo rose around him. The full, perfect Susanoo of Madara Uchiha. A green-purple humanoid construction the size of a small mountain, armored in chakra plates, holding a sword the length of a city block. The most perfect Susanoo in the recorded history of the Sharingan. Naruto reached the Susanoo's foot. He used White Tiger Crescent Moon at full chakra. The kick scythed through the Susanoo's lower leg. The leg detached. The Susanoo regenerated. Naruto kicked again. The leg detached again. The Susanoo regenerated again. The Edo Tensei was an infinite chakra reservoir. There was no way to outlast it through erosion. He had not intended to. He had intended to learn the body's chakra geography in the 8 or 9 exchanges of legs. By the 4th exchange, he had a partial map. By the 7th, he had a full map. He saw the Edo Tensei seal inside Madara's chest. The seal was buried deep. Madara, unlike the others, had reinforced the seal with his own personal chakra, locking it behind a layer of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan technique. To reach it would require getting past the Susanoo, past the dojutsu, past the body itself. There was only one path. The path was a narrow channel between 2 of Madara's ribs, at a specific angle, at a specific depth, 22 centimeters, 3 degrees off vertical, between the 4th and 5th rib on the right side, that bypassed the chakra reinforcements. Naruto, on the 8th kick, stepped back from the Susanoo. He stood in the small space he had cleared. He inhaled. He fired a single tortoise ripple. He fired it not at the Susanoo, not at any external crux, but along the precise channel he had mapped. The ripple traveled. It crossed the Susanoo at the right angle. It entered Madara's torso at the right point. It hit the buried seal. The seal flared. For 1 fraction of a second, Madara's regeneration stuttered. It was small. It lasted half a heartbeat. Madara's body repaired the seal almost immediately, but Naruto had the angle now. "How?" he said, soft. "Found it." He stepped forward. The Susanoo swung. He took the swing on his crossed forearms. The blade slid off the war regalia, locked, did not cut. He stepped under it. He covered the distance between himself and Madara's actual body in 1 stride. He drove Mount Tai Dragon Claw into the chakra crux at the rib. 5 fingers, 22 centimeters, 3 degrees off vertical. The seal split. The Edo Tensei chakra in the body unraveled. The Susanoo, deprived of its anchoring host, fell apart in the air. The body, Madara Uchiha's body, which had been bound by a man 200 miles away, went still. The man inside the body looked out through the eternal Mangekyo for 1 moment. The real Madara, whose soul had been chained to the corpse by Kabuto, felt the chain break. He looked at the small figure standing at his rib with 5 fingers in his side. "Impressive," he said. "How? What is your name?" "Jin." Madara closed his eyes. He became dust. He did not curse the living. He did not swear revenge. He did not say we will meet again. He simply went with the long, slow dignity of an old man who had been ready for a great while and was glad, in the small, private way the very old are glad, that someone had finally come along who was capable of finishing it for him. The dust drifted on the wind. Naruto withdrew his hand. Kabuto, in his cave, 200 miles away, was screaming at the empty scroll of Madara Uchiha's reanimation. He had nothing left. Itachi Uchiha, Itachi, the real Itachi, on a hospital bed in Konoha, who had been informed of the war and who had requested to be transported to a small command tent at the rear of the lines, opened his eyes. He stood. He coughed 3 times. He walked out of the tent. He found a horse. He did not need a horse, but a horse was faster than a sick man's legs. He rode 200 miles in 12 hours. Tsunade, when she heard about it later, would say she had given him 3 years of life, and he had spent 8 hours of it on a horse, and she did not entirely know whether to be furious or to laugh. Itachi found Kabuto's cave on the morning of day 2 of the war. Kabuto was waiting for him. Itachi did not fight him long. He cast Tsukuyomi. He cast it at full strength on a body whose eternal Mangekyo had, in life, been one of the most refined dojutsu in shinobi history. Kabuto fell into a genjutsu world that lasted, in his head, 3 days, in which he was held by Itachi and Sasuke as a younger child than he had been, and in which he was loved. When he came out of the genjutsu, he was crying. He canceled the Edo Tensei. Every reanimated body, including the statues Naruto had made on day 1, dissolved. The dead returned to the dead. Itachi on the cave floor beside Kabuto said, "You will rebuild." Kabuto, weeping, said, "I do not know what I am." "You are a man," Itachi said, with the soft voice of a man who knew, "like the rest of us." He turned. He walked out of the cave. He rode back to the war. He arrived at the Allied lines in the afternoon of day 2. He dismounted. He found his brother in the 3rd rank of the 4th Division. He embraced him. Sasuke, who had not been embraced in a decade and who would not have allowed it from anyone else, allowed it. They stood there, in armor, in the middle of a war, holding each other for a count of 10. Then they let go. Itachi said, "Where is he?" Sasuke said, "Front line." Itachi said, "Of course he is." He went. Tobi descended from the sky on day 3. He came down on a black tornado of chakra. He had with him, sealed inside containers in his cloak, the bodies of all the captured Biju, 1 through 7. He had with him, more importantly, the demonic statue of the Outer Path, which he had hidden underground for 16 years, and which, now that the army was assembled and the Allied forces were broken into divisions and the Edo Tensei plan had failed, he had to bring out personally. He landed on a ridge above the 4th Division. He removed his mask. Under the mask was a face Kakashi had not seen in 15 years. Kakashi, on the high command rise, dropped his book. Obito. Obito looked at him. He did not say anything. The face had aged badly. The right side was scarred from the rock that had crushed it long ago. The left was a thin, grim man with a single Mangekyo Sharingan and a Rinnegan he had taken from Nagato's body in the moments after Konan had walked away. He had 2 of the most powerful dojutsu in the world in 2 of his eyes. He raised his hands. He performed the seals. The demonic statue rose from the earth behind him. He fed the captured Biju into the statue. The statue began to wake. The 10 tails, the primordial chakra beast, the original from which all Biju derived, the thing the Sage of 6 Paths had sealed inside himself 1,000 years ago, began to form around Obito's body. Naruto, on the front line, looked up at the statue. He tilted his head. He said, "Kurama." Kurama from inside. "I see it." "Is it larger than Shiyu?" "Define larger." "How?" "Brat, how?" "Use the regalia." "How?" The war regalia came on, full plates, full 9 banners. He moved. The fight with Obito as the 10 Tails Jinchuriki was not the largest fight of the war in the geographical sense. That distinction went to Mara with the meteors, but it was the most technical, and it took the longest, because Obito was not a corpse with a will. He was a man with a plan, and he had spent 15 years preparing to be exactly this. Round 1. Obito uses the almighty push through the 10 Tails body. Naruto absorbs. He reflects. The reflection, multiplied through the 10 Tails chakra amplification, hits Obito's own armor at 3 times the original force. A section of the Jinchuriki shell on Obito's chest caves in. Obito does not flinch. The shell regenerates. Round 2. Obito uses Limbo. Limbo is a Rinnegan technique. It manifests shadow clones in an adjacent dimension, invisible to ordinary eyes, attacking from angles the target cannot see. Madara had used it against the Sage in the Founding Age. Obito has refined it. Naruto, with chi sight active under the blindfold, sees the chakra threads connecting the real Obito to each limbo clone. He fires 4 tortoise ripples. He fires them at the threads simultaneously, at 4 different angles through the air around Obito. Each ripple severs a thread. 4 limbo clones dissolve. Obito stares at the empty air where they had been. "That dojutsu of yours," he says. "How? What is it?" "None of your business, traitor." Round 3. Obito uses Chibaku Tensei, the gravitational sphere technique. Obito raises his hands and a small black star forms in the sky above Naruto. The star pulls earth, pulls stone, pulls the small bodies of fallen reanimated bodies that have not yet dissolved. A sphere begins to form around Naruto, an orbital prison with the boy at its center. Naruto braces against the pull. He activates the full 9-banner war regalia. The banners, which are extensions of Kurama's chakra, root into the earth. Naruto, in the center of the sphere, becomes a fixed point. He raises his right leg, white tiger crescent moon at full chakra. The kick scythes upward. The arc cuts through the descending mass of stone. It reaches the small gravitational core of the Chibaku Tensei. The core severs. The technique fails. The mass of stone falls. It falls in a wide circle around Naruto. None of it hits him. Round 4. Obito tries the Mugen Tsukuyomi, the infinite Tsukuyomi. The technique that requires the moon, that requires the Rinnegan, that requires, and here is the key, that the chakra of all 9 Biju be present in the Jinchuriki performing it. Obito has 8. He needs the 9th. He cannot perform the full Mugen Tsukuyomi on Naruto's chakra without sealing him first. But he can perform a partial version, a regional Tsukuyomi capable of trapping the allied shinobi forces. He intends to do that. He raises his Rinnegan eye to the sky. He begins to channel. Naruto fires the largest tortoise ripple of his life. It is amplified by Kurama's full chakra. It is shaped by 20 years of refinement across 2 lives. It is aimed at the chakra crux on Obito's right eye, the crux where the Rinnegan feeds the Tsukuyomi technique. The ripple crosses the air. It reaches the eye. The eye does not break. The Rinnegan is too valuable for that, Naruto judged before he fired, and he aimed the ripple at the technique itself, not the eye. The Tsukuyomi seal in Obito's optic chakra channel splits. The Genjutsu fails at activation. Obito staggers. The 10 tails inside him begins to feel the strain. It is too large for a Jinchuriki who is not a fully prepared host. Obito has been holding it together with willpower and seals for hours, and the seals are beginning to crack. He is losing the beast. Round 5. Obito makes a desperate move. He uses the wood style, a Hashirama Senju technique, available to him because he has implanted Hashirama cells. He grows a lattice of wood out of the ground around Naruto. The lattice wraps. The lattice holds. The lattice tries to crush. Naruto stands inside the wooden lattice. He raises both hands. Heavenly Phoenix's power embrace. The lattice's compressive force runs back along the wood. The wood splits. The splits run back along Hashirama's chakra lines. The lattice collapses outward in a long burst of broken timber. Obito staggers. The 10 tails inside him pulses. Naruto walks toward him. He walks slowly because he has been fighting at peak intensity for 40 minutes, and the mirror touch is on, and every wound he is causing on Obito is, in some smaller form, opening on his own body. The skin on his right shin has cracked from his own kick. The skin on his right hand has burned from the wood-style absorption. There is a small line of blood at the corner of his mouth, mirroring nothing he can identify on Obito. He keeps walking. Obito raises his hands. He fires a barrage of bone spikes from the 10 tails' arms. A primordial technique, a chakra weapon Obito himself does not entirely understand. Naruto raises one hand. The Shi Huang Gojin manifests. He swings. The bone spikes are cut in midair. He keeps walking. Obito, who has been trying every technique in his 30-year arsenal, runs out of techniques. He stands on the ridge. He is alone. The 10 tails inside him is rebelling. Its chakra is pouring out of his pores. Its eye is forming on his back. Its tails are forming, half-developed, behind him. Naruto reaches him. He says, "The world you wanted to create was a world of sleep. Gen knows sleep. Gen spent a long time in the Yellow River. It was not peace. It was not being there." Obito, face cracked, chakra bleeding, says, "What would you know about it? Everyone you love dies anyway." "How?" Naruto says. "They do. And then Jin builds an empire in their name. That is the difference between a king and a man who gave up." He drives his hand into Obito's chest, mount-tied dragon claw at the chakra crux that binds the 10 tails to its Jinchuriki. The crux splits. The 10 tails is expelled from Obito's body. It comes out in a long roaring column of chakra. It rises behind Obito like a god being born. It is enormous. It is older than this world. Its first independent breath since the Sage of Six Paths sealed it. Shakes the air for 50 kilometers. Obito collapses. He falls forward onto his hands and knees on the ridge. He looks up at Naruto. His one Sharingan eye is dim. His one Rinnegan is dim. The chakra of 15 years of preparation has gone out of him in 5 minutes of fighting a boy he had not, in his planning, accounted for. He says, "Why? How? Why not kill me?" Naruto stands over him. He is, for 1 second, considering the question seriously. He says, "Kakashi Hatake was Jin's teacher. He speaks about you sometimes when he thinks no one is listening. Jin chose to leave you alive as a courtesy to his teacher. If you find a reason to come back, come back. If you do not, Jin does not need to hear from you again." He turns, he walks past Obito. Behind him, Obito Uchiha lies on the ridge for a long time. He does not move, he does not weep. He looks at the sky. He is alive. He will spend the next decade in a stone hut on a mountainside in the land of iron, by his own arrangement, growing vegetables. He will not return to combat. He will, in his 13th year of exile, write a long letter to Kakashi Hake. The letter will arrive in Konoha on a winter morning. Kakashi will read it on the porch of his small house. He will not respond. He will in spring walk to the mountainside and sit down beside the man for an afternoon. They will not speak. They will share a bottle of sake. They will plant cabbages. But that is later. In the present, on the battlefield, the 10 tails is free. It rises. It rises until the sky is dark with it. It is not fully formed in the way its predecessors were not fully formed when first released. But its strength is, even unformed, beyond every metric the Allied forces have for chakra creatures. Naruto walks back across the ridge to the Allied lines. He says, "Pull back." The command goes out. The divisions pull back. He stands alone on the front of the line. He activates the war regalia at full output. The armor blazes. The 9 banners snap in the wind of the 10 tails chakra. He looks up at the beast. He says, "Kurama, full output." "Brat, if we go full output, my chakra will be empty for 2 days." "How? How then?" Kurama's chakra floods through the armor. The plates burn white. The banners stretch to twice their length. Naruto rises into the air, lifted by the chakra at his feet. He does not face the 10 tails head on. He has read the seal that the Sage of Six Paths used. He has read it twice. He has carried fragments of Uzumaki sealing theory for 2 years, and he has redesigned the Sage's seal in his own hand. He has a plan. The plan is to seal the beast in the moon, the same prison the Sage used for Kaguya. He needs 30 seconds. For 30 seconds, he is the only thing standing between the 10 tails and the Allied forces. He draws the Shihuang Gojin. He charges. The 10 tails swings a forming tail. The tail is a kilometer long. He cuts it with the Yan cut. The tail regenerates. He cuts it again. He cuts it a 3rd time. The beast, even unformed, even without a mind, is not capable of defending against a sword that is, in essence, a swing of an emperor's will. For 30 seconds, Naruto cuts. He cuts and dodges and cuts and dodges and cuts. The terrain of 3 countries is reshaped around them. Mountains move. Lakes evaporate. The sky cracks. At the end of 30 seconds, the seal is finished. The seal is, in its Konoha form, a complex of 47 sub-seals, 6 binding rings, and a central anchoring crux locked behind a Uzumaki spiral. Naruto draws it on the air with his right hand while his left hand wields the Gujin. The seal forms, the seal activates. The 10 tails is drawn upward. The beast resists. The beast is enormous. The seal is not, but the seal is anchored. It is anchored to the soul of a man who has not, in any of his lives, lost a thing he had fixed his will on. The 10 tails goes up. It goes up and up. It crosses the upper sky. It enters the orbital reach. It strikes the moon. The seal locks. The beast is bound in the moon in a prison the Sage of Six Paths built, and Naruto Uzumaki has reinforced. The 10 tails is, for the moment, contained. Naruto lands on the ridge. The war regalia dims. The banners shorten, the plates fade. He stands in his red robe, breathing hard, blindfold on, one hand on a knee. Kurama, done. You bled. Naruto looks down at himself. He has bled, in fact, from the absorption of the Ten-Tail's chakra leakage during the seal. There is a long, thin line on his right palm. His face has a bruise. His ribs are sore. The mirror touch has given him every minor wound the beast had inflicted on bystanders during its emergence. How, he says. It is fine. It is not fine. It is fine. Kurama is quiet. Then, we are not done. How? Jin knows. Below them, the Allied forces are beginning to cheer. Above them, the sky cracks. It cracks horizontally in a long line that runs across the middle of the visible sky, as if something behind it had punched a hole through the world. A hand comes through the crack. The hand is white. The fingernails are long. The fingers are thin and old and absolutely unmistakable. A second hand. A face, long black hair, two horns. A third eye on the forehead, closed. Two pale eyes, open. A mouth that has not spoken in 1,000 years. Kaguya Otsutsuki steps through the crack in the sky. The Allied forces cheering stops. Naruto looks up. He says, Kurama. I see her. Is she larger than Chiyu? Brat. How? Yes. Naruto on the ridge rolls his shoulders. How? He says. Then this is the last one. Kaguya did not speak. She did not need to. The arrival of Kaguya Otsutsuki in the world was, in itself, a statement. It said, I am the chakra of this world. You are all walking around inside my body. I have come to take it back. She raised one hand. Truth-seeking orbs appeared around her. Black spheres that erased what they touched from existence. Naruto looked at her with the chi sight. And for the first time in this account, the narrator must record that the chi sight, which had read the chakra of every being Naruto had ever met, returned on Kaguya, an answer that Naruto did not entirely understand. She did not have a chakra system. She was a chakra system. Her chakra was the chakra. There was no flow inside her body because her body was the source. The chi sight returned. Instead of a map of cruxes, a single great brilliant void in the shape of a woman. He blinked once under the blindfold. He said, how? This will take a moment. He raised the blindfold. The Allied shinobi forces on the ground below saw their emperor remove the cloth for the second time in a public engagement. And the forces, who had begun to understand by now what the cloth meant, went very quiet. The chi sight came on at full strength. The world filled with light. The mirror touch came on at full strength too. And there were on the battlefield 80,000 wounded shinobi, and the wounds wrote themselves on Naruto's body in a long, invisible script. He did not flinch. He looked at Kaguya. He saw, this time with full chi sight, a faint thread. It was not a chakra crux. It was not a node. It was a single small line that ran through her body, a thread that connected her to the third eye on her forehead, the eye that had been closed since the Sage of Six Paths sealed her. The thread was thin. The thread was the only thing in her body that was a thread. That was the way in. How? He said. He moved. The fight with Kaguya was the longest single engagement of Naruto's second life. It lasted 27 minutes. The narrator of this account will not record every blow. There were too many. The narrator will record the structure. Naruto led with the war regalia at full output. He led with the Shi Huang Gojin. He led with every form of Chiyu, used in every combination, fired in every angle. Kaguya led with dimension shifting. She opened a portal in the air between them. She stepped through it. The world around Naruto changed. He was in an ice dimension. The ground was frozen. The air froze his lungs in 3 breaths. She was 100 meters away. He fired a tortoise ripple at the dimension-shifting crux on her forehead. She shifted again before the ripple struck. He found himself in a lava dimension. The ground was red. The heat melted his right boot. He fired a ripple. She shifted. A sand ocean. A wind canyon. A space of pure vacuum where his armor immediately began to vent. She was using the dimension shifts to test his endurance. It was, after the 4th shift, a poor strategy. She had not understood the mirror touch. The mirror touch ran on chakra signature. He could find her in any dimension by the simple act of feeling for her chakra. Her chakra was the chakra. He could feel her in any dimension she went to, as easily as he could feel her on the original battlefield. After the 5th shift, he caught the rhythm. She shifted. Just before she shifted, he fired a tortoise ripple at the chakra crux that powered her shifting. The ripple traveled with her into the sixth dimension. It struck mid-transit. The shifting locked. She was for 1 second between dimensions, trapped in the transit. He moved. He covered the gap in 3 strides, through the dimensional fold between worlds, and arrived in the small space where she was floating. He used Mount Tai Dragon Claw on her right horn, the horn that channeled the God Tree's power to her body. The horn cracked. She screamed. It was not a scream of pain. It was a scream of offense. She had not been physically damaged in 1,000 years. Her own body had cracked under the touch of a small grandson of her bloodline. And the offense was to her deeper than the wound. She regenerated. He moved. She used her third eye, the Byakugan of origin, the dojutsu from which the Hyuga line had derived. She saw his chakra system. She saw every Chiyu crux. She saw for the first time where to hit him to collapse his defense. She hit it. She hit the chakra crux on his right shoulder, the joint where the phoenix feathered plate of the war regalia met his actual body. The crux split. The plate on his right side went dark. The armor on his right arm fell apart. His right arm was, for the duration of this fight, a normal human arm again. He shifted his stance. He realigned around the injury. He fired tortoise ripples with his left arm. He fired 10 of them in succession. Each one was aimed at the crux at her sternum, the seal where the God Tree's power flowed into her body, the seal she had been wearing since she had eaten the fruit 10,000 years ago. The first ripple grazed it, the second hit it, the third hit it harder. The fourth, fifth, and sixth made the regeneration slower. The seventh made the regeneration intermittent. The eighth made the regeneration cough. The ninth made the regeneration falter. The 10th made the regeneration stop. She was, for the first time since the primordial age, mortal. She looked at her own hand. She looked at her own body. She did not understand. The chakra that was her had begun, for the first time, to behave like the chakra of other beings, finite, flowing, fixable, breakable. Naruto closed the distance. He used White Tiger Crescent Moon at full force, with the entirety of Kurama's available chakra in the kick. The arc was the size of a city. It hit her chest. She went through the dimensional wall behind her. He followed. They were, when he stepped through, in the space between dimensions, a featureless void. No sky, no ground, just the two of them. She rose. She looked at him. She had not, in any of her prior fights, been forced into the void between dimensions. The void was her own creation. The void was the place she retreated to. She had not imagined another being entering it after her. She was, for the first time, alone with someone she could not escape. She said, "What are you?" Naruto said, "An emperor, older than you remember, younger than Jin would like." He raised the Shihuang Gojan. The blade lengthened. The chakra of Kurama poured into it. The chakra of Naruto, the chakra of an Uzumaki, which was Kaguya's own chakra running through a long descent, poured into it. He swung. Chiyu, sword form, Shihuangyan cut. The void split in half along the arc of the swing. Kaguya did not survive it. She did not die in the conventional sense. She could not. Her chakra was the world's chakra, and the world was still alive, but she was in that moment sealed. Naruto, in the half second between the start of the swing and its completion, had drawn, in his own free hand, 7 Uzumaki sealing patterns, 3 Chiyu binding forms, and a final outer lock made of Kurama's chakra wrapped around a single character in the calligraphy of an empire that did not exist on any map. The character was king, the seal closed. Kaguya was drawn into the God Tree itself, the great tree at the center of the void, which had been the source of her power, which she had thought of as her tree, and which was, in the long view, her cage. She was drawn back into it. She was locked behind the seal. She did not fight it. She had been in her last second looking at the boy in the red robe with one arm of armor and one arm of bare skin, and she had been about to say something. The seal closed before she finished. The void closed around her. The sky crack overhead, in the real world, sealed itself. Naruto stood in the void for 1 second. Then he stepped back through the dimensional fold he had entered. He came out on the ridge above the allied forces. He stood there. He was bleeding from his face, his right arm, his ribs, his mouth. The right side of the war regalia was gone. The red robe was scorched to half its length. The other half had burned off in the void. The blindfold was not on. He had not had time to retrieve it from the ledge of the ridge where he had set it. He raised one hand. He pointed at the sky crack which had just sealed. "How?" he said. Kurama inside him said, "You are aware your arm is..." "How? It needs medical." "How? You are going to walk past the entire Allied forces looking like you were in a war." Jin was in a war. How? He walked down off the ridge. He walked at his usual pace. The Allied forces saw him coming long before he reached them. 80,000 shinobi watching one boy in a torn red robe walking down off a ridge. Gaara was the first to move. He moved at a speed that Sand had not seen its Kazekage move at in 5 years. He crossed the ground between the front line and the foot of the ridge in 8 seconds. He stopped one pace from Naruto. He looked at the wounds. He looked at the bare arm. He looked at the blue eyes. He said, "Brother?" "How? Sit down. Let Tsunade look at you." In a moment, Jin needs to find the cloth first. Gaara turned. He pointed at one of his sand soldiers. The soldier was already running up the ridge. The cloth was found. Naruto retrieved it. He squeezed the void's residue out of it. He raised it to his face. He tied it on with hands that knew the knot. Under, over, twice. Settled. The mirror touch dimmed. He breathed out. He turned to Gaara. "How?" he said. "Now Jin will sit down." He sat down. Tsunade reached him 3 minutes later. She was running. The Hokage of Konoha, the Slug Princess, the most powerful medical nin in the world, was running across the battlefield with her medical kit slapping against her hip. She reached him. She knelt. She took his right arm, the one that had no armor, in both hands. She began to pour healing chakra into it. Her hand was shaking. She had healed thousands. She had never healed a battlefield that looked like this. She had begun, in the last hour, to understand something about the mirror touch that she had not, in 15 years of being his foster aunt, fully understood. He had spent the entire fight not just bleeding for himself, but bleeding for everyone wounded in the war, and the wound count on his body was a wound count for the entire Allied forces. She was, for the first time in her career, healing a man whose body was the war itself. She did not say anything. She just worked. He let her. Gaara stood beside them. He did not say anything either. He stood with his hands folded behind his back, in the same way the boy he was watching had folded his hands for 10 years, and he watched the sun begin to set on the field of aftermath. Around them, 80,000 shinobi began the slow work of cleaning up after a war. The Tsuchikage walked across the field, leaning on a staff Onoki had begun to use in the last 2 years. He stopped 4 paces from where Naruto was sitting. He looked at the boy. He took a small puff of his pipe. He said, "You won." "How? It was an empire's victory. How? Then I suppose you have an empire." Naruto looked up at him through the cloth. "How?" The Tsuchikage took another puff. He turned. He walked back to the high command rise. The war was over. The world had, in the language Naruto preferred, sorted itself. 6 months passed. The narrator of this account will compress them, because the narrator is a scribe and the scribe is moving toward the close. Danzo Shimura's trial had already happened months before the war. The page had closed. There were others in his orbit, former root operatives, complicit council members, men who had moved at his hand for years. And these men were tried in a series of small, clean proceedings during the 6 months after the war. Most of them were exiled. A few were executed. The Konoha Council, after the dust settled, contained 4 members instead of 7. The remaining 4 did not, in any of their meetings, complain about the smaller table. The 5 hidden villages renegotiated their alliance. They renegotiated it under Naruto Uzumaki's informal facilitation. He did not call himself a Kage. He still did not call the arrangement an empire. He called it, in writing, a standing arrangement of mutual interest. The other Kage signed. They signed partly because the document made sense. They signed partly because none of them, in their private hearts, wanted to be the leader who said no in a room where Naruto Uzumaki was disagreeing with them. The document established the 5 districts. Konoha was 1, Sand was 1, Stone was 1, Mist was 1, Cloud was 1. The land of Iron under Mifune became a 6th with a special status. The Rain Country, under Konan, was added a year later. The districts retained their Kage. The Kaji retained their independence in domestic affairs, in matters of war, in matters of trade, in matters of large-scale movement of resources or persons across district lines. The districts coordinated. The coordination ran through a small office in Konoha that did not, on its sign, bear any title. Inside the office on most afternoons sat a man in a red robe with a blindfold on, drinking tea, and on his desk was a long ledger in his own hand, and in the ledger were the names of every problem the world was currently working through. He pointed at problems. People solved them. The empire that did not call itself an empire ran, in its first years, on a single index finger. Gaara visited every 2 months. He did not always visit alone. Sometimes he brought Tamari. Sometimes he brought Kankuro. Sometimes, and this was rare, he brought a small contingent of sand officials who needed to discuss something specific. The conversations were short. Because Naruto did not draw out conclusions, and Gaara had, over the years, learned to match his pace. After one visit, Tamari asked Gaara, on the ride back across the desert, "What is he exactly?" Gaara looked at the dunes for a long moment. He said, "He is the man I write to when I cannot sleep." Tamari did not ask any more questions about it. Zabuza and Haku were formally integrated into Konoha's ambush structure under a special directive that bypassed the standard citizenship requirement. Zabuza was given a unit. He led it for the rest of his life. He never spoke about who he answered to in any public setting. When he was asked by anyone, and he was asked periodically by foreign nin who did not yet understand the new arrangement, he said, "The Emperor." People stopped asking follow-up questions after the first round. The reputation became its own answer. Haku, who had quietly become the most precise medical combat practitioner in Konoha, was promoted to the head of the medical combat division within 18 months of the war's end. He held the position for 30 years. The medics he trained saved more lives over those 30 years than any other medical organization in the history of the hidden villages. He kept on a small shelf in his office a single dried flower. It was white. He never told anyone what it was for. Kakashi Hake became the 6th Hokage in the autumn of the year after the war. The decision had been Tsunade's. She had held the chair for 6 years and had gotten tired. She had asked Naruto before the announcement whether he wanted the chair himself. Naruto had said, "How?" "No." Tsunade had said, "You should have it." Naruto had said, "How? It is a regional administrator's chair, Hokage. Jan sits at a different table. Give it to Kakashi. He has earned it. He will be a fine governor." Tsunade had said, "Are you sure?" Naruto had said, "How? Make him do paperwork. He has been avoiding it for 30 years. Tsunade had laughed. Kakashi, when offered the chair, had stared at the ceiling of his apartment for 11 minutes without speaking. He had eventually said, "All right, tell the kid I expect a memorable speech at the ceremony." The ceremony was held in autumn. Kakashi stood on the platform in front of the Hokage monument with the new hat in his hands. The hat felt heavy. Naruto stood at the foot of the platform, in the front row, blindfold on, hands folded behind his back. Kakashi looked down at him. He waited for the speech. Naruto looked up at him. He pointed with one finger. He said, "How?" That was all. Kakashi stared at him. Then, in spite of himself, Kakashi laughed. He put the hat on. He laughed all the way through the rest of his speech. The crowd was confused. He did not explain. That night, in his new office, he stared at a stack of paperwork that was higher than his desk. He picked up a pen. He set it down. He looked out the window at the lights of the village. He said to the empty room, "I was hoping he'd say something memorable." The pen had been moved 1 inch. He picked it up. He started signing. He held the chair for 15 years. He was on every metric an excellent Hokage. He never stopped. On his bad mornings, looking at the ceiling and asking it, "What is that, kid?" The ceiling by then had stopped trying to answer. In the second month after the war, Naruto extracted Karen Uzumaki from the ruins of Orochimaru's last hidden lab. She was 18. She had been in the lab since she was 11. She had been used as a chakra reservoir for the sound's experiments. She had bitten so many people on the arm to grant them the Uzumaki healing that her arm was a roadmap of teeth marks. She had survived the war years in the labs because Orochimaru had decided she was useful, and Orochimaru had been finished by the war, and his remaining lab personnel had been finished by the cleanup. And she had been alone in a cell when Naruto had broken the door off its hinges. She had, on his entry, lunged at him and bitten his arm. It was an instinct. She bit people who came into her cell. She bit them because she was afraid and because the bite gave her information. She got her information. She froze. Her teeth were on the boy's forearm. The chakra she had pulled was not the chakra of any lab personnel, of any sound shinobi, of any visiting captor. The chakra was, and her brain, which had been cataloging chakra for 7 years, refused for a moment to give her a category. Oh, it was old. It was Uzumaki. But it was old in a way Uzumaki was not supposed to be old. It tasted like the ocean. She let go. She backed up against the wall. The boy in the red robe stood in the doorway with a small bite mark on his forearm and the calm of a man who had been bitten before. She said, "Your chakra." He said, "How? Uzumaki, as are you." "You taste like the ocean." He tilted his head. "That is the strangest thing anyone has said to Jin." "Oh no." "How?" "You're him. You're the Empress kid. The one all the sound briefings were about. The one we were not supposed to engage. The one." "How?" "Oh no." "Are you injured?" "Define injured." He looked at her with the chi sight. He saw with some attention her chakra system. It was strong. It was in places scarred from misuse, from the experiments. It was not broken. It would heal. "How?" he said. "Acceptable. Come." She did not come. She stayed against the wall. "Where?" she said slowly. "Are we going?" "Konoha. Konoha." "How? You are family." "I am what?" "Family. You don't even know me. Jen knows your blood. The rest will be sorted. Come." She came. She came partly because she did not have a better option, and partly because the small voice in the back of her head, which had been a survival voice for 7 years, was telling her in a tone it had never used before that this was the one option. She walked out of the lab beside him. She walked the 2-day journey to Konoha beside him. On the first night, by the fire, she said, "You're really weird." "How?" "You talk in third person." "How?" "You wear a blindfold." "How?" "You have a small empire." "How?" "And you say how to everything." "How?" She stared at him. She started to laugh. She laughed for 10 minutes. She had not laughed in a year. She laughed until her ribs hurt. She laughed until she was crying. She laughed until she was, and this was unexpected, sleeping on the ground by the fire with her head on her arm. He covered her with his red robe. He sat with the blindfold on, hands folded behind his back, all night. In the morning, he handed the robe back to her without comment. By the 4th month after she arrived in Konoha, she was working in the Konoha Intelligence Corps as a sensory specialist. She was the best sensor in the village within 6 months. She was the best sensor in the Alliance within a year. By the 8th month, she had started showing up at Naruto's office at the end of every workday, without an appointment, with 2 cups of tea and a small list of complaints she had compiled over the day. She read the complaints to him. He listened to all of them. He did not, in any of the readings, address the complaints. He listened to her say them. The saying both of them came to understand was the point. By the 10th month, he was waiting for her at the end of the workday. He did not say so. He did not announce it. He simply happened when she arrived to be putting his pen down in the moment she walked through the door. By the 12th month, Karen Uzumaki was the only person in Naruto Uzumaki's adult life who had genuinely flustered him. She did not mean to. She was not trying to. She was being herself in his presence, which no one else in the world had ever simply done. She made jokes about his blindfold. She corrected his calligraphy when she thought he had been showing off. She told him on 3 separate occasions that the way he poured tea was really weird. She bit him twice more, both times by accident, both times when she had been genuinely annoyed and her teeth had moved before her thinking did. He said how to all of it. He also, for the first time in his second life, in the middle of a meeting on his 2nd floor, looked up from a scroll for no reason and listened for the small specific footsteps of a person walking up his outer staircase. Kurama in the cathedral said, "Brat." Naruto on his floor said nothing. Kurama said, "You are aware of what is happening." Naruto on his floor said, "How?" Kurama said, "Just checking." In the 13th month, on a winter evening, Naruto sat across from Karen at his small table in the small office. The tea was hot. The complaints had been delivered. She was, he noticed with the chi sight that he flickered on for half a second under the cloth, a little tired. He said, "Karen." "Yeah, you will marry Jin." "What?" "How?" "You are Uzumaki." "This is not a question. It is a statement." "That is not a proposal." "How?" "Correct. A proposal implies uncertainty. Jin has none." "Naruto." "How?" You are so weird. How? Ask me. Properly. He paused. He looked at her over the cup. He set the cup down. He stood up. He walked around the table. He went down on one knee, and the narrator must record that this was the first time in this life, or the prior one, that he had gone down on one knee for any human being. And he took her hand. He said, Karen Uzumaki. Jin has carried Jin's name for many lifetimes. Jin would, with your permission, like to share it with someone whose blood matches Jin's own. Marry Jin. She stared at him for a long moment. Then she said, in a small voice that was not the voice she used in the office, How? How? Stop saying how. She started to laugh again. She laughed for a long time. He stood back up eventually and went around the table and took his cup of tea, and they finished the pot. They were married in spring. The ceremony was small, by his preference. It was held in the central square of the Uchiha district, which had been quietly rebuilt by him over the years and was now a small, bright neighborhood of imperial architecture. Sasuke attended. Itachi, then in the 3rd year of his 9-year extension of life, attended. Gaara attended. Tsunade attended in her retirement clothes, which had a sake stain on them. Kakashi, in his Hokage hat, attended and read out a small board speech that was actually one of the warmest speeches he had ever delivered. Jiraiya, who had returned from his most recent research trip 3 days early to attended with his small plain-bound book about Naruto under his arm and a notebook in his hand. Iruka Umino was there. Hinata Hyuga was there. Hinata stood at the back. She wore a pale blue dress. She had been told 3 weeks ago by a small servant from the Hyuga clan that Naruto was getting married. She had, on hearing it, said how, and then immediately put her hand over her mouth because the word had come out of her without her thinking it through, because the word had been in her mouth for years and had not had a moment to come out. And then she had said, of course, I'm happy for him. She had attended the wedding with 2 friends and 1 bottle of plum wine that she did not entirely intend to drink in public. She did drink it. She did not drink it badly. She was Hinata. She did not do anything badly. She watched Naruto and Karen at the front of the small crowd. She did not feel jealous. She had never been a jealous person. She had loved Naruto for 12 years without expecting anything in return, because she had been, from the time she was a small girl, the kind of person who loved without a budget. She felt, instead, a quiet small calm. He was happy. That was enough. Karen saw her across the crowd an hour into the reception. Karen had been told about Hinata. Naruto had told her, in 2 sentences, that there had been a girl in his class who had watched him for a long time. Karen, who was practical and who had her own complicated history with men, had absorbed the information and filed it. She walked over. She held out her hand. She said, Karen. Hinata said, Hinata. Karen said, he told me about you. Hinata said, he did? Karen said, he said, there is a girl named Hinata. She has watched Jin for 12 years. She has not asked for anything. She is in the ledger. Hinata blinked. She said, what does that mean? Karen said, I have been trying to figure that out for 3 months. The 2 of them stood there for a long moment. Then Karen said, listen, I don't know how to say this. You should know 2 things. Hinata waited. First, he is, and I cannot stress this enough, really weird. Hinata laughed. Second, he is the kind of man who decides things and means them forever. You are in his ledger. He told me. That is a thing he does not say lightly. I am his wife. I am also, and I am still figuring out what this means, not the only thing he has decided about. Do you understand? Hinata looked at her. She looked at Karen's eyes, which were sharp and warm and very direct, and she understood. She said yes. Karen said, talk to him, tonight, or whenever. I am not in your way. I do not, and I want you to hear this. I do not work that way. We are Uzumaki. We have a long history of complicated houses. I am telling you he has a place for you, if you want it. Hinata, who had not expected this conversation in her wildest imagination, said, thank you. Karen said, how? Hinata laughed. You say it too? It is contagious. The 2 of them started to laugh. Behind them, at the front of the reception, Naruto Uzumaki, in the middle of a conversation with the Tsuchikage about a trade dispute in the eastern province, paused for 1 second. He did not turn his head. He smiled, very slightly, under the cloth. He went back to the conversation. She found him on the old training ground 3 weeks later. He was sitting on a stump. The blindfold was off. This was the third time in this account, and the only time it would be off for a person rather than a fight. He was looking at the sky. She approached slowly, the way she had approached him every time in her life. She had loved him for 12 years. She had also, for 12 years, never once made him aware of her approach, because Hinata, when she walked without sound. He said without turning, "How?" She stopped. He turned his head. He looked at her with the brilliant blue eyes. He pointed at the stump beside him. One finger. She sat down. They sat there for a long time. She said, "Does it hurt?" The eyes. He said, "Always." She said nothing. She took his hand. She held it. He looked at her. He looked at her with the chi sight, which had been showing him chakra signatures since he was a boy, and he saw her chakra. It was steady. It was warm. It was unwavering. He had seen it many times before, and he had filed it, and he had kept it on a small page in the back of his head where the names that mattered most were written, and he had never, in 12 years of having it on the page, told her it was on the page. He said, "You have been in the ledger since Jin was 7. She blinked. The ledger. Jin keeps names, people who matter. You have been in it longer than most. What does that mean? It means, he said, tying the blindfold back on slowly with the care of a man who was setting down a great pleasure, that you have Jin's attention. That is rarer than you know. She said, Karen told me. How? She said, you have a place for me. How? What kind of place? He considered this. He said, you are not subject. You have not been subject for a long time. Jin has been for years calling you Hinata in Jin's head. The mouth has not yet caught up. The mouth catches up slowly. She said, are you asking me to be your wife? He said, how? That isn't a proposal. How? Karen told you. She told me. He paused. He said, Hinata? It was the first time he had said her name out loud. The way he said it was the same way he said Jin, as if the name were a thing he had now decided to use correctly for the first time. She sat very still. She said, yes. How? She said, I want Naruto. I want to know. I want to know what it costs you, the blindfold, the rest of it. I want to know. He looked at her for a long moment. He raised his hand. He set it on her cheek. He said, it costs Jin what it should cost a king. Jin carries it because Jin has decided to. Jin will carry less in this house with you. That is what the place is. She closed her eyes. She did not cry. She had never been a crier. She let out a long, slow breath. She said, how? He said, how? They sat there for another hour, and then he tied the blindfold back on, and they walked together back to the village. And on the way, they did not say anything else. They did not need to. She married him in autumn. The Hyuga clan, on hearing of the engagement, had a long internal meeting. Hiyashi Hyuga, who had been one of the most powerful men in Konoha for 30 years, sat at the head of the meeting in the long white room of the main house, and he listened to his elders argue about clan honor, about precedent, about the question of whether a Hyuga heiress could be the second wife of an Uzumaki who had already married a Uzumaki, and so on. He listened for an hour. He raised one hand. He said, enough. The elders quieted. He said, I am her father. I am not her ledger. The boy has decided. The girl has accepted. We will host the wedding. I will walk her to him. We will smile. One of the elders said, Hiyashi-sama the precedent. Hiyashi looked at him. Hiyashi said, have you ever in your life said no to that boy? The elder did not answer. Hiyashi said, then do not start with this. The wedding was hosted by the Hyuga clan. Hiyashi walked Hinata to the altar. He walked her with a slight tightness in his shoulders, and a slight pride in his step, and a slight calm in his eyes. And at the altar he handed her to Naruto without comment. At the reception, he stood with a cup of sake by the wall. He did not say anything for a long time. Then he turned to a Hyuga elder beside him and said, I have, in my life, been very politely overruled. The elder said, Hiyashi-sama? Hiyashi said, by a boy in a blindfold who never raised his voice once. He drank his sake. He went back to standing. He did not, in the rest of his life, complain about the marriage. At the reception, Karen and Hinata met at the table together for the first time as both wives. They had become friends in the months between the engagement and the wedding. They had sat together for tea many times. Karen had told Hinata stories Naruto would not tell her himself. Hinata had told Karen stories Naruto would not tell her either. They sat at the head table. Karen said, He's a lot, Hinata said. Yes. How do you do it? I've been watching him since we were 6. I had a long time to adjust. Karen looked at Naruto across the room, currently standing with Gaara and Kakashi and Zabuza in a line that somehow looked, even at a wedding, like a throne room scene. Fair enough. The two women drank tea. The reception continued. Sasuke at the back of the room was holding a glass of something. He did not drink. He stood with Itachi, who was thin but smiling, and the two brothers watched the small emperor across the room and said nothing for a while. Sasuke said, eventually, 2 wives. Itachi said, he claimed 2 countries before he was 13. 2 wives is not much for him. Sasuke laughed. It was a good laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had, against all reasonable expectation, become happy. The years passed. The narrator will, again, compress. Naruto and Karen had 2 children. The first was a girl named Mito, after Karen's grandmother and Naruto's great-aunt. Mito Uzumaki had red hair and brilliant blue eyes and a mouth that was always slightly open, as if she were about to bite the next thing she encountered. She bit a great many things in her first 3 years. She bit her father's hand twice and her mother's hand 4 times, and her older cousin Sasuke once, on a Tuesday, for reasons no one was able to determine. By age 4, she was a confirmed sensory talent of the highest order. By age 6, she was reading her father's ledger over his shoulder when he thought she was not. By age 12, she was the youngest Jonin in the history of the Alliance, a record her father did not, when she said it, comment on, but which her mother bragged about for a year. The second was a boy named Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi was quiet. Kiyoshi, from the age of 2, sat in small spaces, under tables, behind curtains on the windowsill, and watched. He did not bite anything. He did not say much. He was, in his nature, the small mirror image of his father, except he wore no blindfold, and his eyes were Karen's. He grew up to be the head of the Konoha Intelligence Corps under his cousin Sasuke's eventual son, and he held the position for 40 years. He did not, in the 40 years, ever raise his voice. Naruto and Hinata had 2 children. The first was a boy named Boruto. Boruto had blonde hair and pale eyes, both Hyuga and Uzumaki in his case in the most direct combination, and a temperament that was at first nothing like his father's. He yelled, he ran, he fell out of trees, he came home with scrapes. Hinata laughed at all of it. Naruto, when informed, said how in a tone that meant acceptable. He is finding himself. By the time Boruto was 8, he had begun, on his own, to fold his hands behind his back when he stood still. By the time he was 10, he had begun to point at things with one finger. He grew up to be the principal liaison between the Empire and a new generation of foreign powers that would come knocking at the Empire's gates in the years after his father's withdrawal from active leadership. He was, by reputation, the man you sent for when a difficult negotiation needed to be settled with grace. The second was a girl named Himawari. Himawari, at 14 months, knocked her older brother out cold by accident with a single well-aimed flick of her hand at his forehead, and from that moment was the most feared person in the entire Uzumaki household. She grew up to be the gentlest medical nin Konoha had ever produced. She had a smile that, by widespread agreement, had been borrowed from the moon. All 4 children from their early years carried the blindfold in some form. It was not always cloth. Boruto wore a small headband. Mito wore a strip of red fabric tied around one wrist that she called my mark. Kiyoshi simply, when he sat in his small spaces, kept his eyes closed for long periods. Himawari, who had been born with the most peaceful chakra of any of them, did not need any cloth, but she had, from the time she was 3, the habit of folding her hands behind her back when she stood still. The court, when it gathered, and it gathered sometimes on the long porch of the Uzumaki compound on summer evenings, looked, to anyone passing, like a small dynasty in slow motion. Naruto, who had not fathered a single child in his first life, sat at the head of the porch with his blindfold on and his hands folded and listened to all of them, and sometimes pointed at one of them with his index finger, very lightly. And the one he pointed at would, depending on the situation, fall silent or stop fighting their sibling or hand back the small object they were not supposed to have. He said how a great many times in those summer evenings, Karen and Hinata sat at the other end of the porch. They had, over the years, become very close. Karen made tea. Hinata served it. They argued sometimes in the small, private way of women who had decided to share a household. They never argued about him. They argued about the children, about the garden, about who had been more polite to the last visitor from Sand. They never raised their voices. He could hear them, all of them, from the other end of the porch. He listened. He listened for hours. It was, to him, the sound of an empire that did not need to be administered. The sound of a household that worked. He had not, in his first life, sat on a porch like this. He decided, somewhere in the third year of children, that this was the achievement he had not had the first time around. He did not say so out loud. He did not need to. 20 years after the Valley of the End, Naruto Uzumaki sat on the wall of Konoha at sunset. The wall had been rebuilt after pain. It was higher than it had been. The stones were the stones he had specified the patterns for 20 years ago in a small notebook he had carried during the reconstruction. The patterns had been imperial patterns from a wall that had stood in another lifetime between the warring states and the dark. He sat at the top of the wall. The blindfold was on. The red robe was new, better made than anything he could have stitched as a child. But the same pattern, the same gold thread, the same long curve down the right side that had been a child's mistake the first time he had stitched the cloth and had, in the version Karen had made for him this year, become the signature of every imperial robe she made. She had not told him she had noticed the long curve. She had simply included it. He had, on receiving the robe, tried it on and looked down at the curve and run his thumb along it and not said a word. She had said, "How?" He had said, "How?" Below the wall, the village was bright. The Konoha of his 40th year was, by any standard, the largest village in the Alliance. It had been rebuilt 3 times since the founding, once after Kurama, once after pain, once in the slow ongoing work of an empire's capital getting larger by inches, and it was now a city in everything but the name people used for it. The Uchiha district was a small, bright neighborhood at the eastern edge. The Uzumaki district, established for Karen and the children, was a small, bright neighborhood at the northern edge, with a stream running through it and lanterns along the stream. The central library held 30,000 scrolls in a hand that, after 2 decades, several scribes in the village had learned to imitate well enough to make additions that did not stand out. Beyond the village, the empire, and it was an empire now in everything but the name people used for it, stretched across the continent in trade routes, in alliances and intelligence networks, in the small invisible ways that shaped how decisions were made. No hidden village in the world made a major decision by the 40th year of Naruto Uzumaki's second life without considering what the man in the red robe would think about it. He had not, in any of those decisions, given an order. He had pointed. People had read the points. Things had happened. Sasuke had built a small house in the Uchiha district and was raising 2 children with a wife who had once been a kunoichi from the rain country and who had the rare quality of making Sasuke laugh. Itachi had died 11 years ago in his bed with his brother's hand on his shoulder. Sasuke at the funeral had said nothing to anyone. He had walked over to Naruto, who had pointed once at the gravestone, and Sasuke had pointed once also. The 2 of them had stood there for an hour. The point had been the entire conversation. Gaara was still Kazekage. He had married late. He had a daughter. Kakashi had, the year before, retired the Hokage hat to a young Hyuga clansman who had been Hinata's first cousin. Kakashi, in retirement, ran a small bookshop in Konoha. He did not sell many books. He read most of them on the porch of the shop with a cat on his lap. He came up to the wall to sit with Naruto 2 evenings a week. Tsunade had retired entirely. She lived in a small cottage outside the village. She drank, but less than she had in her youth. She came to the Uzumaki household every Sunday for lunch. Jiraiya had died 6 years ago of an old wound. He had finished the book he had been writing about Naruto a week before. The book had been published posthumously. It had been a quiet sensation. It had been read, by the end of its first decade, in every district of the empire. The book was titled The Emperor. It was not long. It was not flowery. It was the work of an old man recording, in plain language, what he had seen. Naruto, on the wall, in the evening, was reading a copy of it for the 3rd time. He had been reading it slowly. He read 3 pages a night. He had in his pocket a small pen that he sometimes used to make a single mark in the margin. Not corrections, not annotations, just a small underline beside the lines he intended to remember. He marked one line that evening. The line read, "The boy did not, at any point in the years I knew him, ask the world for anything. He simply decided what the world would be. And the world, after a little argument, agreed." He underlined it. He set the book down. He looked out at the horizon. The sun was going down over the distant hills. The light was the soft gold of a long summer evening. The wind was warm. He raised his hand. He pointed once, index finger. The same gesture he had made since he was 6 years old in an alley with another person's blood on the cobblestones. "How?" he said. To no one. To everyone. In the cathedral inside him, Kurama, who had been attached to this particular brat for 40 years now, and had long since stopped pretending he was not attached, made a sound that had never had a name and did not need one. It was the sound of an old fox who had decided, against every instinct of his 9,000 years, that he had not done so badly with this lifetime after all. The wall beneath Naruto's feet was warm from the day's sun. The teapot beside him was still half full. The blindfold was on. Below, in the village, a small girl was running across a courtyard. She had red hair. She was carrying something in both hands, and she was laughing. She was, from this distance, too far away to hear, but Naruto could see her chakra signature with the small flicker of the chi sight he kept under the cloth. And he knew her. She was his daughter's daughter. She was 3 years old. She was carrying a flower she had picked from the garden, and she was running to give it to her grandmother. And her grandmother would be Hinata. On the porch, on the bench, her grandmother had been on for an hour, because the child had said to Gwunk, "Wait there, Grandma, I have a present." He watched her run. He smiled. He smiled in the small private way he had been smiling for 40 years under the blindfold. The sun went down. The village lit its lanterns one by one in long bright lines along the streets. The Empire, in the smaller districts further away, lit its lanterns too. The trade routes in the distance lit small fires at the way stations. The alliance across the continent was at peace. The throne, as it had always been, that was wherever Zhen stood. And Zhen, on a wall on a summer evening in the 40th year of his second reign, stood here. He picked up the teapot. He poured himself one more cup. He drank it slowly. He put the cup down. He stood up. He folded his hands behind his back. He turned. He walked home. The dynasty went on. In a stone room 2 countries away, in the year of his death, which would be many years from this evening, in a bed surrounded by his wives and his children and his children's children, and a fox who had gone very quiet. There would be no man left with orange hair, no list of names, no mark to be made beside any line. The ledger had closed. The wall held. The throne, after 1,000 years and one child's life, had finished what it had begun. How?
And that is what happens when the first emperor of China wakes up in Naruto's body and decides, yeah, this world needs me. If this broke your brain even a little, hit subscribe, because we are just getting started. Comment below. Who in the whole damn shinobi world could actually stop him?